Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, you had better. Wake them up, get them going. It is Wednesday on E and Rod B. Hook them up for sure. 3 days to the start of the Longhorn football season. That is all that it's between you and college football season starting. For your Longhorn fan, all over the Big 12, all over college football. It really starts tomorrow night. Really about just over 24 hours to the start of the season with a full slate of Thursday night games. Doing a good one out in Utah with Utah Utes, soon to be a Big 12 member. But one more year in the Pac-12, they'll play Florida. So we'll preview and talk plenty of college football, pro football as well. Cutdown day was yesterday. Not the massive trades or big trades maybe we thought we'd see. Cowboys did make another deal to acquire a former first-round draft pick. We'll go sift through all of the goings-on in the National Football League. They're now 1 week from 8 days away to the start of the NFL season with that opener next Thursday night. Also, Major League Baseball, it is a three-way tie atop the American League West with about 30 games to go in the season after last night's ball games. We'll get you an update there. A lot of Major League Baseball as well. Just a lot to do. It's a busy Wednesday, getting you up over that hump, and we're excited you're there. A little cooler again this morning. Temperatures and humidity continuing to drop, so now is the time to be up and out, getting a workout in, getting some exercise, and getting yourself going on this, the 30th of August, as we crank it up. 5 hours of fun and conversation each and every morning. 5 hours, 5 days a week here on E and Rod B. And look who it is across the table. I'm sure he's gotten his 4-mile jog in already this morning and is ready to crank it up. He is our shutdown corner, holding down his side of the show at an extremely high level. 5 hours each day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up from DB High in the 713 and DBU here in the 512, as well as stops at 4 different NFL zip codes. He knows very well about Cutdown Day in the National Football League. He is a lifetime Longhorn. He is a football theorist. We're number 21 in your program, but always number 1 in our hearts, our man, Rod Babers.
I appreciate the intro as always. And yeah, man, it is getting over the hump and headed downhill to the weekend. Woo. And that is a college football weekend. It's a beautiful thing. Game week. I've been watching Rice film. That's how I watched 3 games of the Rice Owls. That's how.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. There you go. So we'll start previewing the offense today and diving into the X's and O's. But as we do every morning, we do want to salute those who choose to serve up early this morning. We appreciate all those who choose to devote themselves to service, whether it be God, country, or community. We salute you this morning like we do every morning, whether they be soldiers, first responders, the teachers, the waste management, nurses. It doesn't matter. So many of you, and you are the guardian angels of our society. We appreciate you.
No question. Service comes in all forms, and we appreciate it very, very much, especially if you're up early with us this morning. And appreciate you finding us however you do. We make it as easy as possible on 101.9 FM, AM 1260. Oh, yeah. And, of course, always streaming for you on that digital app, which is so easy to do and download to your smartphone. Also on our website, hornfm.com. The Twitch channel is there and cranking, and you can watch the show, and our YouTube channel continuing to grow in numbers. Thank you for doing that. That's youtube.com at the Horn ATX as we crank it up on a Wednesday morning. He is Ty Henderson through the glass. He was 1 pick shy of a parlay last night because the most solid of the picks, the Seattle Mariners, did not come through for him.
Come on.
And that's the way parlays go,
what?
As they say. What's up, T.Y.?
Their ace got scratched, though.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, because I was like, well, George Kirby was supposed to pitch last night. He's their best pitcher, and big part of why Seattle is surging right now in that AL West. I did not know that. Is it a minor issue?
That's a voided bet.
Oh, really?
Well, I usually bet like if blah 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 starts.
Voidable bet.
Yes.
I like that.
That's a nice term. It's a nice term.
Voidable wager.
Phil Mickelson taught you that?
Yeah, straight cash, homie.
Nice.
Straight cash, homie. That's pretty funny. Phil Mickelson, did he teach you that? I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I also like this Wednesday morning. There's a lot going on. And if you're watching on the Twitch channel or on YouTube, you'll see that I have poured myself a cup of coffee this morning, Rod B.
That's rare for you.
It is. I don't drink. I'm going to see if I want to sip it. So I'm feeling pretty good.
But you were up late last night.
For me, yeah. We took in the Lionel Richie Earth, Wind, and Fire concert last night.
Oh, I bet that was popping.
At Moody Center. It was popping. It was popping. Lionel brought it. All the hits from the Commodores.
How old did we say Lionel was now?
Oh,
70.
Gosh.
Is he in his mid-70s or early 70s? And he's still bringing it like that?
Lionel
That's pretty
Richie.
Amazing that Lionel Richie.
He looks great. He sounds great.
74?
74 years
74 years old and still that's amazing.
Yes. And,
wow.
I had a good spot to see it, and Lionel brought it, man. Came
That's
up out of the stage and opened with Hello, of course. Hello. That's how he started.
That's the opener?
That was the opener. He
That's
also
It's like the stalker anthem.
all the
Hello.
Did he do all night long?
all night long was the closer. All night long
that
was the
made
closer.
sense. That made
There
sense.
we
Get
go.
everybody popping.
The one
everybody
song
partying.
encore from Lionel Richie last night was all night long, and that one was a banger, as the kids say.
Oh, no question.
At the end, he had done right before that. Before he closed out, he did "We Are the World." We Are the World. You know, the '80s
What?
anthem that he wrote.
How?
He wrote that with Michael Jackson.
I know but he did it without any of the other.
There was like
stars?
a piped-in choir, I guess you would say,
okay,
in his
all right.
band.
Yeah.
And of course, the crowd was all singing along with "We Are the World" from the from the '80s, which was pretty cool. And in between all that, he sang every one of his dang hits, and
It's nice. I
He-
like it.
He said at one point, if you were in a couple, that his job was to get her warmed up and you do the rest. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. He was pretty
Can you
funny.
close the deal?
Yeah, no, I
if you
went to
can't,
bed.
that's on you.
By the time I got home and got an Uber, I was snoozing, man. It was time for bed.
Yeah, I mean, considering you get up at what 4? What time do you get up every morning?
I tried at 3:51.
3:51.
Now
yeah.
that is my standard SOP.
3:51.
3:51.
So random for somebody who got OCD like you. That's random.
Because I do one 9-minute snooze, so I'm out of bed by 4.
Okay.
I give myself 9 extra minutes, and
Yeah.
then feet on the ground. See you later.
Got to
Take a
be
shower.
up. I'm with you. I got to be up before 4. If I'm not up before 4, then the whole morning's just wrecked.
Yeah.
Got to be out of the bed, moving around
Well,
before 4 o'clock.
I've always said that, having done
Yeah.
morning shows
I'm
for
with
so
you.
long, the clock doesn't stop, right? I mean,
Oh.
if you sleep for one more 9 minutes, that's 9 minutes you never catch back up to.
Yeah.
Just 'cause it's
and it
just-
comes back to
Yeah.
bite you.
when you get on a regimen and you get on a cycle,
It does.
I'll never get that 9 minutes. I might make up a minute or two, but not going to make up the 9.
Todd's like, what are y'all talking about? I'll make up that minute. When you're 20-something, you can make up that time.
Goes-
I snooze for at least an hour every morning.
See,
I see
you
that's-
can make up that time. I
See,
can't.
that's not, as a morning show host for so long, you do some sleep, you read about sleep.
Oh, yeah.
That's not you should just find your when you're going to get up and do 1 9-minute.
I know I'm not getting any less tired from hitting
Yeah,
snooze.
that night you're not actually falling back asleep for that hour that you're
Yeah, you don't hit
hitting
that
the snooze
rim.
button.
There's no way you can
You're
hit
not
the rim
getting
that quick.
solid sleep.
I
You might as
agree.
well just crank through it. But either way, that was it. Yeah, well, I highly recommend Lionel Richie. That might have, who
All right.
knows if he'll come back through. That was pretty darn good last night and had a great old time. And Lionel Richie, all the hits. And,
At the
Earth,
moon.
Wind, and Fire have been doing it 50 years. They brought it as well to start the proceedings last night. That was really good, too. And they've got a huge band. They got 8, 10, 12 people up there doing things, horn sections and cranking it out. So this says, this nurse appreciates being able to listen to y'all on the way to work. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
service. We love that. 64 beautiful degrees in Driftwood Ranch and Golf Club area.
Well, it did feel good this morning.
Yeah, how was your jog? A little cooler?
It was cooler, and I drove in with the windows down. It was nice.
Yeah, well,
just
it's
no
just-
AC, just windows down.
Yeah, it's still going to hit, about 99, 100 degrees today, but the humidity's down. And yeah, I woke to open the door this morning. and was like, wow, that's a nice little feel right there. You know what that feels like, Rod?
Feels like fall.
College football.
I was gonna
baby.
say, yeah, so it feels like fall, kind of football.
High
football
school,
weather.
college football,
Football weather, baby.
Put your hand in the dirt and let's go. Let's start with the headlines, trending topics to start your morning. Oh man, double shot power this morning. Brought to you by Top Gun Equipment Rentals. We'll start with college football. Yeah, we're now T-minus 3 days to the start of that Longhorn football season for 2023. 11th ranked Horns continue their game week prep for the Rice Owls on Saturday afternoon, 2:30 at DKR. You just heard Rod Babers. He's been doing film study on Rice, so we will get a deep dive thought on the opponent coming up. Elsewhere in college football, after a lengthy quarterback battle this offseason, Ohio State, top 5 team in the country in the preseason. Their coach Ryan Day yesterday announced that junior Kyle McCord will be the team's starting quarterback for their season opener against Indiana on Saturday. Day was clear, though, that the redshirt freshman Devin Brown had a great camp, and he's earned the right to play in that game 1. So maybe that QB battle not quite settled yet into week 1. NFL cut-down day around the league. All 32 teams paring those rosters back to 53. Big story was in Indianapolis, where the Colts were unable to complete a deal to trade all-pro running back Jonathan Taylor. He will begin the season on the PUP list, and he'll be out for at least the first 4 games of the Colts season. What a mess that is. Cowboys did make a trade yesterday. They shipped their cornerback, Kelvin Joseph, to the Miami Dolphins for a cornerback and fellow cornerback, Noah Igbignogoni. He's an intriguing exchange of draft disappointments. Joseph leaves Dallas after falling down the depth chart despite being a second-round pick in 2021. Benigoni, meanwhile, was the 30th pick in the first round of the Dolphins back in 2020. Of course, back on Friday, the Cowboys acquired another first-round draft pick with their trade for quarterback Trey Lance. third overall pick in 2021, arrived in Dallas on Tuesday, connected with Dak Prescott for the first time, said he's looking forward to learning everything he can from the Cowboys quarterback. As for Prescott, he offered his opinion on the move back on Saturday.
That's a first-round talent, and you're always trying to make your team better, but that was the front office, so we're going to welcome him as we do any teammate, and hopefully he makes us better, and then we're going to continue to get back at it and know we've got one goal as a team.
One goal as a team. Major League Baseball, 30 games to go in the regular season. Flat-footed three-way tie atop the American League West. Astros and Rangers both gained a game on Seattle last night. Houston thumped Boston at Fenway Park 6-2. Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez hit back-to-back homers. And in the first inning, Mauricio Dubon added a two-run double in the sixth to back a solid start from J.P. France. Rangers made it back-to-back wins over the Mets in New York. 2-1 the score last night. Andrew Heaney and 4 Texas relievers combined on a 7-hitter. And the lowly Oakland A's did the Rangers and Astros a favor. They tripped the Mariners 3-1. Houston and Seattle will play afternoon games today. Rangers wrap up their series with the Mets tonight. Round Rock Express continued their hot streak. They opened their series at Oklahoma City with a 10-9 win. And in volleyball, great bounce-back victory for the 7th-ranked Texas volleyball squad. They rebounded from that shocking season-opening loss to unranked Long Beach State with a big-time road win last night for head coach Jared Elliott. They beat 5th-ranked Minnesota. Hostile environment on the road, 3-1. The defending national champs were led by Asia O'Neal, who played her first match of the season, finished with 7 kills and 8 blocks.
The Cowboys that move to send Kelvin Joseph, who was actually playing pretty well, to the Dolphins in exchange for their
corner for corner.
Your disappointing second-round defensive back, you're going to trade for their disappointing first-round defensive back. And I don't mind it, and this is why, because I think it's just about both of these teams. They're not necessarily giving up on these prospects. I think both of these teams still believe that, Kelvin Joseph and Igbenogany. I believe that's how you say Igbenogany. Igbenogany. Say it. Just
out
say
of Auburn.
Yeah.
Auburn Tiger.
I believe both squads just believe a change of scenery might help them better reach their ceiling. Because Kelvin Joseph actually did have a pretty good preseason. It's the preseason, so nobody cares. But he actually had a pretty good preseason, which I did think helped, kind of raise his trade value. I thought the Cowboys would end up trading him for a late-round pick of some sort, but no, they end up trading him for another player. And honestly, this is a good move for the Cowboys. The Cowboys, and we'll get into this in Ross around the day. I'm thinking about breaking it down a little bit because I got some notes on it. The Cowboys are really good at finding value in the acquisition markets. That's why they hate free agency. They talk about it all the time. They never want to bid in free agency because they believe you have to overpay because you're competing against other teams in the open market, in the free agent market. But that's why in the draft they're really good. They invest a lot in the draft. They're one of the best drafting teams in the NFL. They also love undrafted free agents. They got 3 of them, I believe, that made this 53-man roster. They're really big. They have some of the best undrafted free agency stories in NFL history, actually. I mean, how many teams have a franchise quarterback that was an undrafted free agent at one point, like Tony Romo? Just doesn't happen. The Cowboys have a really good track record there. But that's all about those are really cost-effective ways and team-friendly ways to acquire talent and acquire value. And one of the other things I think now is look at how many former first-round picks other teams, whether you call them a failed first-round pick or you just say that they underachieved with the team that drafted them, they have a ton of former first-round picks on their team right now. 12, actually. I would say, yeah. No, actually, this may make 13.
Yeah, well, two in 5 days that you acquired.
This makes 13. Yeah, so I got 13.
Trey Lance in the corner yesterday.
Yeah, 13 former first-round picks right now. Other teams, former first-round picks, period, on their roster right now.
And
their own included, too. They're in
corner for corner is a bit surprising because it felt like the reason they were trading Kelvin Joseph, or trading their corner, Kelvin Joseph, who was a second-round pick by the Cowboys, is that he was kind of stuck behind their 4 clear-cut corners, right? Trevon Diggs and Stephon Gilmore are your starters. Deron Bland and Jordan Lewis are the top backups because Deron Bland had a great rookie year. They also had a standout Kid Eric Scott is there. Israel Mamu is there as well, a depth player. Makiamu. So, yeah, they've got a deep secondary. They also brought all their safeties back this offseason. Donovan Wilson as well. So, yeah, the secondary is ready to go for the Cowboys. That's why I wondered, if you're going to trade Kelvin Joseph, would you get a pick, as you said, or a different position where maybe you're thin at linebacker or thin somewhere else. Instead, it's corner for corner for the Dallas Cowboys. But you're right, stockpiling first-round draft picks. And, the question's going to be in Dallas, this, Dak Prescott and that conversation. It's been an ongoing conversation, with Trey Lance coming in and him showing up and now him doing interviews. We'll hear from Trey Lance coming up throughout the show. He spoke yesterday. He was, happy to have a fresh start and ready to go. I still think it's, somewhat concerning and just odd that Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott were not even much Prescott, but both guys not consulted, or at least given the heads up that this was going down. And
my question is, was Dan Quinn consulted?
Yeah, right.
If Dan Quinn was consulted, then we know there's really something going on.
Reports came out yesterday that McCarthy was consulted. He just wasn't consulted on the business side, like how much they were going to trade for him. But they did have him evaluate Lance before the trade.
Well, McCarthy said he did. Well, McCarthy for his own, because this all came down on Friday. They played Saturday, so there was a lot of open mic stuff after the game, and Mike McCarthy said he did. It
might be damage control, though.
Yeah, I think there's some damage control.
It's gotten out there, and now it's a
exactly
big
right.
story that, hold up, you didn't tell your head coach or you're a quarterback, you didn't, that's just bad business. And I think now it's like, whoa. Yeah, he told me, but not about the business. So I think maybe some damage control. Well, I think he's right.
Right. Well, and of course, Mike McCarthy, is going to back Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I'm a company man.
And so is Dak Prescott. You even heard him in that little cut we played in the headlines that at one point in there he said that's the front office's call, essentially. It wasn't my call.
I got nothing to do with it.
But he's a third pick in the draft. He's a high level talent. He's a high ceiling talent. They didn't do this for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't a fourth round pick. It's not a throwaway pick. Dak Prescott was a fourth round pick. Those are valuable. The Cowboys have made more out of their fourth round picks than most teams in this league. When you consider that Tony Pollard and Dak Prescott and Dalton Schultz, these are all fourth round picks for the Cowboys. Let's hear one prominent national voice that is questioning Dak Prescott not being alerted and told is Louis Riddick at ESPN, now part of the growing stable there with the four-letter network. Here were his thoughts on Dak Prescott.
But there's no way you can tell me Jerry didn't know what he was doing when he didn't tell his franchise quarterback and his head coach, we're acquiring a guy who is very highly thought of at the most important position of the team when our own franchise quarterback is coming off of a year in which Dan just articulated. And there's no way you're not going to tell me that's not calculated, and he didn't do it for a reason. I don't know.
All right, there you go. There's Louis Riddick. Calculated? Is it pressure on Dak? Is it this is a business, and every position on our team, we're always looking for the replacement for that player, even if it's the quarterback. I heard the former Cowboy Marcus Spears yesterday say, I brought another lady home and my wife was there, and I said, hey, she's just going to stay with us for a little while. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out. Nothing to see here. All good. But yes, no, that's that again. It's the Cowboys, and all I would say for Jerry Jones, it seemed like it was such a drama-free camp and drama-free, off season for the most part. Outside of the Zeke Elliott, Cowboys fans, a lot of Cowboy fans, Zeke Elliott's their favorite player, and he was cut loose. He's in New England now. But other than that, I think most Cowboy fans were resigned that he wasn't going to be back anyway. So there wasn't much drama. And whether this is drama or not, we can decide. At the same time, it is pretty significant to give up a valuable pick for a high-end player who just didn't work out. Because, also here coming up, Rod, this morning, Jimmy Garoppolo did an interview, and you can tell that he was he kind of took a little under-his-breath shots at Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers for their handling of that whole quarterback situation in San Francisco with himself,
he's not the only
Trey
one.
Lance. And, a lot of people throwing – so there's shade for Jerry Jones, but there's also shade towards Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for how they handled this whole thing. They're just smiling because they feel like they got something in this Brock Purdy, and we'll see. A lot of pressure on Brock Purdy to perform at this point based on how this has all gone down.
Yeah, it's just, I always say that, picking a quarterback is like picking a significant other. The woman you marry is not always the hottest woman you ever dated. She was the one that was compatible with you. Shano believes that Brock Purdy is compatible with his offense, and even though they projected Trey Lance to be He just was not. It just didn't happen. And sometimes, hey, you can think, oh man, this person I'm going to marry, this person's going to be great. They're fantastic. And then you date them for a while, 2-3 years, and you go, yeah, actually, I was wrong about that. I got to know this person, and turns out I was wrong about them. They are not the one. And then you can see them date somebody for 6 months and end up marrying that person. You ever see that happen?
That's the one.
Somebody date somebody for 3-4 years, never marry them, and then date somebody for 6 months and get married. Like, whoa, what the hell happened? How'd you think? Like, hey man, they were the one.
Met the one.
We're compatible. That's the way it works. And quarterback is like that. People don't always like it. And yeah, sometimes you can sacrifice a ton, right? Because you believe that one person was going to be your life partner, Trey Lance, but turns out you were wrong. Hey, man, you got to admit you were wrong.
Yeah.
Charge it to the game and move on.
John Lynch said over the weekend, we own it. We own it.
Yeah, you got to own it, man.
And, if you listen to Kyle Shanahan, he made it pretty clear. The old adage, you can't make the club in the tub, Rod. I mean, you can't. It's not nobody's fault.
And exactly.
But we drafted you and knew you were going to take some time to season, and then when you got your first chance, you hit a player's helmet with your finger, broke your finger, and you missed most of the year. Then we built the offense around you last year, and you got hurt and kind of did a Dak Prescott thing with his ankle in the first game of the year. And then he was out. So, that's 2 seasons where you lost it. He was going to need reps anyhow that he never got.
Come on.
And then this Brock Purdy shows up. And, like
just wows everybody.
In my best Jerry Jones impression of Tony Romo, Brock Purdy's a miracle. It's like, come on. How does this happen? Mr. Irrelevant turns into our guy, and now you got his teammate Willie Snead in the 49ers comparing him to Drew Brees, saying this guy reminds me of Drew. I played with Drew for 3 or 4 years, and this is how this guy operates. We'll see. It leads to interesting conjecture and conversation a week out to the NFL season, but at the end of the day, Dak Prescott's the starter for the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
Brock Purdy's the starter for the 49ers, and they may meet again in January.
And by the way, speaking of, Dak Prescott is a happy accident. He's Viagra. Dak Prescott's going to be the starter. Getting back to your point about can't make the club in the tub, I'm a Romo-sexual. I love me some Tony Romo. Tony Romo couldn't be your franchise quarterback forever because he couldn't stay healthy. He was fragile. That's why you built that offensive line around him. Hopefully nobody could touch him because when he was untouched, he was amazing. But as soon as you sneezed on him, there was going to be an injury that popped up, and that's what happened toward the end of Romo's career. So, yeah, you're right. That's part. Availability is your number one ability in football.
Availability. Yeah, and Trey Lance just hasn't.
He hasn't
Which,
been available.
That spins it back to the Jerry Jones question is, how are you going to develop this guy who the 49ers could not? What's your plan? And even Mike McCarthy has admitted that, we'll try. We have meetings with our young players every week. And, but we're now focused on our season. It's about Dak and Cooper Rush. And,
it's about winning.
And it's about winning football games. And,
which is, I think, like I said, Trey Lance can help you as your simulation quarterback on your third team when you have to go up against Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones and Josh Allen. He can be a great simulation quarterback that can help you get a good look for the defense. But like I said, not on the field offensively, but that's for you. There's still a team aspect how he's contributing to winning games.
No, I agree with you. I think that's as good a point as anybody's made about what he can do for you right now. Is simulate Jalen Hurts, simulate Daniel Jones, bring a running quarterback for the scout team. I love that. But wouldn't you have loved to have he and Mike McCarthy sitting down talking about that before the acquisition? Like, hey, what do you think? Because the cut I played in the headlines was from Saturday night's post game. Mm-hmm. But the first thing that Dak Prescott said was when asked about Trey Lance is, man, I just feel bad for Will Grier. That's my guy. We've been sweating together out there at training camp, and he's played great.
He's been playing well,
and now he's out.
He looks good.
I feel bad for Will.
He's supposed to be a meritocracy, and you're like, I thought I earned it. I guess you didn't. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's a sad story.
So Dak's immediate thought was to his teammate who just got waived because they acquired this guy, and I do think there's some sides to Dak and Mike McCarthy that are kind of thinking. I also heard Mike Tannenbaum on ESPN, formerly the Jets, saying that if I were Mike McCarthy, I'd feel like that's a little bit ominous. But look, I do think it ratchets up the pressure on everybody. Jerry Jones made the move, gave up the pick, didn't tell his quarterback or coach. The quarterback and coach know this is an important season that we're kind of all in on this deal, y'all, and you need to step it up. And Brock Purdy, the pressure up on him out in San Francisco right now leads to a lot of fun drama conversation as we start this season. Coming up, we will get behind that burnt orange curtain, as we say, 3 days to the Longhorn opener with Rice. The rest of the college football weekend, Rod's been doing deep dive film study on the Rice Owls.
Yes, sir.
How many of you out there can say you watched 3 Rice games yesterday? Oh, my gosh. I watched Lionel Richie and some other stuff, but man, that's not something I did. I'll confirm that.
I'm a masochist.
He is. Well, you're a football theorist and masochist on top of it. You will also get to the What the Facts segment, big facts, including see that the LA Angels, after going forward at the trade deadline, have now waived a third of their roster. The LA Angels, what a season in front office management they have put on, man. What a display. We'll get to that coming up. Plenty to do. Glad you're with us. Just getting warmed up on a Wednesday. Yeah, that was the closer last night, the banger, Rod. People, I'll say this, I'm 50 years old, 50 years old, and I felt young in the crowd. I did. It was it was a great crowd. They were jamming. It was awesome. People, because we could look down on the floor seats, and man, they were dancing and shaking. It was awesome.
So it's past a lot of people's bedtimes.
It was. But it was over by 11. I'll say this, that's the first time I've ever been to a concert where, on the ticket it said starts at 7:30 and then ends at 11. It started at 7:30 and ended at 11.
And at 11. That's you know exactly what it is.
Like Earth, Wind, and Fire went on at 7:30. Like, how often does that happen at a concert? That it's like on the first beat was on point, and that's because they're old dudes too. They can't stay up too late either.
No, they're like, man, we got to get out of here.
Yeah. So it was a good time. It's a good time.
It's good stuff, man.
Moody Center.
Lionel Richie is still going strong.
About me, I'd been to a Texas basketball game a few times. I had not been to a concert at the Moody Center until last night. We were at the bull riding, the PBR on Sunday. They turned that thing around pretty quick. So good stuff there at what a great arena in downtown Austin, right on campus. It's just great acoustics. Great show. So Rod Babers will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas 3 days away to the opener with Rice. And we're talking a lot of Texas, obviously, the boxes that are checked and where they stand as the 11th ranked team in the country. And according to Barrett Saleh of CBS, Rod, he did an article highlighting 14 teams who he thinks are legitimate contenders for the college football playoff. And he has 2 in the ACC, 3 in the Big Ten, 1 independent in Notre Dame, 1 in the Pac, 2 in the Pac-12, or actually 4 in the Pac-12.
I was going to say the Pac-12 should have more because of the
4
quarterbacks. 4
in the Pac-12.
Because, the quarterbacks, man.
2 in the SEC, and then 1 in the Big 12. Those are his 14, and Texas is the lone Big 12 team that's in that conversation.
Yeah, strangely enough, the Pac-12 this year could end up wreaking havoc on the college football playoff just because they have so many quarterbacks that are going to be considered that can play an elite level. Obviously, Caleb Williams, defending Heisman Trophy winner. There's Michael Penix at Washington, who's a really, really good player. And, we're big fans of Michael Penix Jr., what he's done. They really got some Bo Nix, another guy that's a good quarterback in the Pac-12. So I think that's why people are really high on the Pac-12 is because you look at the quarterbacks in the Pac-12, and this may be the best year they've had for quarterbacks in a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's deep. It's
and
really, really talented players. And because as Barrett Saleh wrote that, USC, Oregon, Utah, and Washington, if any one of those teams were to run the table, they'd be legitimate
playoff contenders.
Yeah,
you got to put them in the conversation.
But because they're good at quarterback and they also have holes on all those teams, they could just cannibalize themselves and they won't have anybody, right? I mean, if they all knock each other off along the way here, then they won't have anybody. And that's,
Yeah, they can cannibalize each other.
Which kind of goes back to the Longhorn point that Texas, if they can handle their business, even with the Alabama game looming in a couple of weeks, that's an opportunity for Texas to have no impediment ahead of them. I mean, go for it. Go get this trip. Now, again, college football playoff would be. I think that's high cotton right now for the Longhorns.
Some people are picking. Desmond Howard did.
I know. Well,
Desmond Howard.
I'm just saying, realistically, let's work on a conference championship and then play your cards from there.
I'm with you. I'm trying to be realistic too, but some people are getting just wasted on the burnt orange Kool-Aid. And I get it because this is one of those years. Oh, yeah, you forgot about DJU. Thank you, Texter. Forgot about Uiagalelei. Also another really highly touted quarterback in the Pac-12. The Pac-12 is loaded with great quarterback play this year. Honestly, even UCLA I think they got a 5-star quarterback that's going to replace Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR, who's also balling in the league right now. So I think that's why people are really high on the Pac-12 this year, the quarterback play. They're going to have the best quarterback play of any league in college football.
Yeah.
Not even close, actually.
Yeah. Now, ACC could maybe contend, but we'll
Drake
see.
May. Well, but really, Drake May is
Cade
kind
Klubnik, if he takes it, Garrett Wilson, Garrett Riley's
like
offense, maybe there's a Cade Klubnik. I still consider Sam Hartman at Notre Dame still part of the ACC, even though Notre Dame's independent. Their affiliation there. So, and we saw Sam Hartman on Saturday. He's a really good player for Notre Dame. So, yeah, ACC maybe, but yeah, Pac-12. I don't think there's any doubt has the deepest talent level at quarterback, established quarterback talent in the country. Before the top of the hour, we got our What the Facts segment, including Bill Belichick has how many quarterbacks on his roster as of this morning? How many? Really? I'm sure. Okay, we'll get to that coming up. But right now, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now I did get to watch some Rice football last night. Focused on the Rice offense. We'll get to the Rice defense probably tomorrow, but I focused on the Rice offense and just how they would try to attack Texas. I can't imagine. I know they want to run the ball, and the offensive coordinator, Tuiasosopo, right? He's the offensive coordinator actually has been there for now 2 years. He wants to run the ball, and he talks about it, how they want to be a physical running team. But lately, they've been trending in some of the different games that I watched and some of the games that I went through and reviewed. They have been trending at times throwing the football a little bit more. And I think against Texas, I think they might try to throw the football early on. Now, not vertically downfield, because they have JT Daniels, who is the highest rated signee in Rice program history at quarterback. All right, a true 5-star, which Rice just doesn't really get those guys. I do think early on you may see them try to use the passing game as an extension of the running game, or the passing game to open up the running game. And that could be screens, the quick game, slants, and hitches, things they know Texas is willing to give up. It could be, bootlegs, waggles, just easy completions. The RPO game, which is a combination of the quick game and the run game. I can't imagine, that they're going to go into this game Rice, because the biggest advantage Texas has against Rice is the lines of scrimmage. That is the biggest advantage they have. And if you're Rice, you're trying your best to try to minimize that disadvantage that you're at with the lines of scrimmage. If you go in there just trying to play bully ball against Texas and run the football, I cannot imagine. Well, maybe you are. Maybe you're just waving the white flag. To me, if Rice goes in there and just decides, no, we're going to run the football against Texas. By the way, Texas, that's the strength of the defense, right? The strength of the Texas defense last year, they were 23rd in yards per rush allowed. They were, I believe they were 33rd around there in rushing yards per game allowed. We know that was the identity of the defense. The weakness last year of the Texas defense was actually the pass defense. They were 90th in pass defense. They were the 100th in completion percentage allowed. They gave up inside leverage a lot, which I yelled and screamed about a lot on the airwaves. If you're going to attack Texas, you really do it through the air. Doing it on the ground is kind of banging your head against a brick wall, especially a program that, like Rice, who doesn't have the hogs up front to do it. And I know some people are like, whoa, how can they pass protect too? Yeah, but there are schematic things you can do in pass protection that can hide your disadvantage in pass pro. You can bootleg and waggle. You can just kind of cut off the defense. Bootleg, waggle, which they do, and roll out and get the quarterback outside the pocket or move the pocket. The RPO is basically the quick game and the run game. The RPO neutralizes pass rush too. You can run the quick game. You can run screens and things of that nature. So there are things you can do in the passing game early on to cover up the fact that you don't have superb pass protection. And to me, if I'm game planning, I game plan based on what are my strengths and what are the weaknesses of the opponent. Texas's strength on defense is their rush defense. Their weakness is their pass defense. The Rice Owls with Tuiasosopo as the offensive coordinator, they actually are one of the better pass offenses that they've had in program history. The Rice passing game in 2021 had more yards than any Rice team since 2016. They did that with 4 different starting quarterbacks. And in 2022, they were 65th in the country in passing yards per game. That's the most by a Rice team since 2008. And now they have JT Daniels. They did lose a lot of targets in the passing game because they transferred and guys graduated. But Luke McCaffrey is their best player, and he is a wide receiver who switched from quarterback. I just got a feeling early on, just to try to inspire this team so that they fight at least for the first quarter against Texas, and are not smothered and just, suffocated. I think they might try to throw it a little bit.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try to throw it a little bit. Yeah, test the secondary a little bit.
Yeah, it's the best team Bloomgren's had. I think there's no doubt. You've documented that through their recruiting efforts and the additions. And he's been there 5 or 6 years now. And I would also say that their goal at Rice is pretty clear. They want to make a bowl game. They want to compete a little bit in the AAC. And
they went to a bowl game last year, but they didn't earn it.
Right? They
were given it. Well, they didn't earn it.
They'd like to
academic
get to that
progress report stuff.
6-7 win.
They
plateau.
were 5 wins. Yeah,
they'd like to get to past that, earn their way into a bowl game, and show that progress into their new conference now in the AAC. But, as we said, they were picked in the preseason. In the 14-team AAC, they were picked to finish 12th. But, that's the media poll, and who knows? We haven't seen anybody play yet. And we'll get to see them on Saturday. With JT Daniels, an experienced quarterback, and a coach who's established it, they can at least give Texas a good look here. They can at least give Texas, this isn't playing. Remember when they played Texas opened the season with UTEP a few years ago, and it was just non-competitive. It was just, there's nothing there. This will be a competitive Rice team for a little while. A veteran quarterback who can try to pick apart some weaknesses maybe he sees. And Mike Bloomgren is an offensive coach. So we'll see. I think it's a good just an early barometer for the Longhorns, see where they are, because they're going to come in playing hard. It's a team out of the state of Texas, and they do have some experienced players. So I like the matchup. Obviously, it ramps up significantly the following week, but that's what you want. You want someone that'll test you just a little bit.
They will, because their offense it's a modern, multiple, malleable offense. Well, I mean, malleable. It can solve problems the defense presents, but they do everything. I mean, 11 personnel, 12, 13, 21 personnel. They run empty formation, condensed sets, compressed formations, bunch formations. They do a good job of compressing sets, condensing sets. That's basically having the receivers close to the line of scrimmage. When you talk about condensing compressed sets, bunch formations, clustered wide receivers together, this disallows defensive backs to reroute the wide receiver. They instead have to read and react to the release of the wide receiver. And that gives the Rice wide receivers, which usually are, physically disadvantaged because they're going up against better talent, they can get a free release off the line of scrimmage and at least be able to get into their route. They do a lot of that. And Texas last year, honestly, were poor at being able to read and react to those routes rather than reroute. Remember Texas, the bunch formations that Bama ran and that Iowa State ran versus Texas, they completed upwards of 80% of their passes when they were targeting bunch formations. That is something from last year that Texas didn't, to me, that Texas could be exploited with, was bunch formations, because their defensive backs weren't really great communicating and passing off those routes in coverage. Rice, although not elite talent, but as E said, they're going to test some of that. They're going to test your ability to communicate. You're not overwhelmed athletically, but they call their offense intellectual brutality. So they're going to try to catch Texas off guard there. You got to take Luke McCaffrey out of the game. He's the only real threat they have on offense, and they try to get him the ball in every way they can. They put him in a slot. That's 70% of the time. They put him out wide. They put him, in the backfield as a wildcat quarterback and just snap it to him. They find any way they can to get Luke McCaffrey the ball. It's easier to take him away now. Bradley Rosner, who was one of their leading receivers, transferred to North Carolina State. Isaiah Esdale, another good receiver for them, and Cedric Patterson both graduated. They're done. He pretty much is the sole proven commodity in the passing game, and he works the middle of the field. I mean, how about this? 83% basically of his targets are in 19 yards or less, so he doesn't go deep a lot. And if you're talking about in between the numbers, 70+% of his targets are in between the numbers. And that's short, intermediate, and deep in between the numbers. I'm looking at all of them. And Pro Football Focus has his grades when he's targeted in between the numbers, 92, 91, and 90. He's superb work in the middle of the field. 69% completion percentage when they target him in the middle of the field. And if you go look at the forced missed tackles, he's got 12 of them when he's targeted in the short. So basically short means 0 to 10 yards in between the numbers. He's got 12 forced missed tackles. So those are short crossing routes. He gets the ball and boom, he can get yak after that. So you got to make sure you can tackle this dude. So in between the numbers, that's where he does all of his damage. You don't even really have to worry about him out wide. He's in the slot, and they can pretty much just bracket him and double team him, because I think Texas should trust their corners one-on-one on the outside with Rice receivers. If they don't, we got bigger issues, ladies and gentlemen.
We got bigger issues. And remember, we will be here to diagnose those issues on Monday, Labor Day. When you're not laboring, we will be here talking Texas Rice and the weekend of college football. Quick reminder on that front. Also, get you some other reminders where we're going to be on game day coming up next hour. Also, some breaking news as far as our plan on game day, Rod, in our next hour as well. So lock it in. Coming back with the What the Facts segment, the facts of the morning. A lot of them out there, including the Patriots. How many quarterbacks do they have on their roster? Almost a no-hitter last night in Major League Baseball. And the LA Angels, after going forward at the trade deadline, have slashed a third of their roster as of yesterday. Details to come, all on the other side of a quick timeout here on E and Rod B. Hook 'em up. Wednesday on Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up on this 30th of August, and a lot going on. Big conversations. Texas and Rice college football is back tomorrow night in full with a good Thursday night slate, which we will preview heavily today and tomorrow. And, of course, the Longhorns playing on Saturday as part of the full Saturday of college football, the first of them. Also was looking, Rod, it's time for our What the Facts segment, just the facts.
What the facts?
And I'm still trying to compile this. Yesterday was cut down day in the NFL, and so far I found, of course, Colt McCoy was released by the Arizona Cardinals.
Did you get a list of the guys who were cut? Is that what your list of?
Yeah. Josh Thompson was released yesterday. Shane Buechele did not make that Chiefs.
Oh, I'm a little well, you know
what?
I
think they're going to try to bring him
but
back.
They might bring him back for the practice squad. Remember that they changed the practice squad rules now, too, where, since we're talking about what the facts, where now you have 3 designations before you have to make them a part of your 53-man roster. So basically you can bring somebody up from the practice squad 3 times, and only the 4th time would you have to make them a part of your 53-man roster. And so that's a lot more flexibility for teams with their roster. So you can hide guys now officially on your practice squad.
So who's the backup there now? Chad Henne still?
No, he retired.
Did he?
I'm trying to remember who and Shane Buechele had a really great season.
I'll find it out for you in a second.
Yeah,
because I got all the rosters up right now. So I'll find it out.
And I will say this, that and one of the just the facts that I tease is interesting. As we sit here this morning, the New England Patriots have 1 quarterback on their roster. That's Mac Jones. He's the only QB who is on their roster. And, by the way, Blaine Gabbert is the backup quarterback.
Gabbert.
And Chad Henne. Chad Henne, is Chad still there?
He's still there.
Matt Moore.
Yeah, why the hell would you give up that gig?
I know.
That's
Matt Moore?
Matt Moore.
That's a great gig.
I thought that dude would be retired.
I figured Shane Buechele was a better. Shane Buechele's played really well for them in preseason, but maybe they'll bring him back, like you said, practice squad.
Yeah, he had it. Well, and maybe to give him a chance, knowing he was behind the depth chart there.
That's true.
Maybe Shane could latch on. But
Catch on some
he was
ropes.
good everywhere he got on the field. Anthony Cook got released, and Malik Jefferson did not make the Cowboys roster up there in Dallas. So we'll keep looking for those. But, man, there were 40-plus players, 41 players in camp. So if only 4 or 5 didn't, that means, the 35 Longhorns still.
Deshaun Jameson?
Deshaun Jameson. Well, I haven't seen that. That's the one I'm looking for. I saw a whisper that maybe he is out, but at the same time,
I think they might bring him back for the practice squad. I was hearing good things about how the coaches really liked him, and he was doing well in training camp. I mean, I don't know, not good enough to make the 53, but good enough to make the practice squad.
Right, practice squad is an opportunity for Deshaun Jameson.
Yeah.
This says Chad Henne is retired. Blaine Gabbert is the backup. Blaine Gabbert, another one of those lifetime backup quarterbacks, making pretty good cash.
Gig if you can get
like Colt McCoy. Now, do the Patriots go after Colt McCoy? Is that where he lands? I mean, if you got no quarterbacks, you can't start the season with no quarterbacks.
He does strike me as
behind your starter, Mac. But, Bill Belichick does bizarre things. He had a defensive coordinator calling offensive plays last year. He's a weirdo guy.
He does.
I don't think he's going to play with his roster that way. Maybe he's got a super secret backup quarterback that we don't know about that's already on his roster that, masks himself as a different position. I don't know.
You're at 21 teams have to use multiple starting quarterbacks last year. You only had, I want to say only 10 quarterbacks had 100% participation. Starting quarterbacks. That was the lowest number, I believe, in the 32-team league era.
Says Carson Wentz is rumored to be signing with the Chiefs. So that's a rumor, not a fact, in our Just the Fact segment. We'll keep you posted on
CB
that.
shouting out to Ojimo, made them Eagles.
He did. Remember, he got hurt early. DeAndre Coburn made the Chiefs.
How many damn D linemen did the Eagles sign?
All of them.
It's like, right
all of them.
out there, 53-man roster. How many are D linemen? 12.
All of them, yeah. I would also say
like what?
I like
the
idea
see that roster, man.
Heck, I mean the DeAndre Coburn made the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's good.
And DeMarvion Overshown was well on his way to making the Cowboys as maybe an impact player. I mean, at one point it was Mike McCarthy called him the star of the draft class, and then he got hurt, of course, unfortunately.
Well, the Chiefs are missing a crucial D tackle, so
yeah,
it was perfect timing for Kendrick Coburn.
He's still holding out.
Because Chris Jones was like, I ain't coming till after week 8. And Kendrick Coburn is like, really? He's the only one giddy around there about it. He's like, oh, he's got to act like he's disappointed. Oh, sorry, Chris Jones isn't here, but I guess that gives me more opportunities.
Hey, now. It is a fact that when you make your fantasy football drafts this week and weekend, that the Colts, Jonathan Taylor, is on the PUP list. He won't play the first month. Where would you draft him? Where is he going to play? That thing is a stalemate. They didn't trade him. The Jim Irsay's made another mess. Because I think Chris Ballard, factually, I think he's a really good general manager.
I like him too.
But this owner continues to be a meddling mess now. This is This is a Colts franchise that has been drifting since Andrew Luck retired, trying to find the right pieces, and the owner has gotten more and more involved. And last year, remember, Frank Reich was a good coach.
I liked Frank Reich. He was making the playoffs with, starting multiple different quarterbacks. I mean, that was his downfall.
Well, he got hired in a minute.
Yeah.
Like the Carolina Panthers gobbled him up as quick as they could.
No, he's a good coach.
And now he's coaching the Panthers. But so Jim Irsay stepped in, then he appointed and hired his guy, Jeff Saturday, who'd never been a coach.
That was a terrible idea.
That was a mess. And then they became and now it seems like this Jonathan Taylor thing's a mess. Here's a 24-year-old star player who's, well, this isn't even, he's not to the end of his contract yet. He just wanted to talk about an extension ahead of the clock, and Jim Irsay screwed that up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can still, think about the way the Raiders handled the Josh Jacobs situation. They said the right thing all the time. They talked that, show up, and Josh Jacobs is going to be in camp. Mm-hmm. And the Josh Jacobs relationship with the Raiders is strained, but he's going to play. Yeah. And this is where Jonathan Taylor is. He needs to be on the field because he's got to get to that vested year to get to the free agency that he wants, and he's got to perform. But at the same time, Jim Irsay's made such a mess of the relationship, he's not even going to play the first month of the year. Mm-mm. Factually, Rod, that's a mess.
That is a mess. That is a fact. It is
and you have a rookie quarterback who, by anybody's admission, is raw.
So you need the running game.
And you won't have your best player.
Yeah. No, it's a dang coaching mistake.
I'm just glad you and I as Texans fans, I'm just glad that someone else is trying to take the mantle of worst run organization
in that division.
Thank you, Jim Irsay. Appreciate you for doing that.
Oh, man.
Hey, we'll be back. We're 1 hour into our 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. It's E and Rod B. We hook them up with you. We got Texas football, a Rod's rant of the day, and some breaking news involving Rod, myself, and our game day plans for 20 and 23. Excited to tell you about it. It's Hook 'em Up, Ian Rod B. Wednesday, over the hump into, one of the best weekends of the year. The start of the college football season. I know we dabbled in the college football last weekend. There was some appetizers there.
Appetizer.
And the full Monty will roll in this weekend starting tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. And we were at number 3 in our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 countdown. And it's an opponent on the Longhorn schedule. I guess you could guess that after our conversation about Ohio State yesterday. We were at number 3. With that later in the show. Also at the bottom of the hour, our friend Bobby Burton from Inside Texas will join us.
Yeah, it's my dog.
Some things to talk about with Bobby, including his thoughts on this Longhorn team, what he's hearing behind the scenes, about team chemistry as the Horns get ready to open up their season in 3 days. And you and I are both going to be doing some stuff with Bobby at Inside Texas in the coming months and hopefully longer than that. Excited to talk to Bobby and tell you about that. Also, what we'll be doing on game day. We came off our Ian Rod B. Facts of the Day segment, Rod, and interesting stuff there on college and pro football. And we'll get back into some of those things. Plus, Rod has a rant of the day, and we will get some bullish or BS before the end of the hour. So It's a good Wednesday. Good Wednesday.
Great Wednesday.
Yeah, this is
football, baby.
It is football. And it's a little cooler out, as you said. You went for a jog this morning.
Yeah, it felt a little chill. I mean, I drove in with the windows down. It felt good.
Yeah, man.
It's a hint. There was a hint of fall in the morning air. That's just a hint. Just a little small one. Minuscule.
You got like another month.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's all right. I like a little appetizer, a little teaser of the fall. That's why it feels like football outside.
If I wake up on every game day, the first game of the year, I wake up and I feel like the smell is there no matter what, though. The butterflies hit and you walk out.
Yeah, you sure that's not your subconscious? It's your
subconscious.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Hey.
I don't know. I love it, though. I'm excited. I'm getting butterflies right now just thinking about it.
No, I'm with you. There is something it does smell like football, and I don't know what it is, but it does. Like, when there's going to be a lot of football that weekend, it does feel like it smells different. You get up early in the morning.
It's weird because we had we had our full slate of high school football games last week, right? We told you last week's start was the earliest start in 50 years for high school football, and it just felt like that was too early. It was like, man, late August, not even Labor Day yet, but this feels like
too hot.
It's too hot.
It was too hot.
Too hot still.
It was too hot.
Yeah, you don't get you get these cool mornings, and it's relative is cool. Cool is relative here, but
no doubt. Yeah.
Compared to what it's been, it's cooler, and the humidity's down, and it does feel a bit more like football, which is a good thing. Hey, can we get to the headlines quickly to start this hour? Then we'll get Rod's rant. We've got some other facts of the day we need to get to. Let's get you caught up. Top Gun. Equipment Rentals bring you the news. Yeah, college football, T-minus 1 day to the first Thursday night slate, T-minus 3 days to the start of the 2023 Longhorn season. 11th ranked Horns continuing their game week prep for the Rice Owls on Saturday afternoon, 2:30 at DKR. Elsewhere in college football, after a lengthy battle this offseason, Ohio State, one of the favorites in the Big Ten. Their coach Ryan Day yesterday announced that junior Kyle McCord will be the team's starting quarterback for their season opener against Indiana on Saturday. Clear, though, from Ryan Day that redshirt freshman Devin Brown had a good enough camp. He's earned the right to play in that game. So he said both quarterbacks will see the field against the Hoosiers. In the NFL, cut-down day around the league. All 32 teams paring their rosters back to 53. The biggest news was in Indianapolis, where there was no news. Colts unable to complete a deal for All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor. He will begin the season on the PUP list and will be out the first 4 games of the season for the Colts. Cowboys made a trade yesterday. We'll get more on that with Rod coming up in Rod's rant. Major League Baseball, with 30 games to go in the regular season, flat-footed 3-way tie atop the American League West. Astros and Rangers both gained a game on the Seattle Mariners last night. Houston thumped Boston 6-2 at Fenway Park. Second straight win there. Alex Bregman and Yordan Alvarez back-to-back homers in the first inning. Mauricio Dubon added a 2-run double in the 6th. That's backed a solid start from J.P. France. Rangers made a back-to-back wins in New York. They beat the Mets 2-1. Andrew Heaney and 4 relievers combined on a 7-hitter. The lowly A's, meanwhile, did the Texas 2 a favor. They tripped up the Mariners 3-1. Houston and Seattle will play this afternoon. Rangers wrap up their series with the Mets tonight. And again, a 3-way tie in the West. In Round Rock Express continue their hot streak. They opened a series at Oklahoma City with a 10-9 win. In volleyball, great bounce-back victory for the 7th-ranked Texas volleyball squad. They were stunned over the weekend in their first match of the year, losing to an opening game match loss to Long Beach State. But then they picked up a big-time road win last night. Got things back together. They beat 5th-ranked Minnesota at Minnesota 3-1. Defending national champs led by Asia O'Neal played her first match of the season, finished with 7 kills and 8 blocks.
All right, Cowboys once again. It seems like now they like the trade market, and honestly, it's it's a refreshing. I think it's kind of a refreshing mentality for the Cowboys. They used to be overly reliant on the draft. You talk about the Cowboys, who are the most, and I'll get into this a little bit more in Rod's Round the Day. But if you look at teams who signed, basically, if you look at, this is last season, so I haven't done it for this season. But if I went and looked at the free agency, like basically what percentage of your salary cap was taken up by the biggest free agents. And I went and looked at it, and you go look at it. The Dallas Cowboys, they definitely had the fewest amount of their salary cap dollars that were allocated for big time free agent acquisitions. Only 3 of the Cowboys players, this is last year, so not this year. Only 3 of the Cowboys players from the 2022 roster were among the highest cap hits on their team. Top 15 cap hits. I just looked at the top 15 highest cap hits for the players, and only 3 of their top 15 highest cap hits were from free agent acquisitions. To give you perspective on that, the Buffalo Bills were at 8. Kansas City was at 8. The Giants were at 6. Washington was at 9. The Rams were at 8. Cincinnati was at 8. So the Cowboys, they are a homegrown model. But I'm glad now that at least they're looking at, and they don't like free agency, but at least they're looking at the trade market as now a way to acquire great value. And this is like the 5th trade they've made since that Jonathan Hankins deal. And they got starters out of that. Not Trey Lance.
Not Trey Lance.
But
Trey Lance
Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks and Jonathan Hankins. And now you bring it in. This is not going to be a starter either, but it's a project, a developmental project.
It is interesting to me, the ongoing parallels with the Cowboys and the Longhorns that we, those are the 2 biggest brands we cover. But both feel like their seasons, there's a really high bar for both Texas and the Dallas Cowboys this year. And both, in college football, you do it through the transfer portal to add talent.
Yeah.
And through the Cowboys, who have been reticent to get into the trade market and free agency for a long time, they've gone after it. And you said it. I mean, the Jonathan Hankins trade started last year when they knew they needed some run defense. They've made the trades for the cornerback and Stephon Gilmore, the receiver they needed, and Brandon Cooks. Almost like Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones realized the error of their ways, letting Amari Cooper go and not replacing him last year. And it might have been what came to get him when it mattered the most. In January, when Tony Pollard got hurt against San Francisco, they didn't have enough weapons to compete against that defense. And Dak Prescott threw the 2 big interceptions, but he was that defense just suffocated the Cowboys without Tony Pollard on the field, and they could completely isolate CeeDee Lamb, and they didn't have anybody else that could really beat them. They've addressed that, and I think that's a step forward. And the Longhorns, meanwhile, they felt like they had some holes and some spots, and they were aggressive in the transfer portal and brought in guys who they think will be starting players for them, and A.D. Mitchell and Jalen Catalon. Gavin Holmes at corner, Ryan Sanborn at punter and kicker potentially. So really went out and got pieces just because, again, Sark has been clear he wants to build through the recruiting side, right? Recruiting high school players.
In Texas, you should be able to do that.
Right, and he's had back-to-back, top 3 recruiting classes, and that growth continues, and the Cowboys have been very good drafting. But sometimes you got to go accentuate that and go get some pieces that can help you, even raise the bar further. And that's where there's so much excitement in Longhorn land, and I think for the Cowboys.
It's a good comparison.
And they're. And I like how you say the talent acquisition market, and college football is different than the pros, but those are the ways to acquire players to add to your roster.
And the Cowboys have been, they've been hesitant to pursue all possible means to acquire talent. They don't like free agency. They haven't liked the trade market, or at least recently, because Jerry Jones used to be maybe a little bit abusing the trade market. Maybe he was a little bit too loose in the trade market. But then, I think there's a healthy balance you can strike with free agency, with the trade market in the NFL, with the draft, of course. That's got to be most of your talent acquisition, and also undrafted free agency. There's 4 main ways to acquire talent in the NFL, and I think you gotta try to exhaust all of those possible means, because teams like the Chiefs and teams like the Eagles and some of these teams that we consider to be really well-run franchises, they make sure that they exhaust all possible means to acquire talent. In the Cowboys, they have really been kind of playing or playing this game, if you will, competing in this league, a little bit disadvantaged, in my opinion, because they don't pursue all the possible avenues to acquire that value.
And they saw the team in their division go after A.J. Brown last year and make a couple of trades. Remember, they traded for the kid Gardner Johnson from the Saints to shore up their safety position, and they traded for A.J. Brown. And those two moves really helped them take that next step into the Super Bowl, which is what the Cowboys are trying to do. And here's our text. Come on, stop. It's the damn Cowboys. They will choke in the first round. You're giving old man Jerry too much credit. Look, the Cowboys very well could not get over the hump and not beat Philadelphia, because Philadelphia has made big additions this offseason too, and stockpiling D linemen, as you said. They're going to be formidable, and I think if this Brock Purdy kid is the real deal, as it seems like the 49ers are saying he is, that's why they were willing to trade Trey Lance, that they found their quarterback. And we know the 49ers, with all the mess surrounding Kyle Shanahan and this Trey Lance controversy, or at least criticism, 49ers will be salty.
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah, we're just giving the Cowboys credit for changing some of their bad organizational habits.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean it's going to lead to a Super Bowl.
Exactly. They drafted 7 quarterbacks in the last 34 years. I know Trey Lance isn't drafting a quarterback, but at least you're acquiring a young quarterback, and that is always a good organizational habit to have. We just talked about Brock Purdy. Well, with the 49ers and Shannon B, if they hadn't just drafted Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant, well, he'd probably be out of a job potentially. I don't know where he'd be right now. SOL, that's for sure. You look at the Cowboys, Dak Prescott's your happy accident. You didn't know Dak Prescott's going to be a franchise quarterback. You'd be in quarterback hell right now if you didn't have drafted a quarterback, which you drafted, the fewest in the NFL in the last 20.
Romo was a miracle.
Thank you, 30-something years. Yeah, he's the only undrafted free agent I can think of other than Kurt Warner and Warren Moon that became franchise quarterbacks in NFL history. That just doesn't happen. So that's a good organizational habit the Cowboys are changing. And this is also good that they're now using the trade market, and they're getting great value, by the way. You're talking about giving up a 6th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and they're getting starters. They gave up Kelvin Joseph, who's a 2nd-round pick for them, to get a 1st-round pick. Both of them struggling DBs, but at least one's a 1st-round struggling DB that you're getting in return, giving up a 2nd. This is about value acquisition, and I think the Cowboys doing a really good job in that right now.
Yeah.
So changing some of their habits.
We'll have more on that in Rod's rant here coming up. Also in our Bullish and BS segment before the end of the hour. Are we bullish on SMU and their big money boosters trying to buy their way into the ACC? We'll get you details on that. That vote could be coming down here with the ACC still trying to grow and make their top end happy. We'll get you details on that. But ironically, 40 years after they were shut down as a program for big money boosters, they may need the big money boosters to get themselves into the Power Four, essentially. Also, bottom of the hour, Bobby Burton. We'll jump in, talk some Texas football. He's got his finger on the pulse of this Longhorn locker room and team from inside Texas. We're excited to talk to him. But right now, let's get Rod's rants of a Wednesday morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys a little bit more. They made a trade and traded Kelvin Joseph, who I thought Kelvin Joseph actually had a decent preseason. Maybe that's why he increased his trade value. Initially, a lot of fans thought that he was pretty much a bust of a draft pick for the Cowboys. But they moved him around. Remember, they moved him to nickel from the corner, moved him to safety. And this preseason actually had a pretty good preseason. They traded him to the Miami Dolphins for their struggling first-round defensive back selection that they drafted a few years ago, Noah Igbenogany. Igbenogany. I'll make sure I say it right.
Igbenogany out of Auburn University.
Yes.
I wonder if they pronounced that right on draft night when he was the 30th pick. The guy with did Roger Goodell say that right?
You just got to practice a little. Igbenogany. Once you say it, it does roll. Igbenogany. Once you say it, it starts to roll off the tongue. But
you try to read it, you're like,
it's like Uyangalele. Like Uyangalele. See, there you go. Uyangalele.
I still can't say that.
Uyangalele. It's like Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, once you say it once, you get it. But you got to say it right one time.
And again, when you say Tua's name, people get mad. It's like, well, where are you getting this N? Tua Tagovailoa, but when you hear
Tagovailoa.
Tua,
That's what he says.
That's what Tua says. When Tua says, "Here's how you pronounce my last name," it's a tongue. It's like tongue.
Yeah,
Tagovailoa.
Just because in other cultures, other languages, the letters and the pronunciations aren't always the same. We were talking about that with what's his name, Steve Hellwagon yesterday.
Steve Hellwagon.
Is it German? They said
Hellwagon.
Yeah, Hellwagen. Anyway, so getting back to the Cowboys, this goes back to value though, right? They give up their struggling second-round defensive back in exchange for a first-round struggling defensive back from their team. Number one, the Cowboys do believe in their development. They believe they can develop talent. They're big, and that's why they like these projects that they can get in some of the early rounds, like the second round and the third round. The second round, they're famous, the Cowboys are, for going after a project, whether it be somebody with off-the-field issues or somebody that just has a really high upside. But the Cowboys, they want... And on their roster, they do want the guys with extremely high upside. I went and looked at it today. The Cowboys now, with this pickup of Igbenogany. Did I get it right? Man, it sounds like I'm saying it wrong. But they have 13 former first-round picks. Now, that includes their own, but 13 former first-round picks currently on their roster. I haven't done the math, but I guarantee if I went and looked at it, that'd be one of the league leaders, if not the league leader. And the Cowboys are really big about taking some other teams, first round pick that may have underachieved, didn't work out for whatever reasons, and believing, you know what, we can turn that player around, or at least that player has a higher upside with us, and we can develop. That's why they're big on their board. I mean, they had a second round grade on Trey Lance, so they believe acquiring Trey Lance for a fourth round pick actually. That's good value for them because they had a second-round grade on him. So the Cowboys, I mean, Malik Hooker's one of those guys that was a first-round pick for another team, has really worked out for them and has signed an extension with the Cowboys. Cowboys like Dante Fowler's another first-round. Brandon Cooks, of course, is in that conversation. Stephon Gilmore in that conversation too. So Cowboys are really big on that because they think that's another way that they can extract some value from the market. And the Cowboys are really good at that. That term comes up a lot, right, when you're talking about talent acquisition. The Cowboys are actually one of the better teams in the NFL too at acquiring undrafted free agents. I believe 3 of them are going to sign this year on their 53-man roster. They're going to end up with 3 of them. One is that North Dakota State fullback, Hunter Lipke. Hunter Lipke, I believe is his name.
Lepke.
Is it Lepke?
I think so.
Okay. He's going to make it as an undrafted free agent. Earl Bostic is going to make it as an undrafted free agent as well. And I believe David Durden is the other undrafted free agent. Cowboys, they do undrafted free agent rankings and evaluations just like they do players. Every player coming out in the draft, just some guys end up undrafted free agents. So they actually rank all those guys. Shout out to Thor Nystrom. He's the one that does it. When you looked at the team's overall undrafted free agency rankings over the last 5 years, I'll give you the Cowboys ranking. Last 5 years. In 2022, they were number 1. In 2020, this is the ranking for undrafted free agent acquisitions. In 2021, they were number 2. In 2020, they were number 1. In 2019, they were number 9. In 2023, number 3. So the last 3 years, they've been 3, 1, and 2. Actually, last 4 years, 3, 1, 2, and 1. In their rankings of undrafted free agent class acquisitions. They're really good at it. Really, that's why they don't like free agency, because they love undrafted free agency so much. Here's what Stephen Jones always says about undrafted free agency, why they don't really pursue it. You're going to pay good players like they're great, average players like they're good, below average players like they're average. It's just not a great way to build a football team. So the Cowboys generally stay away from that, but because they're really good in the draft, and they're really good at undrafted free agency, you could argue one of the best in the NFL, and they have a lot of those stories to back that up. That's where they also extract, and they get a lot of value there as well. And this is another way the Cowboys are doing it. So some things the Cowboys are doing in their front office are really, really constructive. This is another one, just taking teams, high upside players who probably had a really high grade on your board and seeing if you can rejuvenate that skill set. And now with a guy like Dan Quinn, he's showing up with defensive guys. He can do it. He did, definitely you start looking at some of the guys who come in there. Malik Hooker did a really good job. I know that J-Ron Curtis is not a high draft pick, but in terms of rejuvenating a skill set, and really being able to activate a skill set, he does it really well. That's why he likes guys like Dante Fowler coming in there, guys that he knows has a high ceiling, but that work in his system.
He knows what he's looking for.
He does.
Weaponizing players and the positionless football concept. And the Cowboys should be stout on defense. Some people think they have the best defense in pro football. If the addition of Stephon Gilmore brings another top end corner to the other side, and then the pass rush can get home and wreak havoc. I like it. Dallas Cowboys making a move, corner for corner. Kelvin Joseph, I think this is one of those. One's a first-round pick, one's a second-round pick. Both probably need a fresh start, new organization, new opportunities. So good stuff right there with Rod's rant and the Dallas Cowboys, who, now it's after a cut-down day. I don't think we'll hear a ton of news about the NFL. There'll be some signings, and maybe does Chris Jones get into camp? Does something happen with Jonathan Taylor? Not much can happen now. He's on the PUP list for the first 4 games. But all about college football this weekend, Rod, and then we'll double back into the NFL next week because the NFL will crank up next Thursday. We're 8 days away to the start of the NFL season. I do like this schedule where they get the preseason out of the way, get cut-down day done, and now they've got all 32 teams have a kind of a 2-week decompression set to get ready for the season.
Calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the Longhorns, they're going to have, some would say, the calm before the storm with the Rice Owls in week 1 to get ready for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Ooh.
And you have done the deep dive on Rice, Rod, watching film.
They watched 3 games on Rice. Watched USC, watched Louisiana Tech, and Southern Miss.
Well, that's the other thing about Rice. Even though their record they're not been a good program. They've played some pretty good teams. I mean, they've gone up against good competition, and so you can see that on the film of where they stand and what you can expect from the Longhorns. Longhorns should overwhelm this team over 4 quarters of football.
They should.
And but early in the game, we may be able to glean some things from this Longhorn team because Mike Bloomgren, an offensive guy with a veteran quarterback like J.T. Daniels, a receiver like Luke McCaffrey, how are they going to try to attack Texas, and how does then Texas counter that defensively, and then offensively, how does Texas attack this Rice defense with Quinn Ewers? So we're looking forward to that. We will talk with Bobby Burton coming up inside Texas, the very latest on the Longhorns. Also some news that we can tell you how we're working with Inside Texas to bring you more Longhorn coverage here on the Horn and on their great website and all their platforms. We'll also get some Bullish or BS before the end of the hour, loaded on a Wednesday. Indeed, the Horn and Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B rolls on. Appreciate you being there on 101.9 AM 1260. Of course, also on the digital app where the numbers are growing like crazy, going bonkers. Appreciate you doing that, downloading the Horn app. Absolutely free and so easy to use. Listen to us with the touch of a button. Also on your smart speaker at home and work. Also on our YouTube channel, our Twitch channel at hornfm.com. All the ways to find us and talk Texas football, Cowboys, and so much more. Each and every morning, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. And as promised, let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. Look who it is. It's, speaking of born in the USA, a man who I've just found out was born on this day.
Hey, what?
Yeah. Born on this day. I'm reading his story at Inside Texas this morning.
Is that true?
So it turns out that Bobby Burton and my wife share a birthday, August the 30th. And happy birthday to both of them.
Happy birthday, Bobby.
Happy birthday, Bobby.
Y'all just don't want to know how old I am.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not saying my wife's age either, Bobby. That's not going to happen. But how are you, my friend? It's football season, and your line of your story said every year you receive the gift of football returning for your birthday on August the 30th. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I love it because that means I get to be in Austin on game day because almost every first game of the year is in Austin. So I make sure I'm there and doing that. I just this season feels a little bit different to me, guys. I mentioned in the story today on Inside Texas that it's been a decade, more than a decade, since I predicted Texas to win 10 regular season games. And I've been doing this for, almost 30 years now, I guess. It's the first time since 2010, since the year after Texas made a run at the national championship, that I've been this high on the Longhorns. Now, obviously, that year turned out so bad because they just didn't get it done at so many different positions, but particularly at quarterback. Since then, it's been this mix of they had some things but not others, the team did. This year, I think a lot of things are coalescing, whether it's talent, whether it's quarterback potential, whether it's a culture that I think is developing. The health of the team is an overwhelming positive right now going into the year. Last year alone, they lost 2 starters before the first game, right? Mm-hmm. So all of those things mixed together right now for, going into this season, I said it was, I used the term exercise some demons, and I feel that way about this team this year.
Hey, Bobby, what are your biggest, because there's a lot of optimism, and I think that's something that's going throughout the Longhorn community right now. What's your biggest concerns? What's your biggest concern going into the season?
Quinn Ewers taking that next step. Steve Sarkisian says it pretty plainly, right? The quarterback is the most important position on the field, Rod, and I agree with him. And I saw a Quinn Ewers that sometimes looked fantastic last year, sometimes looked befuddled, right? Where is he going to be this year in that growth process? We know he's going to be better, but how much better? Is he going to be an A+ Quinn Ewers, or is he going to be a B Quinn Ewers? And where does Texas need him to actually, ascend to where they want to go?
And that is the question, right? Quinn Ewers, and obviously we saw him again this week at the availability. He looks like a different person. He's down in weight. He's slim. Hair is cut. Looks like he's going in the military or something. The teammates are talking about him differently, and you know this, having covered him through recruiting. I've made the claim, Bobby, that this is a big year for him. And, to me, he's either going to be a part of the draft in April, or he might very well be in the transfer portal, and he's going to play himself into one or the other. With the quarterback room at Texas, those are kind of the deals. And, with his family, the reason that they, sped up his clock by, reclassifying his senior year was to be a part of the draft class of 2024. So that's the goal, and that's really where it is for him. And if he chooses door number 1, which is plays his way into being a high draft pick in April, that would be obviously best case scenario for Texas. Obviously, the alternative would be he doesn't play very well, and I think we're having a different conversation.
I agree, Aaron. I think that transfer portal's a ways off. I think there are steps between here and there. I think you could see Quinn Ewers easily start for two years at Texas, starting now. The question, though, and I've talked about this with not only Rod and you and others. He has such innate talent.
Yeah.
For throwing the ball that even a B year from Quinn Ewers might be a draftable grade of first or second round. That he has that much talent. I mean,
yep.
Rod, when guys can make those throws, all you need is one NFL GM to get enamored, right? And I think that's what you're dealing with right now. And to be fair, guys, I mean, it's not just Quinn Ewers who has talent in the quarterback room. Malik Murphy and Arch Manning are also very, very talented. So that's part of why I like Texas right now in this conference and for this season. It's not just Quinn Ewers. They don't have a proven backup, but I'm telling you, they've got talented backups, not just at quarterback, but just about every position on the field.
Yeah, I agree. Bobby Burton of On Texas Football and, of course, of Inside Texas joining us right now on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. Hey, I want to ask you also, Bobby, about the defense. And people are not really sure if this defense is going to take a leap to go from good to great to maybe elite, or if this defense is just going to, most people are sure it's not going to have a regression, but whether the defense is going to take a leap, I think that's something that's still up in the air. Or are you expecting the defense to be much better than it was last year?
Better, but I don't know how much better, Rod. So one of the things that I found very interesting, so I went to the preseason press conference that Coach Pete Kwiatkowski, the defense coordinator, was at, and it was really interesting. I mean, he had gotten it down to 4 things he wanted the defense to improve on: sacks, turnovers, third down, and fourth down. When a defensive coach can start, or an offensive coach, right, Rod, can start narrowing down on the things he wants to improve on, that is a really good sign for the growth of your overall team and defense, right? It's like, well, if I have an explosive offense in this off season, I want to work on red zone offense, or I want to work on third down offense. When you start to be able to narrow your focus like that, I think that means that the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator, whoever's saying that, has a great deal of confidence in the base defense, and now it's about executing the finer points, right? And so you didn't hear him say those things last year. You heard him say, we just need to get better, we need to tackle better, the fundamentals, right? Now it sounds like they're hyper-focused on the smaller points. And that tells me, as a longtime observer, that they're pretty confident in their defense. Now they want to take that next step. And so when you focus on things, you tend to do better at them, right? And so I actually do think they're going to take a step up. I expect the defense to be the leader of the team most of the year. Even though they have this explosive offensive personnel, I really like the defense this year. And they were the better unit last year. So I feel like Texas is going to be pretty good on defense this year.
Bobby Burton is with us, Inside Texas and On Texas Sports. And Pete Kwiatkowski's defense, his first 3 years at Boise State, finished 20th, 25th, and then 3rd. Washington, 41st, 13th, and then the 3rd year was 8th nationally. And then at Texas, 99th year 1, 28th last year. Can they make that 3rd-year progression under Coach Pete Kwiatkowski? His track record would tell you they have a chance to make that leap, especially with the coaching continuity and the personnel on the defensive side of the ball. All reasons the Longhorns are optimistic. Well, we're optimistic too. You know, Bobby, when you guys launched On3 Sports and Inside Texas is a part of that growing brand, On3, you're based in Nashville, and that's where On3 has taken off. But we're excited, Rod and I, to be part of the Inside Texas and On3 Sports group now moving forward, because Rod's been doing a lot of work with you guys, and and I have been talking, and you're going to allow me to be a part of your family on game day to do some in-game watching, kind of a Manning cast on your YouTube channel. Tell folks about that and how that's going to work for folks. And again, it's not for, you don't even have to be a subscriber of Inside Texas to be able to watch all the content on the YouTube channel. But really excited to be a part of this, and thank you very much.
Well, Aaron, I think you're the perfect fit, right? I mean, it's something you and Rod did during the COVID year when nobody could go to the games, right? And so it's the YouTube channel is called On Texas Football, and every Saturday we'll have some pregame shows et cetera, that people can download or watch live, however they want to do it. But once the game starts, you're going to have one person each quarter from the Inside Texas staff and kind of picking their brain and talking about the plays as they develop. I hope it should be fun. It's a different way to watch a game. Some people don't want to hear the telecast. They want to watch something else or hear something else alongside it. And so we hope that this is something that's proven popular in other markets around the country, whether it's Florida State. Florida does one as well. There's a bunch of different teams that do it, and it's really a fun way. You can also chat with friends at the same time, which I think is kind of cool. But Aaron, I appreciate not just you, but Rod working with us at On Texas Football as well as Inside Texas, because we're trying to be the place for Texas football fans to call home, whether that's on YouTube or at our website, InsideTexas.com. We just appreciate you guys being a part of it so much.
Yeah, Rod will
It's a great team.
Yeah, and you and Rod will be doing a post-game show on that very same channel, which immediately following. Again, there'll be 100,000 people at the stadium on Saturday for home games and then on the road games. But there are millions of Longhorn fans that aren't at the game that are going to be watching it, and hopefully they'll watch along. And because, as you said, having done, fans will see it as kind of the Manning cast, right? When you watch Monday Night Football, but you're watching it with Peyton and Eli Manning, and they're breaking the game down, and they're bringing on guests, and they're taking you behind the scenes. That's what we're going to do with the end game. Watch it with us, with Inside Texas and the YouTube channel, Bobby, with your experts, and then we'll add guests to that. But having done it, as you said, during COVID, you learn a lot. There's a lot of downtime in a football game. And there's reviews and commercial breaks and injury timeouts. And so there's a lot of conversation time where you can talk about the game, talk about things in real time. And obviously we won't be airing the game. You'll be watching the game on your television as normal, but you'll have your laptop up or your iPad or however you're going to do it. And you'll be watching along and being able to comment and hear the opinions of the insiders, whether it be Rod or yourself or Jerry Hamilton or any of the great insiders at Inside Texas. It's a really cool way, as you say, to turn down the TV volume a little bit and get inside the game as the game goes on in real time, which I think is a lot of fun. And I'm excited to start it this week with the Rice game at 2:30. So pretty awesome. Tell them again, Bobby, how they can be a part of Inside Texas, but also a part of that YouTube channel with you and Rod and myself and everything that's going on there on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely. So Inside Texas, go to InsideTexas.com. Right now we have a special $1 for 1 month. It's an introductory offer. If you've never tried us before, give us a try. Join the community. I think we're doing 10 articles a day just on the Longhorns football team right now to give you a sense of the type of coverage that we're trying to provide for the Longhorns. It's authoritative, I think. It's also introspective. A lot of different angles there. Recruiting is covered, obviously, as well. That's my former background where I kind of grew up in this industry. As far as the videos are concerned, go to YouTube and just type in the search bar On Texas Football, and you'll get a lineup of videos that we've done. Rod and I did one last night, talking with folks, along with Jerry Hamilton, talking with folks about the team and recruiting, et cetera. It's a new way, a fun way to join in with a Longhorn discussion, in my opinion.
Well, me too, and excited. Happy birthday, Bobby. Happy birthday, my friend.
Bobby.
54, guys, by the way, 54.
Yeah.
Older the violin, the sweeter the music there, Bobby. It's only a number. It's only a number. Hey, have a great one, bud, and we look forward to working forward with you for the future, and look forward to more conversations. Have a great birthday.
All right, I appreciate it. Let's have some fun.
Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, that's the breaking news. You'll be part of the post game. I'll be part of the real time in game. And you remember myself and Brad Kellner did that back in the day.
Oh yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's basically like a little Benny watch party.
Yeah,
and everybody can kind of join on in.
Crack open a cold one and talk football.
You got questions, you want to complain, and you want to rant about something. You can do it. You can do it right there within the discourse right there on Texas football. So I think it's going to be really, really good. I think you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be.
I do too.
That are going to be really, really active on those chats because Longhorn fans, They basically do this on social media anyway.
Well, yeah, instead of screaming and yelling and going to Twitter, you can actually just watch and ask you a question when you're on for your quarter, and you and I are talking about the game.
There you go.
That's exciting.
You have access to experts instead of just going on to Twitter and
you can be the expert too. Oh, trust me, you can
be the expert too.
You can be the expert too.
Yeah, no.
Tell us how we're wrong. That's what it's all about. And we appreciate Bobby and our partnership with Inside Texas. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a community. It's a community.
And want to remind you that before the game on Saturday, I'll be on doing the in-game cast on every game when the game begins. But before the game, Rod and I are going to be hanging out down on campus, the Mockingbird Saloon, Rod. Mockingbird Saloon is right there at 27th in Guadalupe. It's between the Kirby Lane and the In-N-Out Burger. It's a great little sports bar and gin joint, as they would call it. Got TVs. We'll be watching games, getting ready for the ball game. And so come on out. We're going to be there noon to 2 with a live broadcast here on the Horn, Rod.
It's going to be
noon to 2.
Ty's going to be hanging out.
Ty will be there, our members of our staff and you. So come on by, have yourself a cold one and enjoy it with us. Cold Bud Light or whatever you choose, and we'll have some fun. Get ready we'll be watching TCU in Colorado. As that game will be going on while we're there.
Ooh, yeah.
Noon to 2. Spread the word. Tell your buddies if you're down on campus going to the game, come on by. Mockingbird Saloon on Guadalupe, right down by the Kirby Lane. Come and see us noon to 2. And then join that YouTube channel with Inside Texas, Rod, for the in-game conversation and then your postgame.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait for it. I'm excited for you. I'm glad you're a part of the team. They got a great team over there, Inside Texas and Owen Texas football. So
we're making them part of our extended team, which is a great thing here on the Horn, which we're excited about. Austin's only local morning sports conversation is right here on the Horn, on your radio dial, and, of course, digitally on that Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com. Coming back with Bullish or BS. Appreciate the Austin Gamblers 12-1 in the PBR Team Series coming off of the Gambler Weekend over at Moody Center. And so I had never been to a concert at Moody Center until last night, Rod. I'd been to UT basketball games. I'd been to the bull riding.
You know what they made it for concerts basically, right?
Yeah.
The acoustics of it. That's what it was built for.
And last night I got to see Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie.
You said Lionel Richie still got it at 74. Does he dance? Does he just sit on a stool?
Dances. No, it's got this long stage.
He performs?
And he's up and down that stage. No, he performs.
How long does he stay on stage at 74?
He was on from about 9 after 9 to 11, about 2 hours, hour 45 minutes.
That's pretty amazing at 74. You got to be in good shape.
Yeah, man. He was great. He opened with hello, and then he just hit after hit. The Commodores.
Mm-hmm.
Closed with
He did We Are the World?
We Are the World.
Man,
he wrote that with Stevie Wonder in the 80s. With Michael Jackson and Stevie Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
And that was awesome. It was awesome. But yeah, he put on a show. Place was packed. Good to see. Last week they had the older group too with Stevie Nicks and Foreigner were there early in the week.
Yeah, that crowd. You said you were not the old man in the crowd,
Yeah,
though.
I was 50 and feeling good.
Feeling spry out there.
Yeah, no, it's fun. They were dancing, and it's amazing just how many hit songs he has, and what a great charismatic performer he is every single time.
There you go.
Hey, Bullish or BS on this, then Ty's got a good one for us, that the LA Angels, this will go down as the worst front office season in a long time in Major League Baseball, maybe ever. Because remember, the Angels did not trade Shohei Ohtani, which they should have done, and we said that over and over again.
Unless they were going to re-sign him.
Well, because it's a small chance they're going to re-sign him. Yeah. You could have traded him, get a bunch of prospects, and then re-sign him. That would have been a smarter move to try to get him and load up the farm system and then say, hey, Shohei, we're going to bring you back. We want you to be a part of this.
Do that, yeah.
But they didn't. Instead, they traded prospects to try to go for it. It's been terrible. They've just been bombed in the month of August. Mike Trout's hurt again. He's not pitching because of the injury. And yesterday, the LA Angels placed nearly a quarter of their roster on waivers, including starter Lucas Giolito, who they just acquired.
Are they tanking?
Well, they've tanked. They've tanked. Matt Moore, Ronaldo Lopez, Dominic Leone, Hunter Renfroe, and Randall Grichuk also put on waivers, meaning these are salary dumps.
Wow.
They're looking for someone else to pick up that, the waivers will begin with those players, and you'll see teams pick these guys up. Lucas Giolito will get picked up by somebody. It goes in reverse order of worst record to first record.
I got you.
But they're trying to save $10 million on this just because we're not going to make the playoffs. Well, these guys those are all free agents at the end of the year. They're not going to re-sign them. What do you call it?
It's a fuster cluck.
Fuster cluck?
Yeah, it is a fuster cluck.
So the Angels are going to go from bad to worse. They're not going to re-sign Shohei, and they'll be fighting Oakland to be the worst team in the league moving forward.
Shohei better not re-sign with them. I
don't think there's a chance.
That'd be a travesty, man.
Well,
that'd be a disservice to every baseball fan in the world.
Well, timing is right for Shohei because you're bullish on this. The Yankees are having a terrible season, and they're probably going to fire Aaron Boone. They might fire Brian Cashman. Well, what does that mean? They're going to go all in on Shohei.
You're damn right. So even if Shohei don't want to be a Yankee, at least they'll drive up the price.
Yeah, the thought is that Shohei wants to stay on the West Coast.
So what Dodgers in?
Dodgers, Giants, Mariners. Remember he was at the All-Star game and they were chanting his name?
What? That would be wow. You might need commissioner to come in and pull like a David Stern and block that one.
Yeah, because the Mariners are good. They might win the division this year.
Commissioner to come in and block. Well, can't let that happen.
And we are bullish on the AL West, which is we have 30. I think the Astros have 28 games left. The Rangers and Mariners have 30 games to go, and they are in a dead heat. First place and three-way tie with 30 games to go. You couldn't ask for much more as far as a pennant race goes in the AL West. All right, so Ty, what do you have for us in Bullish and BS?
Is it BS or are you bullish on the fact that SMU is willing to take close to no money or no money to join the ACC?
I think it's bullish. I think they can afford it. Every school can afford it. SMU got some money.
Yeah, and let's
they got
explain
bread.
this.
They got some BMBDs, big money boosters and donors got bread, man.
But it is, it's dripping with irony that SMU had their football program shut down because big money boosters were paying.
They were going rogue.
They had a bank. They had a spreadsheet of players that they were paying.
Yeah.
Well, this might save them now because yes, the Atlantic Coast Conference is debating right now, and they may vote here before the end of the week on adding Stanford and Cal. And SMU. And you'd say, well, why would he? Well, because look, ESPN has come back to the table and said, look, if you add those schools, that expands your footprint. We'll give you more money because we can. We want West Coast time zone games. We want to be in the middle of the country at SMU. We'll play you more. But we also have you also have to add at the ACC, Rod. They have the disgruntled members at the top that want more revenue.
Yeah, they want the unequal revenue sharing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's the rub. The ACC is telling SMU, okay, we'll put you in our league, but we're not going to give you any money for 7 to 9 years.
You're coming in pro bono, free.
And so SMU is saying, okay, we'll do that. And they're trying to raise $200 million from their big money boosters to offset the no money. But to get into the Power Four and to get out of the AAC, and they're looking 25 years down the road here.
Mm-hmm.
We can put up with 7 years of this. We can foot, because we're rich, we can foot ourselves. But 10 years from now, we'll be a full member of that conference, and we'll be right where we want to be.
Yep.
Now, again,
it's an investment,
and
it's an investment in your future.
And this is what, remember, the clamoring, the saber rattling at the top. The argument is, okay, we're not going to be paying SMU. We're going to get Stanford and Cal at a 25 to 30%
discount rate,
nickels on the dollar.
Yep.
So we're going to add these schools. ESPN's going to pay us more, and we are going to give that to Clemson and Florida State and the top-end football programs, and we're going to stay where we are. We're going to give it to them, and that's going to make them happy.
Will it?
Will it? I don't know.
Because Florida State says that's not enough to close the gap.
Well, they're hoping it is.
The Big Ten is going to be making, which is just ungodly sums of money. But that revenue sharing there and the SEC.
And let me say in Bullish and BS, no one is saying this is the biggest of business, right? This is a business deal and a business transaction, which is what college sports are now.
Yes.
And college football is certainly that.
Mm-hmm.
But, that's the argument. The ACC saying, okay, we're going to – whatever ESPN gives us, we're going to give some shekels to Cal and Stanford. We're going to give nothing to SMU. And now we can offer more to Clemson and Florida State and give them the unequal revenue sharing they're asking for. No, it doesn't get them to the SEC and the Big Ten, but it gets them closer. And it may calm the waters a little bit as they expand their brand, as ESPN comes back to the table and puts more cash on the table. That's the argument.
Yeah.
But for SMU, hey, saying we lived through the death penalty, we'll pay for ourselves.
I think it's a smart move for SMU. It's an investment in their future. They gotta, when the musical chairs of realignment stops and there ends up being just 4 power conferences, period. They want to be a part of the power. I think this is the price to be paid to be a part of that power group. And the reason for SMU, they got TCU right there in front of them as an example of how to do it. How to go from, group of 5 status to now Power 5 status, but also a competitive program in the Power 5. And what's going to help them, and I'm sure they've done the math on this too, is that DFW area.
Yeah.
I've talked about it over and over again. If you want to put DFW up against all the kind of the mega metroplexes in America that generate and create the most college football talent across the country, it's probably Atlanta, number 1, and it's probably DFW, number 2.
Well, and that means
there's a lot of talent there, man.
Well, listen, that's the other sell to Clemson and Florida State. You'll play a game in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to play road games.
Yeah, the ACC, you can recruit Dallas.
Yeah.
You want to recruit Dallas? You want to recruit the second most fertile recruiting ground, arguably, in the country?
Right. Well, that's the other part. It gets. I mean, how advantageous was it the SEC to finally get into Texas with Texas A&M 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Well, you would argue to those schools, you're going to get to play some games in Dallas and the Metroplex and build some recruiting ties. Now, the Big 12 doesn't like this. The SEC doesn't like this.
Hey.
But, ESPN is, again, pulling the strings here.
Damn right.
And those are the arguments for. And you're right, SMU 10 years from now would like to look up and be a part of the Super 4.
They want to be like what TCU's done. Done a good job over it, too.
Because if you're not in it,
take a while.
If you're not in it, you
got no shot.
You're relegated.
Yeah, right. Irrelevant. You're relegated to irrelevance.
That's right. That's right. All right, we're back. Appreciate Bobby Burton this hour. We'll pick up these conversations and more, plus that 3-team race in the AL West, cut down day in the NFL, and Longhorns are 3 days out to their game with Rice. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, learn more about the Owls, the Longhorn opponent in Week 1.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double tap.
Hook 'em up is right. It's a Wednesday, up over the hump. That's where we're going to drag you and get you to. And the other side of that will be football season officially here. I know high schoolers already got it going last weekend, and there was a smattering of appetizer college football games, but it all comes at you full force tomorrow night, all the way through your Labor Day Sunday with that head-to-head showdown, top 10 matchup, Florida State and LSU. Good games in the Big 12 as well. We'll begin to really drill down, including the Longhorns game with the Rice Owls. NFL, not till the following week. Once we get to next Thursday, Rod, 8 days from now, then it's the full Monty.
Oh, yeah.
Then it's high school, college, and pro, and baseball pennant races into the end of September, and it's going to be a great one in the AL West.
Oh, yeah, man.
Ryder Cup's around the corner in golf. We've got that team mentioned. We'll hit the turn coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Sportsgasm.
There.
That's what we used
What'd
to
you call it? I like that.
Sportsgasm.
Yeah, it is.
It's like there's so much sports going on that it can bring you to a potential climax.
Yeah, well, there was times this summer where it was a desert, it was a heatgasm, and it was brutal.
I don't know if that's how I would describe it.
It was so hot, and then there was nothing on.
Oh, yeah.
There's a writer's strike going on, so there's no new television.
That's a bad combo.
We know that sports is the ultimate
greatest
reality TV show.
Damn right it is.
We don't know what's going to happen when it starts, and that's what we love about it. All right, Rod. So we do know that we talked to Bobby Burton last hour. and
Happy birthday, Bobby.
On a birthday, yes. And talked about some new things we're doing together with the folks at Inside Texas. You know, we are your home for morning sports conversation and sports conversation in the ATX on the radio dial, and of course on our digital streaming app. Inside Texas, your home for online access to all things Texas football, and really great to be working with them. And we'll tell you more.
It's going to be exciting.
And you're going to be doing that post-game show with Bobby. I'm doing an in-game watch event every game for the Longhorns, all 12 of them, maybe 13.
It's going to be basically E. Hogan and Friends.
Yeah,
like,
and I'm just kind of the anchor, which you know, that could be a good thing or a bad, right? Anchors, you know, weight things down.
It's gonna be a great thing. It's gonna be a great thing. It's gonna fly by. I think you're gonna kill it.
Well, we're excited, and it's something you and I did during COVID when we couldn't go to games and we had people watching with us. And we know the Manning cast has taken off since then.
Yeah, it's an idea. He said some other universities are doing it too. Did he say Florida was
there's so many Longhorn fans coast to coast and around the world that are passionately and intently watching the game. They're not at the stadium, and they want inside the analysis, behind the scenes, talk about it.
And they want community.
They want community.
They want to watch it with other fans who are passionate about the Longhorn brand like they are.
Right. Well, and look, going to games is expensive, and now you go out to sports bars or whatnot and watch the game with your buddies, or you can just sit in your man cave, fire up your computer, and be communal.
Yep, and we can still have these we can socialize and talk about other stuff and talk about the game, and I think it's actually going to be a really fun idea. I remember it during COVID, and actually we had a lot of fun. Had way more fun than we thought we were going to have.
Yeah, we did it. It was a good time, so I feel comfortable doing that. So that'll be coming, and again, we'll get you details on how to do that and watch along with us, and certainly join us for our pregame and listen to our pregame show on Saturday. We'll be on noon to 2, bringing it live, talking Texas and Rice. That'll be noon to 2. And we'll be there. And I want to remind you that, of course, that's out at the Mockingbird Saloon, Rod. Mockingbird Saloon.
Going to be out there 2 hours.
Guadalupe.
2 hours before the game?
Yep. 2 hours before the game. Noon to 2 this week, and then we'll cut it off. Game will kick at 2:30.
Okay.
But, yeah, we'll do about a 2-hour pregame every week before Texas games, either road or home, which we're excited about bringing you. And, yes, we still need your help because, the digital app is awesome. But we know the 101.9 signal is not the greatest. We understand that. We understand your frustration. Sometimes you just want to turn on the radio and there's your favorite station.
We get it.
And show. So we are efforting to move that signal because, yes, that is a signal that is in Williamson County. We'd like to be able to get it upgraded. We need your help with the FCC with that. And Ty, you can give them the details again. thenderson@hornfm.com is the email. T. Henderson, Ty's email, at hornfm.com. What is it you're looking for from our great audience?
If you're having trouble listening to us, just include the 101.9 FM signal in your complaint and include a specific address of where you're located. And once again, nobody will contact you. The FCC just needs that address to map out where people are having trouble hearing the frequency.
Consider it like a petition, and the more people we have that are complaining about it and sounding the alarm, the more weight we pull with the FCC to get things done quicker. And say, hey, look, man, we got all these people clamoring to hear it, and it's our signal. We just want your help a little bit here. Help us out.
There you go.
And that's the way that works, and we all understand how government bureaucracy can be. And obviously, if you're giving us your address, no one's going to be, hitting you with spam, and no one's going to be using that address.
We respect you too much for that.
It's part of the requirements from the FCC, so it's not just average. Just like if you fill out a petition, you got to leave some email and information and stuff like that, so they know it's legit. That's what it's about. So thanks, help with that. T. Henderson at hornfm.com. T. Henderson at hornfm.com. So that's some breaking news. Help us out. And thank you to Bobby Burton, and happy birthday to Bobby Burton.
Oh, man. You said him and his wife have the same birthday?
Yes, my wife has a birthday today.
Wow.
And we celebrated last night out at the Lionel Richie concert.
You going to dinner tonight?
Going to what?
Dinner?
No, I got
to. No.
Our birthday was last night.
Oh,
she doesn't do birthday week?
No.
Not
really.
That's true. A lot of ladies like to celebrate. They like to drag it out.
No, not really.
I do that too, kind of.
Do you really? You're a birthday week guy?
I like to have a fun time on my birthday.
Hey, at some point, she got 3 grown children. At some point, her children have to step up and do some birthday stuff. You know what I'm saying? We did dinner last night. We did a concert.
Yeah.
And it's kids' turn.
They got to take over that.
Yeah.
That's their responsibility now. Because now they're like adults now, right? They're adults. They're married too. Yeah, you got to step that up. Throw a surprise party for mom. Dad can help.
That can help.
But y'all need to take it over.
No, I'm kidding. No, we're not. We did it last night. That became the
birthday. Did it big time.
Hey, this is a very, very fair question for Austin, Texas, and Central Texas, and a great state right now. How in the hell am I going to listen to you guys and dove hunt on Friday? Well, I mean, these are problems.
Put in some AirPods.
AirPods.
Boom. See?
Now, can you dove hunt and stay locked in on the birds while you're listening to this program?
Dove hunting is all about drinking beer and being out there and doing whatever you want. You can listen to music and stuff while you dove hunt. It's not like being in the deer blind. It'll be fun. You can put it on speaker.
Every year, annually, we do get the dove hunters who are listening to our show while they're shooting their shotguns. You know what I'm saying? It's a good time. Shoot them straight.
You're just waiting for them to fly over.
That does open on Friday, correct? That is the first day. Am I correct about that, T.Y.?
Dove hunting? Is it?
I think so. I don't know.
Because today is the 30th. Tomorrow.
I'm not an enthusiast,
Friday.
so I don't know.
Friday's the first.
I'm sure the spec sex line is going to tell you in a second. They'll let you know.
Yeah, Friday's the first, so that would be the opening of dove season. That is correct. Okay. And so whether you're doing it on Friday early with us, just lock it in on the Horn app, put in your ear pods, and shoot some birds. Come on, man.
Shoot some birds.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Yeah. I guess, Ty, you've been dove hunting a lot, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
There's a lot of good spots in the Central Texas area.
Nice.
Not too far out. Even by Creedmoor out by the dump. That's my spot out there.
My guy Dale on the text line says, hey, it's been a yearly tradition for us to listen to E every September 1st while we're shooting birds. So now, Rod, you get to be a part of that.
I like it. I'm glad I'm part of the tradition. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it cranks up. And wait till we get to deer season. That gets even better. They're in the deer blind.
Oh, then you got to be quiet.
A little different animal.
Yeah,
that's why you got to be quiet.
It takes a certain type of person to crack a beer in the deer blind at like 5 a.m. But
are you that type of person?
I'll do it every time. Oh, yeah. It's ice cold.
He's basically saying I'm special.
No, it's super quiet. It's your... That's the other sound.
Oh, that's the part, right? You can't crack it.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, I like deer hunting, but it's more fun being in a field with your buddies and you're able to talk than sitting in a deer blind for hours, cold.
I can sense that I don't like to sit and be quiet.
I know. I can't do this. How many hours are we talking about? 4-5 hours?
I mean, depending on when you get out, how patient you are, you can
get your limit. You get your limit.
80% of the time you're sitting there, you're not going to shoot anything anyways.
And you're just sitting there for hours at a time, just waiting, chilling.
Love the game.
Man, I know. I can't do anything really for like more than like 4-5 hours. Like I don't even sleep that long.
Fishing? You can't do fishing?
No fishing, no golfing.
Oh,
like I can't think of anything in my life that other than sleeping. Which I have to do. I can think of anything in my life that I'd want to do for like 5 hours. Some people golf for 4-5 hours. I don't even want to have sex for that long. Like I don't want to do anything in my life.
Sting now?
Think about it, there's nothing in my life I want to do for 5 or 6 hours. Like who would? That's not pleasurable anymore. Huh?
Watch football.
I don't want to do it for 5 or 6 hours. I can't do it straight like that. I don't. I actually don't.
Get up and go.
I take breaks. I take breaks from game to game. I'll watch a game and I'll take a break and go do something else, and then I'll come back when the DVR has it, like after the first quarter, and I'll
my hands up on our Twitch channel and YouTube channel. I have spent I can't count the number of days it's been from noon until 10:30 on a Sunday night today.
Just watching football?
Yeah. Well, because different on Saturdays because we're always working, right? So it's game day for the Longhorns and we got responsibilities. So unfortunately, I can't just sit and veg out and watch college football that often. But pro football on Sunday, the one day off, I'll post up, man. I got the noon games.
Hours?
I got the 3:30 games.
I watch a TV show or something.
I might walk around between the 3:30 games and the 7:30 Kerry Underwood kickoff.
I gotta change it up. I can't just watch it straight up there. Maybe that's just me being, ADD. I don't know.
Hey, can we get to the headlines here? We're a little late, but we're talking station business and birthdays and it's football. Gosh, man, the football season's here. Let's get to the headline. Start with college football now. T-minus 3 days. The start of the Longhorn football season, 2023 year. The 11th-ranked Horns continue their game week prep for the Rice Owls on Saturday afternoon at 2:30 at DKR. Rod is going to have a deep dive on the Owls coming up here in our Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain segment. Elsewhere in college football, big news yesterday in Columbus. Ohio State coach Ryan Day said after a long training camp battle that Kyle McCord will be the team's starting quarterback. He's a junior, veteran on the team, and he'll be the starter against Indiana on Saturday. They have a conference game to start their season. Day was clear, though, that the redshirt freshman Devin Brown had a great camp and has earned the right to play, so both QBs will see the field on Saturday. NFL cut-down day around the league, and all 32 teams paring their rosters back to 53. In Indianapolis, Colts unable to complete a trade for All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor, so he will begin the season on the PUP list. He'll be out for the first 4 games of the season. Cowboys, no major cuts of surprise yesterday. They did make a trade. They shipped their cornerback, Kelvin Joseph, to Miami for a cornerback himself, Noah Igbenogany. I can say it. He was a first-round draft pick. Igbenogany was back in 2020, pick number 30 out of Auburn, so they trade cornerbacks looking for a change of scenery. Of course, back on Friday, the Cowboys acquired another former first-round pick with a trade of quarterback Trey Lance for the he was a third overall pick in 2021. He arrived in Dallas on Tuesday, connected with Dak Prescott for the first time, said he's looking forward to learning everything he can from the Cowboys starting quarterback. Dak himself offered his opinion on the acquisition of Trey Lance.
That's a first-round talent, and you're always trying to make your team better, but that was the front office, so we're going to welcome him as we do any teammate, and hopefully he makes us better, and then we're going to continue to get back at it and know we've got one goal as a team.
Major League Baseball, 30 games to go in the regular season. Flat-footed three-way tie atop the American League West. Astros, Rangers both gained a game on Seattle. Houston thumped Boston 6-2 at Fenway Park. Rangers made it back-to-back wins in New York. They beat the Mets 2-1. And then the lowly Oakland A's did the Rangers and Astros a favor, tripped up the Mariners 3-1. So we're sitting three-way tie right now. Houston and Seattle will play this afternoon. Rangers will wrap up their series in New York with the Mets tonight. Round Rock continues their hot streak. They open their series in Oklahoma City with a 10-9 win.
Igbenogany.
I can say it.
Oh no, you can say you said it.
When I see it on my screen,
your mind's playing tricks on it. Yeah, it does. Trust me, I've been looking at it. But Igbenogany is the newest Dallas Cowboy.
I even tried to spell it out, phonetically.
Yeah,
and I still can't say it when I see it.
My
brain goes crazy.
Even when you look at it, it does actually. It sounds like it looks to me. Because it's Igbenogany. The Gany is Ghene.
Surprise on that move, Rod, corner for corner?
No, well, yes, initially on the surface, but when you dive deeper into it, it does make a lot of sense. The Cowboys now have 13 former first-round draft picks on their team. 6 of those were drafted by other teams. So they do like these high upside prospects who may have had a really high grade on their draft board, who may have underachieved with another team, and they believe, hey, you know what, this is a reclamation project. We can rehabilitate this skill set.
And some of those names are Malik Hooker,
Malik Hooker's done a good job. Yeah.
Brandon Cooks.
Yes. So you're talking about impact players for the Cowboys.
Gilmore.
Yeah, these are going to be impact players for the Cowboys. But I think this is another way the Cowboys is they probably were thinking this guy was high on our draft board. They tried to move Kelvin Joseph around. Remember, they moved him from corner to nickel, then moved him to safety. He actually had his best preseason that he's had as a Cowboy. Probably the best string of games this past preseason that he's ever had as a Cowboy. And then they decide to move him. And I think it's because they potentially believe a change of scenery could best rehabilitate the skill set for him and also for Igbenogany as well.
All right, so real quick, can I, before we get to this timeout and you go behind the burnt orange curtain, I wanted to play some of this. So let's walk through the Trey Lance conversation.
Okay.
Can we hear from Trey Lance on getting in the building? Like he sewed up. We mentioned you heard Dak Prescott. Here's Trey Lance on showing up in Dallas, and he's third-string quarterback, just like he was going to be in San Francisco. His depth chart status doesn't change, but here's Trey Lance happy to be a Cowboy.
Got in a few days ago. Definitely been, a little bit of a whirlwind, but it's been awesome. Finally, now these last couple of days, getting to know the guys, being in the building. I know it's been, a tough couple of days these last 2 days with everything that goes on, in this league. But just for me, it's been trying to learn as much as I possibly can, trying to spend as much time with our coaching staff as I possibly can, and obviously learning from Dak and Coop as much as I can.
All right, so there's Trey Lance saying the right things.
Yeah.
He's going to be a team guy, just like Dak said. Well, here we go. So it's funny that in this situation, Rod, both organizations are taking criticism for the move from national pundits and from Football Insider.
San Fran's getting killed.
Well, let's hear. I want to play this for you. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is not in San Fran anymore. He was jettisoned for Trey Lance, right? Remember, they were going to build the offense around Trey Lance, and Jimmy G was out, and then Trey Lance got hurt, and they had to bring Jimmy G back in.
Oh, yeah.
And then Brock Purdy took his job, and now he's a Vegas Raider.
Man, that seems like Jimmy G was in the Super Bowl like 3 years ago.
I know. Well, listen to Jimmy G. He he's not taking shots, but under his breath taking shots at the 49ers for their handling of all of this whole quarterback situation that now has Brock Purdy as their starter and Sam Darnold as their backup. Here is Jimmy G doing an interview, a little bit of a podcast.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean,
how do you think they've handled
how
them, Rod?
You say it without saying it. How do you really feel, Jimmy G? That's a classy way for Jimmy G to say it. Listen, and the truth is, I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are owning the fact that they have screwed up.
And they lucked into Brock Purdy.
Yes, and but that is, I've been trying to tell Cowboys fans this forever. That is part of the quarterback. Your quarterback like evaluation and your quarterback acquisition as a franchise, you have to include luck as one of those variables.
That's why you draft more of them.
Exactly. That's why you factor in
the
lottery.
You said it.
Yeah, you factor in the fact that you're going to miss. You're going to whiff. No matter how
you recruit as many quarterbacks as you can.
No matter how high you draft them, no matter how low you draft them, that your evaluation is probably going to be off. It's an inexact science. They want to turn it into a science, something you can replicate, and there will be a formula and a scientific method that you can apply to it. It ain't. It's actually more of an art than it is a science. And the truth is, art can be a lot of different things. Yeah. It can look a lot of different ways.
And in the Trey Lance case, injuries played a big role in it, right? I mean, Jimmy
also
G,
something you can't predict.
And Jimmy
That's luck
G,
too.
Right? When they acquired Jimmy G to be their starter there originally, he couldn't stay healthy, right? The best ability is dependability.
Exactly.
And so they moved on to Trey Lance because Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't play 16 games and be healthy. And then Trey Lance couldn't get on the field because he broke his finger in year one. He blew out his ankle in year two, and now he's a Cowboy.
It's like I said, so much of it is actually luck, and the 49ers are very lucky right now. But look, the Philadelphia Eagles have experienced this too in your same damn division. They whiffed on Carson Wentz, and everybody was like, that was a dumb draft pick. That was idiotic.
That was an amazing story. He went from MVP candidate playing to his extreme level to gone.
And by the way, them drafting Jalen Hurts behind him was part of what started his insecurity as a quarterback, and now psychologically he can't get out of his own head.
Now he's not on a team.
Because he's not a competitor. He's like, no, can you guarantee me the starting quarterback job? And if I got that, I'm okay. But he didn't want to compete and earn the job.
Right.
And they brought in an alpha male like Jalen Hurts was like, I compete and earn every damn thing. That's all I do.
Yeah.
And he earned the respect of the locker room, and then everybody's looking at Carson Wentz sideways, and then you got big blank Nick Foles, who's a Super Bowl MVP, but that's also another guy they drafted.
Yeah.
And then brought back. Guys, it's half of this luck. None of these teams, none of them know what the hell they're doing when it comes to quarterback. As the late great Bill Walsh said, very few people can coach the quarterback position. Even fewer can evaluate the quarterback position. It's truer now than ever before. Mm-hmm. So in order to make sure that you take into account that margin for error that you're going to have, which could be a Grand Canyon-sized margin for error, you draft more quarterbacks.
No.
And you assume you're going to screw it up.
Last piece of sound. Because as the Niners are taking heat, but they're kind of smiling all the way to the Brock Purdy bank, feeling pretty good about their quarterback situation when they'll take the heat. Cowboys have Dak Prescott under a big contract. He's their starting quarterback. They've empowered him this year to have more control of the offense. They've given Mike McCarthy play-calling duties. Now, you could say that's empowering them, but others would say Jerry Jones has put them on alert. That, okay, guys, but the defense is elite. We're in the playoff game we need to win in the divisional round, and our offense is not good enough. It's on you guys to fix it. Kellen Moore is no longer an excuse. He's not here anymore. And so through all that offseason of rhetoric about empowerment for Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, the week before the season starts, they acquire Trey Lance to add this to the mix. Now, we've had our opinion on it. You have your opinion on it out there. Here was a conversation on ESPN yesterday. Louis Riddick, Dan Orlovsky, their NFL guys talking about, pull my other leg if you're telling me this isn't Jerry Jones trying to send some messages to Dak Prescott. The fact that not only did they make the trade, but they didn't consult Dak at all, didn't tell him it was coming until he heard about it, nor did they consult Mike McCarthy when they made this move. Didn't bring him in. He's in charge of the quarterback room. Hey, do you think it's a good idea? What do you think of Will Greer? What do we think of this? They just made the move from the front office side, and you heard Dak Prescott just say it. That's the front office decision. They made that move, but he's a team player of ours, and we're going to support him. Well, here is our the NFL inside the NFL roundtable talking about the Jerry Jones factor in this.
But there's no way you can tell me Jerry didn't know what he was doing when he didn't tell his franchise quarterback and his head coach, we're acquiring a guy who is very highly thought of at the most important position of the team when our own franchise quarterback is coming off of a year in which Dan just articulated. And there's no way you're not going to tell me that's not calculated, and he didn't do it for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but something tells me it's to say, hey, look, man, let's go.
All right, there you go. And that went on, and you also had Mike Tannenbaum, the former Jets GM, as part of that panel, and he said, man, if I was Mike McCarthy, I'd be a little bit concerned that I wasn't consulting on this. Like, I'm the head coach, I'm the play caller, I'm in charge of the quarterback room. Maybe he wanted to keep Will Greer, right? Maybe he would have lobbied and said, no, we got this Will Greer kid.
That's true.
Because Will Greer is now signed with Cincinnati, right?
And you're the quarterback guy, so yeah, you'd have thought your expertise.
You might have called him, at least brought him into the conversation. You might have disagreed with him. But as you said with Bill Walsh, when he consulted all of his football people and they voted against acquiring Steve Young, and Bill Walsh did it anyway, the boss can do that. You can inquire, but you still include them in the conversation. McCarthy's got to be thinking, he's going to say the right things publicly, Rod, but you got to know behind the scenes, like, really? Like, we've been something like, I'm the man, I'm the coach, I'm the coordinator. I didn't even get a call.
Yeah, if he had let Dak know, that would have been a courtesy. You could argue that it's probably professionally, I should say, it's a good idea just to get the counsel, seek the counsel, just the opinion. You ain't got to heed the advice, but just the opinion of the football experts around you before you make that kind of decision. But he made it, and you know what? I actually support the move. I thought it was a good move to bring Trey Lance in. I think there are way more positives than negatives about bringing Trey Lance in.
But there's a protocol to do it. And you bring in your coach, and you say, hey, you want to keep Will Greer, but we're making this move anyhow. We think he's too good to pass up in this spot. We're going to give up a pick to get him. Yeah. So, I think if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm thinking, they say they value my opinion on things. Do they value my opinion on things?
Did they talk to Dan Quinn is what I need to know.
Oh, that's right.
Did Jerry Jones hit up Dan Quinn and say, Dan Quinn, what you think about bringing in Trey Lance?
That's the Reddit deep dive. Mm-hmm. Did Dan Quinn get a phone call?
Did Micah Parsons get a call? Did Micah Parsons get that call? Not Dak, not Mike McCarthy, but Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons.
You're playing the Showtime Lakers controversy.
Exactly.
Pat Riley is Dan Quinn.
Hey,
Micah Parsons is Magic Johnson.
What did Jerry Jones say when Brandon Cooks took him up in that plane? What was he quote?
You took Mike up. We don't care about the other people on the plane or you.
You took up the most important player on the team.
Took up our guy. Zach Martin, you can't have that money. It's Micah's money.
That's Micah. Micah's got your money, man.
Hey, we'll come back.
So
this says Jerry knows what championships quarterbacks look like. Well, we'll see. Jerry hasn't sniffed a championship in 25 years, and I think it's moves like this. Not the acquisition of the player, but the protocol in which he did it, which undercuts his coach's authority and may undercut his quarterback's trust in the organization. We'll see. Time will tell. It's why we play the games, and the talking season is almost over. Coming back, we're going to do more talking behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod's got some thoughts. He watched 3 Rice games yesterday from last year on film. What are they bringing to the table on Saturday? Rod will tell you next. Interesting text on the Specs text line. Says, I think it's clear the Cowboys, if they don't make the NFC Championship game, Jerry moves on from McCarthy and maybe even Dak. Which, again, I think that's a bold statement. But at the same time, this move would indicate that, whether he's going to do that or not, at least he has a plan. Because Cooper Rush is not plan B.
No. And I think the Mike McCarthy thing is actually more likely than the Dak thing. Because it's tough to move on from a franchise quarterback unless you already got a plan, and maybe that's the Trey Lance plan, as to the texter's point. But the Mike McCarthy thing, I think that we've been seeing signs of Jerry Jones inching toward Dan Quinn as, his replacement for Mike McCarthy, because the defense is taking over the identity of the team. His favorite player on the team now is on defense. He's going to make Michael Parsons the highest paid defender in the history of the NFL, probably the highest paid non-quarterback, actually, in the history of the NFL. Dan Quinn's made that defense a top 5 defense in the 2 years he's been there. Honestly, I think that right now the Cowboys are closer to being a defense that can be an elite defense, that can be a Super Bowl contender for that reason, rather than being a Super Bowl contender because of your elite quarterback play, which they are not. That's not correct. That's not going to happen.
And if that all happens and Dan Quinn is the new head coach and you do have to move on from Dak, you decide you do because the ceiling is just there, then you at least have an option in Trey Lance. It may not be the only option.
Yeah.
Right? There might be other free agent quarterbacks on the market. There might be other ways to go, but at the same time, you now have the rights to Trey Lance, who, as a developmental player, could be a competitor for that next spot. Now, again, I'm not saying Jerry Jones wants this right now. I'm not saying he would like to see this flourish under Dan Quinn's defense, Mike McCarthy's offense. Dak Prescott gets back to being the quarterback that doesn't throw a lot of interceptions, and they actually take that next step. But if you don't, this would be some foresight on Jerry Jones. We don't say a lot about, but and Stephen Jones, that they have at least a plan B if they do get to that conclusion. All right, Rod, can we get behind the burnt orange curtain? Because a lot of Cowboys chatter based on that. Do it. But it's all Longhorns all the time from here on out because the Horns are 3 days out to the starter with Rice. Let's hit the curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now, I actually went and watched mostly the Rice offense in 3 different games. I watched the Louisiana Tech game. I watched that USC game they had from last year in their bowl game against Southern Miss. One thing that I was actually a little surprised about was how often they decided to throw the football in some of these games. They threw it 39 times versus Southern Miss. And only ran it 31 times. You're like, oh, maybe they were losing. They lost that game, I think, 38-24. But in the fourth quarter, like 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, they're only down by 1 score. So, Frank Gore's, is Frank Gore's son that plays for Southern Miss?
Yes.
Yeah, he just ran all over him.
Quarterback, running back, he does it all.
Yeah, he was playing wild. I mean, he just ran all over him. He just can't, basically, he pulled away, literally and figuratively, toward the end of the game. But they threw it a lot. And I went back to look at some of the other matchups. You go look at their game versus UTSA. Now, they got whipped like they stole something and just could not run the ball. They threw it 42 times in that matchup. I went and looked at that matchup that they had versus you go look at it versus Southern Miss. They also end up throwing the football more than I thought they would versus Southern Miss and La Tech. At UTEP, they threw it 31 times. Basically, what I came away with the belief, and I usually go into these game planning weeks as if I was doing the game planning myself. I'm self-scouting. I'm reverse engineering Texas's game plans. How would I attack Texas with the strengths of the opposing team and the weaknesses that Texas has? And I think if you are looking at it from that standpoint, the strength of Rice right now is their passing game. You just signed the highest rated signee in history of the program, and JT Daniels, a 5-star. They never really get those at the quarterback position. Your best weapon on offense is Luke McCaffrey, former quarterback, by the way, who is your best weapon on offense after you had some departures on offense. And last year, you were 65th in the country in passing yards per game. That's the best passing offense for Rice since 2008. And the Rice passing game in 2021 was their best passing offense since 2016. And that was Tuiasa Sopo's first year as offensive coordinator. I'm not saying they're going to come out and throw it vertically down the field. No, that would be stupid. They don't have the athletes for that. But they also don't have the hogs in the trenches to match up with Texas and play bully ball and push Texas around in the run game. Texas' strength, like shown defense, was their rush defense. They were 23rd in all of college football in yards per rush allowed at around 3.4 yards per rush allowed. And you go look at rushing yards per game allowed, they're around 33rd in the country. So Texas rush defense is really stout. Where they suffered last year was their pass defense, 90th in pass defense, 100th in completion percentage. There are ways for you to move the football against Texas throwing the ball. And I think early on with Rice, with JT Daniels coming in, and this is my prediction, I think you're going to see them throw the ball to open up the run with extensions of the running game, essentially, with the pass. We're talking about hitches and slants and the quick game, screen game, bootlegs, rollouts, waggles, things that can move the pocket away from the pass rush for Texas. But in the RPO game, which is the combination of quick game and run game, to me, it would just be imbecilic to just go into this game. And maybe you want to wave the white flag to go into this game and just run the football against Texas and that stout rush defense when you can throw it a little bit more and throw to open up the run and force Texas to kind of be on their heels just a little bit. Because I think Texas is going to play them man-to-man. Why wouldn't you? It's Rice. Why would you have to build in fail-safe defensively against Rice? I think they'll try to use Texas' arrogant game plan against them, which is they'll just play man-to-man most of the time, and they'll probably try to bracket Luke McCaffrey because he lives in the slot. That's a big part of it, too. You got to take that guy away. They had Bradley Rosner he was on the roster last year. He transferred to North Carolina State at receiver, Isaiah Esdale, Cedric Patterson. Those were their three top receivers, three of their top four. Luke McCaffrey also in that conversation. But they lost three of their top four receivers from last season. That's going to hurt the passing game, but make it easier to game plan and stop a guy like Luke McCaffrey. And here's a guarantee. Not a guarantee, but I'd put money on it if they let me. Their two best receiving options right now are Luke McCaffrey and a kid they call Giovanni Johnson. They're both former quarterbacks that switched to receiver. A double pass has got to be in their future against Texas. I think it just makes too much sense that you're going to get a double pass from either Luke McCaffrey or Giovanni Johnson. Remember, UTSA pulled it out last year, the double pass on Texas, and it worked. I think you might end up getting a double pass of sorts in this game just because you got two quarterbacks who switched to receiver that are projected to be your top receivers in this matchup. So that's just my prediction. But keep in mind, they have a very modern and a multiple offense. They'll run everything. I mean, you see 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13, 21, 22 personnel, empty formation, condensed sets, compressed formations, bunch sets, quads, 3x1s, 2x2. It is modern, multiple, and malleable. Really good test for Texas. They call it their intellectual brutality. It's kind of the motto of their offense. And it is intellectual because they have a lot of different variety of personnel packages and formations they throw at you. And if Texas, I think that one of the big issues in the passing game for Texas might be empty formation. What empty formation does, it negates the pass rush because no pass rush is going to get there quick enough before the ball gets out. So it neutralizes Texas' biggest asset defensively in the passing game, which is their pass rush. And also, Texas's rush defense is their biggest strength on defense. Well, there is no rush defense when you're in empty formation because all your receivers are on the line of scrimmage getting ready to go out on routes, and it speeds up the internal clock of the quarterback, your best player now if you're Rice, to get the ball out quickly. Last year, Texas did struggle versus empty formation against Alabama and against UTSA. That's something you're definitely going to see in that game versus Rice. Put money on it because they like empty formation. In every game I've watched, they've used a lot of it, and they're good at it. And that was last year with the broke arm quarterback AJ Padgett, I forget his name at the top of my head. But that was not the quarterback upgrade they have now with JT Daniels at the quarterback position.
All right, there it is, Rod's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Good stuff right there. Deep dive on the Rice Owls. We'll have more on the Longhorns and the Owls coming up. Also, Off the Record coming next. Off the Record, our fingers are crossed for the folks in the west coast of Florida as the hurricane makes landfall there near Tampa and Jacksonville. Thoughts and prayers of those folks. Off the Record coming next. Never sucks on Off the Record. Unless you're living on the west coast of Florida because there's a hurricane making landfall. Category 3, maybe 3.5, 4, 130-mile-an-hour winds. Tampa, Jacksonville taking it. And it's somewhat ironic because today, Rod Babers, is National Beach Day. National Beach Day. I'm learning about you as a co-host. Are you a beach, river, or mountain guy? Which one would you say you're more of?
Oh, beach, definitely. Even though I only go nipple deep is probably the deepest I'll go into the ocean. Yeah, but I'll go to beach is way better than any of those other ones because mountains, usually there's going to be some cold associated with that.
And bears
chilly
and mountain
stuff. Yeah. I don't want to go hiking. Hiking is fun, but it's only so much hiking I can do. The beach, I can sit on the beach for about 4 hours, not 5. That's too long. But
with your sunscreen on and looking at bikinis and
man,
put your feet in the water, your butt in the sand.
Yeah.
What is the best beach you've ever been to?
Oh, the best beach I've ever been to. That is a great question.
I'm going to ask our listeners.
It's probably going to be in California. Actually, I think it was around Texas' last national title appearance.
Like out at the pier there at Santa Monica?
Yeah, I was at I was in Orange County, I think it was. And we were at a friend's house, a friend of a friend. And it was, I don't know if it was a private beach, but man, it was like you had basically like cliffs on the side. Like it was unlike any beach that I've ever seen before. You walked out and that's this great place where you can kind of set up where there was sand, but then you had literally like cliffs on the other side.
Seen a lot of movies.
It was gorgeous. Like I had never seen a beach like that. It was amazing.
Especially when you're going to Galveston.
Exactly.
Which is the worst beach in America.
Yeah, third coast beaches are just not good.
Tar balls and moss.
Hey, South Padre is nice.
Padre is nice.
There you go.
Ty, what's the nicest beach you've ever been to?
Well, I usually stick to the Texas beaches or Florida. It's probably like Santa Rosa or Rosemary, something like that.
It says 30A in Florida is the best beach. Yeah, I mean, we did Destin. Destin's real pretty with
my
the white
wife
sand.
had her bachelorette party in Destin. She loved it.
Destin's the bomb.
She thought it was great.
Also, we've been to Isla Mujeres a couple of times. That's an island off of Cancun, Mexico. It's Isla Mujeres. And North Beach there, Norte, is a beautiful beach. Blue waters and people, kind of like at Lake Travis, people back their billion-dollar yachts back up onto the beach and kind of get out and walk around.
I mean,
and it's all waist deep, Rod.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want to go too deep.
You can just walk and see the sand because it's so clear.
It's beautiful,
and it's also North Beach, and so in Isla Mujeres, it attracts a lot of South Americans and people from all over the world, not just the United States. So there's a lot of topless happening, a lot of topless going on.
Hey, that makes that honestly,
it's like
that
being in the French Riviera or something.
That definitely improves your beach going experience. If it's people walking around topless, that's great.
Depends what they look like.
It doesn't to me. If you no. It doesn't. Seriously. If I'm at a beach, that beach is popping a little bit if any woman decides to take the top off. Because part of going to a beach is people watching.
That's exactly right.
Part of it is like who's watching what people are doing.
So is Hippie Hollow popping?
Well, that's not a beach.
That's not a beach.
We're talking about
it's a beach on a lake.
We're talking about Playa Norte.
Yeah, we're talking about beaches.
Come on, man.
So when I get done looking at them saggy boobs, I can look at something else. I ain't got to look at them forever. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like that. So there it says Laguna Beach is where you're probably talking about, Rod.
Oh, yeah. That might have been it. It might have been Laguna Beach.
Montego Bay. Ocho Rios in Jamaica, guys. Or Coos Bay in Oregon.
I got married in Lake Tahoe, so not beach. That's lake. But, man, Lake Tahoe is... that's amazing. I've never seen water that clear in a lake.
Grace Bay in Turks and Caicos.
My wife actually went there too for a wedding.
Look at that. I'd like to frequent more beaches, but I haven't. And maybe as I get older, I will.
You should. Yeah.
I finally got a passport this year, so
now you go to international beaches.
I can go. I don't know how I haven't left this country before. I've had plenty of opportunities, but I'm always like, I don't have my passport.
You're young. You got time. You got tons of time, brother. You're just in your mid-20s. You're going.
You got plenty of time. I'm in my 50s now.
Yeah, exactly. Now, he's got to start trying to check out bucket list stuff.
I was at the Lionel Richie concert last night. I got plenty of time. No, this says Isla Mujeres basically means the island of women.
Oh, yeah. Then I'm down. Yeah, you need your sunglasses on, too, so when your wife is there with you on the beach, she won't be able to look at what you're looking at.
What did you have for off the record?
Did you know that Doug Peterson's son was cut by Doug Peterson?
Love that. Hey, no favorites.
Doug Peterson's son was a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He actually had a bad play the last preseason game. He had a high snap that really, I think he was one of the long snappers. He had a high snap, and then the punter ended up, having to kind of punt.
Get out of here, kid.
Had to shake a punt as a result of it. So, he had to cut his own son.
Sark's son plays on the Longhorns.
Oh, that's right.
Linebacker, walk on.
Okay.
I didn't cut him yet, though, I don't think.
Nah, he ain't going to cut him.
So after cut down day, our new favorite player in the NFL might be a 30-year-old punter named Lou Hedley. Lou Hedley has made the New Orleans Saints officially.
Why is he our favorite?
Lou Hedley. He's 30 years old. Before he won this punting job, he was working as a scaffolder in Indonesia.
Oh, that's a great story.
Where he owned a tattoo parlor and gave people killer tattoos. And he's got a bunch of tattoos on his body.
Hold up, so where'd he go to school?
Miami.
Oh.
The U. He's one of the Australian guys.
Oh, is he from
this guy.
the Kick Academy?
Yeah, he's one of the Australian Kick Academy guys.
Yeah, he's tatted. He's tatted up. I've seen him.
Yeah.
I have seen him. He's tatted up, and he's old.
And now he's an NFL player.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him. He's got neck tats, arm tats, mullet.
If your kicker looks like that, man, you're going to be a tough team.
And his name's Lou Hedley.
If your kicker looks like he can get into a street fight and hold his own.
Well, he's Australian, so I bet he can fight pretty good.
He was a scaffolder in Indonesia who owned a tattoo parlor. Love this guy. Now he's punting for the Saints.
He's gonna clean up too. He's got that as a backstory. He's an NFL player now, and he's got the accent. Man, the lady's gonna be fighting him off with a stick.
Oh, mate.
Exactly.
What, on Bourbon Street?
He's gonna fight him off with a stick, man.
All right, we're back. We roll on. We got a Rod's Rant coming up. Also an E-Blast. We've got the third-ranked team in our Horn Top 20 countdown, and it's Wednesday. That means Setlist ATX, the live music picks for the week, all part of the next hour.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
Appreciate your favorite beach locations on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. Also, busy 9 o'clock hour about to begin. We got a Rod rant coming up. Got a little bit of an e-blast as well. My little thoughts on something big today. And, not that I don't give them anyhow, also Setlist ATX at the bottom of the hour. We're going to have a pinch hitter for Nick Shuley today, Rod, because Nick is in Nashville for an event, and his buddy Mark Higgins will be in with us. He is in charge of the Clark Field Collective, and he's going to give us the set list. And that includes the live music, but also where you can get out and meet the likes of Baron Sorrell and Byron Murphy, and Jade Barron, Kelvin Banks, Jalen Ford,
some of the
Terrence
stars,
Brooks, Jordan Whittington at a signing. We'll get you details on that coming up.
Nice stars of the Texas football team.
Yeah, man, out and about. So that's coming up bottom of the hour, plus for the end of the 9 o'clock hour, we'll have your Who Said That?
Who said that?
You said that. Yeah. So a good beach talk there. That gets me in the mood for the beach. But no time for the beach. We got football. Beach days are over. I don't know why today would be National Beach Day. Maybe because it's close to Labor Day.
Yeah, it's never a bad time for the beach, though.
And a lot of people get the extra weekend, get ready Monday. But we're talking football, man. We'll be here Monday morning after the Longhorns play the Rice Owls and got to recap the entire weekend of college football, which we're excited to do next Monday. But certainly we'll be here tomorrow and Friday to get you ready. And it's a busy hour and a lot going on, Rod.
And also bad news. We didn't talk about it. The Texans, Kenyon Green.
Yeah, how bad is it?
It's bad because I believe they're putting him on the pup. Yeah. So it's bad.
Well, they can't make the club in the tub. He was an injured player last year as a young guy out of Texas A&M, and now he's hurt again. That's not a good sign for the 15th pick of the draft.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew it was going to be bad or if they, maybe they got a second opinion. Because at first they hinted or implied that it would not be a bad injury. Was it a hand injury with Kenyon Green?
I think it's shoulder.
Shoulder injury. They hinted that it wouldn't be a bad injury, but. I mean, if he's on injury reserve, actually. I take that back. Injury reserve. Season over.
Yeah.
So it's not even published. His season is done. That comes from Ian Rappaport.
Is that I thought they could return like week 9 if they're on reserve.
He's right now. Ian Rappaport, I'll read the tweet. The Texans placed guard Kenyon Green on injury reserve, and his season is over.
Oh, well, great.
Man.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I don't know. Maybe he got other information on top of that he would not be.
I mean, if it's bad enough, then yeah.
Yeah, he says the season is over. So. Yeah, I thought it was going to be something that kept him out for some of the season, the first part of it. No, he's going to be out. So, but they remember that this is why the Texans did a good job. You got to give Nick Caserio some credit. Remember, they just made a trade with the tanking Arizona Cardinals for the Tankathon, and they traded for an offensive lineman.
From the University of Houston, Josh Jones.
Yes.
Josh Jones, he's kind of a swing player. And they've got interior players they like. We told you they drafted 2 centers in the draft last year, second round and 6th round. Mm-hmm. They like both of them. And look, I mean, here's the deal for the Texans. The Kenyon Green, he was the 15th pick of the draft, Rod.
Yeah.
And I know the Cowboys had a high opinion of him. And the Cowboys drafted Tyler Smith out of Tulsa about 9 picks later.
Well, their pick worked out. Hopefully they don't have any buyer's remorse about that.
No, they don't.
Tyler Smith killed it. He's awesome.
Because I know in the lead up with all the mock drafts and all our experts we talked to that Kenyon Green was a guy that the Cowboys had a high grade on. The Cowboys liked him. And the Texans gobbled him up with the 15th pick, but so far he's been a bust.
Yes, he is.
Going to give up on an offensive lineman. He's out of Texas A&M. He's out of the city of Houston. But, man, I'll say this for Nick Caserio, the GM in Houston. Derek Stingley better be really good. Derek Stingley has to be good because think about what he's done. The Deshaun Watson trade brought them first-round draft capital,
and
he used it to take Derek Stingley and then Kenyon Green. And then this year he took C.J. Stroud and he took Will Anderson, and then he traded – another one of those first-round picks to make sure they got Will Anderson, right? So, I mean, you're talking about these better be Pro Bowl players.
Yeah. He traded the Texans' first-round pick instead of trading the other first-round pick they had, which means
Arizona.
Yes, which means...
Well, listen, I mean, if Kenyon Green's not going to work on it, I'm not giving up on the player 2 years in, but it's not a good start because you can't make the club in the tub, as we talk about. That's what got Trey Lance, right? Trey Lance, who knows what he'd be right now if he could have played, but he couldn't be healthy. And that was Jimmy Garoppolo's problem in San Francisco. Couldn't stay healthy all year long. So all I'll say is Derek Stingley was drafted 1 pick ahead of Ahmad Gardner, right? If you take
and
I know they think Derek Stingley's going to be a really good player. And they brought in Jonathan Joseph, the former Texan, to be kind of a corners coach for him.
That's good.
And really bring him along. But Derek Stingley, immensely talented out of LSU. But Ahmad Gardner was the defensive rookie of the year.
He was the first rookie to make first team All-Pro since Ronnie Lott did it.
Damn.
So he's a real deal.
Well, but the point being for Nick Caserio, if you took a player one pick ahead of him on the same position and he doesn't work out and the other guy's the All-Pro already, the pressure's on you. Because, again, if the Texans are going to become anything again, these picks that you traded Deshaun Watson for have to become foundational pieces of your team.
They have to work out.
That's why the pressure's on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson to be not just good players but great players. Derek Stingley needs to be a great player for you. Because, again, in the second round, they took Jalen Petrie, and he's going to be a real good player for them.
That was a home run.
Damian Pierce was a great pick. And, draft picks have numbers on them, but they all count. And if you get Damian Pierce in the 5th round and he's really good, then still a good draft pick. But when you have those high capital, high value picks, you got to hit on them. I mean, you just have to hit on them, or you're not going to improve.
Agreed.
And I still think Stingley can be a real good player for them. But man, the Kenyon Green, bad piece of news. But I think they're prepared to handle it. Currently as a team to be okay on the O-line.
They like I said, they got the contingency plans in place with the trades they just made, and they, invested in the O-line, signed Titus Howard, Shaq Mason, signed Laramie Tunsil to an extension. So I like where they are, but you're right about the Kenyon Green. Long term, when you're evaluating Nick Caserio's job as an evaluator with those high picks, if either one, the C.J. Stroud or the Will Anderson pick don't work out, man, Nick Caserio won't be around long. He is the only GM in the history of the NFL that's been allowed to hire a third coach after hiring and firing back-to-back consecutive one-and-done coaches. No other GM has been allowed to hire a third because if you screw up back-to-back one-and-done coaches, you need to be gone too.
Well, and I think
it's extenuating circumstances for the Texans, of course.
Well, and he'll lose his job, but at the same time, as a fan, you're just hoping when we trade Deshaun Watson and first of all, I think you got enough for him.
You got enough for him.
Based on it. But then you have to capitalize on that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got to take those picks. And because obviously when he took over, Bill O'Brien had left the program and the organization decimated and just had no picks, they were cap strapped, they had no talent. I mean, it was bad. Mm-hmm. And that's what they had to work their way through. And it's kind of what we're seeing in Arizona, right? I mean, they're coming in and Arizona doesn't have a lot of talent. They've got an injured quarterback. But that's why they traded with Houston to go get draft capital, and Arizona's hoping that they've got the first and second pick next year, the first and third pick next year, because Houston's, again, not going to be very good.
The Dolphins, they turned those Trey Lance picks into some great players.
That's right.
Turned into Jalen Waddle, turned into Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb.
There you go.
That's how you do it.
Right? If you're going to trade those, you're going to acquire those ones or trade those ones.
Make sure you hit.
If you hit on them, you're on the fast track. And that's why I think the Dolphins were in on the Jonathan Taylor trade, because they're
ahead of schedule.
They're looking at it saying, wait a second, we're going for it.
Yeah, because they're like, well, we didn't know we'd be at this point. We know we'd have, this much progress in this short amount of time, and Tua's still on the rookie deal.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why you hear that. Tua's still, getting that rookie contract. Let's go get Jonathan Taylor. It didn't work out. He stays in Indianapolis, which there's a mess again. I compare the Jonathan Taylor thing with the Josh Jacobs thing in Vegas, and with the Cowboys and Tony Pollard, right? Cowboys dealt with the Tony Pollard thing. He signed his franchise tag. Everybody understands that these running backs are undervalued, but there's nothing you can do about basic economics right now. As I've said, no one cried a river when the fullback position went away. Who was trying for the fullbacks? Who now there's none. Like there's one guy who plays fullback in the league.
You say, hey, the Cowboys put one on their roster. Lipke.
Where were the Zoom calls for the endangered species of fullbacks?
The Cowboys got one from North Dakota State. He made the roster.
And he's
Hunter
making
Lipke.
Squat for money, right? But again, this is what's happening with the running backs. They're being devalued. We get that. But you still have to you got to build relationships with your people and navigate that. And that didn't work with Jonathan Taylor, and he's out. The real interesting thing, Rod, before we get into your rant this morning, I got to ask you about the NFL, is the Chris Jones story in Kansas City. You did a rant recently, which I 100% agreed with, that if Patrick Mahomes is willing to take less money, I mean, and again, he got a $500 million contract. We know that. But if you get into the fine details of Patrick Mahomes' contract,
team-friendly deal.
It's a team-friendly deal, so that he can get paid. He can do his endorsement deals. He's going to make plenty of money, but he wants to win Super Bowls. So he took less. He's not demanding to be the number one and highest paid quarterback in the league like a lot of people would. He's the best player in the league. But he's leaving money on the table for others. You didn't give that money to Tyreek Hill.
No.
And now you're holding up Chris Jones. You're holding, and he, because again, Chris Jones in the final year before your $80 million deal, he's been paid But if you saw the Super Bowl and the playoffs last year, he's one of the best defensive players, not named Aaron Donald, in this league.
Yep.
You have to have him if you're going to win the Super Bowl again. Yet here they are holding line on this, and Chris Jones, nothing got done. And so now what are you going to do with him? He says he'll sit out the first 7 or 8 weeks of the season. Are the Chiefs really willing to risk that? And if you're Patrick Mahomes, aren't you thinking, wait a second, why am I taking less and you guys won't spend the money on the best players we have? These are elite players on our team, Tyreek Hill and Chris Jones. Are you really going to let them both go?
Yeah, like I said, I don't understand it, and nobody wants to talk about it, but everybody wants to talk about the team-friendly deals these quarterbacks sign. And Mahomes, that's probably the most team-friendly deal in the history of the NFL now that you're looking at it, concerning what he's accomplished and what he projects to be as a quarterback. He's like the 7th or 8th highest-paid quarterback in the league right now. And like I said, they got him on a team-friendly deal. That was a 10-year deal they signed. So they didn't really have to re-up with him, I think, until close to 2030 or something like that.
Well, think about this.
But my point is, these GMs, it's guys, it's all propaganda. These GMs have all y'all fooled. We all participate in the ongoing battle between labor and management. We all dealing with it in our own way, in some sort of way. All right. And for most of y'all out there, y'all are labor, like we all are. Y'all aren't management. Y'all are considered labor. And you usually at your workplace, you're probably going to side with labor because you're part of labor. And yet, when it comes to sports, most fans who are labor, right?
Side with management.
They side with management, and I don't get it. It befuddles me, stupefies me. Because you are labor, they are labor, and yet when they are in a dispute with their management, you call them selfish and you call them bad teammates. And it's like, no, what if you were in the same situation? So the point is, this is why it's propaganda with these owners, or when they try to play this out in the court of public opinion. They have the media and the fans, like you, believing and perpetuating the propaganda that these guys are selfish because they're just asking for more money. They're selfish and they're all about themselves and not the team. And yet you have Patrick Mahomes. He is the epitome of an unselfish player. He said several times he wants to sign deals that help them sign other great players so they can keep on winning Super Bowls. That's what Tom Brady did. That's what he wants to do. He wants to follow that model. He signed the most team-friendly deal in the history of the NFL. 10-year deal, which every agent will tell you, bad deal, terrible deal. You want to sign 3- and 4-year deals, you can come back to the negotiating table and get more money. And yet, this team, after he signed that deal, they didn't want to sign his favorite receiver, Tyreek Hill, let him go elsewhere, and now they might let Chris Jones go too.
Well, they haven't signed him, and he's in the final year of his
deal.
Or
they might trade him. But guys, my point is, don't let these general managers and these front offices, don't let them fool you. Don't let them sidetrack you. Don't let them hoodwink you, bamboozle you, lead you astray and run you amok. All right? They are taking that money, all right? And they're doing with that money what they want. By the way, the Chiefs, they just drafted like 3 rookies last season that start on their defense. Rookies, the cheapest of all personnel that you can have in the NFL. Rookies starting. And yet they still don't have the money. Where's the money? Where's the beef? Where's all the money going?
Yeah,
where is it?
That's a fair question. It really is. I mean, they've got Travis Kelce makes a lot of money. They've rebuilt their offensive line and spent a pretty good amount of money on that. Same time, look, I mean, I guess they're banking because remember their schedule. If you're going to play 7 games without Chris Jones, which Jones says he's willing to sit out, he has to come back by week 8 to get to free agency. He's got to be able to vest and play enough games this year. But Detroit's week 1, a week from tomorrow. That's a good team. You're at home. You probably win that game even without Chris Jones, maybe. Then you go to Jacksonville, play a team you played in the playoffs last year. Then you got the Bears at home. You go to the Jets. You go to Minnesota. You host Denver. You host the Chargers. I mean, you're going to need Chris Jones here to win these games. He's your best defensive player. Or, you got to trust their GM a little bit that he's done a great job of drafting players.
He has.
Same time, I think you're right about, and as I started it with Patrick Mahomes, I mean, he's got to be wondering, we only have a few elite players, right? We win Super Bowls because we have a good roster of drafted players, and then we have our elite players who separate us from everybody else, including myself. Well, you let one of them go in Tyreek Hill, and who'd you replace him with? Draft picks?
And I think what distorted their view is because Patrick Mahomes is so good, his stats actually improved.
Yeah, they went 14-3 last year.
His stats improved. And Tyreek Hill, actually, his stats got better too. They both had great years, even though they lost each other.
I think that's what Brett Veach is thinking, that I can keep drafting. We got this transcendent player. But at some point, if you're Mahomes, elite players are going to help you win. And they're teammates of yours. They need to be getting paid too, but because there are only a handful of elite players on any great team.
Oh man!
And they need to. That's where the money needs to percolate up to. We'll see where that goes with Chris Jones. They are holding the line as it stands now.
And the Chiefs, not only this is another thing too. Not only do they have arguably the best bargain in the history of the NFL at quarterback right now, because Patrick Mahomes 7th or 8th highest paid quarterback. Guys, Travis Kelce is arguably
the greatest tight end ever.
Arguably best tight end ever, but arguably he's a top 5 receiver in the league. Like receiver.
Yeah.
Not just wide receiver, tight end or quarterback. I'm talking about a receiver, and they're paying him like a tight end. They don't even have to pay him big time wide receiver money. There are wide receivers who are like, I don't know, the 25th highest paid wide receiver, probably making more money than Travis Kelce.
Yeah. Well, he's being drafted as a wide receiver in fantasy football leagues, I can tell you that.
See, so they got 2 players who are the best at their position that they're getting bargains on and discounts on. And they don't want to pay other guys like Tyreek Hill and Chris Jones who are the best. So they had 4 players at one point who were the best at their position, arguably. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce. And they may just be down to 2 because they believe, hey, man, we can make it work.
I assume at some point that gets frustrating for Patrick Mahomes, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe Patrick Mahomes he just trusts because they're going to be the favorites again.
They should be.
Now, I think they need Chris Jones. I really do. But I think that's a fair point for sure. Is that Rod's rant, or you got another rant?
That's
we got to get to
close to a rant right there.
That's good.
That's not bad. That's a good rant. I got one observation, not a rant about the Cowboys roster. Can I just give it an observation? Can we do that in Rod's rant? We'll just make that easy. Okay, so my observation is because I was looking at the Cowboys active roster, and I noticed because of the linebackers, DeMarvion Overshown is on the injured reserve now. And by the way, I saw somebody on Specs X line asking, does he get paid? He gets his signing bonus. That's yours. So once you sign on the dotted line, he'll also get injured reserve money, which is a reduced salary. It's significantly reduced. I was on injury reserve like twice. So
you're not getting game checks.
You're not getting game checks. Oh, by the way, the Detroit Lions, they once paid me while I was on IR like I was on the active roster.
Nice.
Yes. No, not nice, because then they took it all back the next year.
Oh, they did?
So they might have brought me back just to get their money back.
So it was an accounting error?
It basically, yes. The Detroit Lions made an accounting error. And I was like, man, IR is a pretty sweet deal. I was making like buku bucks. It turns out like, nah, they had overpaid Rod B. But getting back to it, the nickel position, the defensive back position, and the linebackers. So they only keep 4 linebackers, but one of them was a former DB. They keep Leighton Vander Esch, Damone Clark, and Devin Harper, and they're keeping Marquise Bell, who was a former safety that they moved to linebacker, one of those Dan Quinn pet projects. So essentially they got 3.5 linebackers, not 4, because like I said, Marquise Bell is a project at linebacker. DeMarvion Overshown was hurt. They cut Jabril Cox. So he's gone and waived. But look how many defensive backs they kept. They kept, I believe we got 7 corners here. Trevon Diggs, Stephon Gilmore, Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis, Noah Igbenogany, Edgar Scott Jr., and Nashawn Wright are your corners. Remember, Jordan Lewis, they did not put him on the PUP list. They put him on the roster. They want him to be able to practice, and then essentially at one point they would bring him up and make him an active player on the 53-man roster during the games. But they actually they put him on the roster instead of the PUP list. They got the safeties. They picked 5 safeties. Donovan Wilson, J-Ron Curse, and Malik Hooker, of course. They're 3 starting safeties. And then Israel Makayamu and Wanye Thomas. So out of the DBs, you're talking about 7 corners and 5 safeties. So that's 12 DBs you end up keeping, and only 3.5 linebackers, 4 if you want to count Marquise Bell. But like I said, he's more of a project. To me, this is an indicator the Cowboys are going to play a lot more dime defense and a lot more sub packages. Last year, the Cowboys were, 6th in the NFL in dime package. That's 6 DBs on the field. Remember, they lead the NFL by far and away with big dime, big nickel packages. Those are packages, sub packages with 3 safeties on the field. Nobody plays more 3 safeties than the Cowboys, which is why they want to keep 5 of them, because they essentially start 3 safeties. But I think the reason they're keeping 7 corners instead of keeping 6 and adding one of those to the linebacker position is because I think they want to play more DBs than they do linebackers. Last year, like I said, they were top 5, top 6 in the NFL in dime packages, lead the NFL in 3 safety packages. I think this is another indicator they're going to continue going down that road. More dime, more sub packages, less linebackers on the field, potentially.
And then the ability to play run defense when you need to, but when you get into obvious passing situations, play more defensive backs that can run, and then sick your pass rush. Cover and run, then sick your pass rush with Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence and all those rushers on your quarterback.
Yep.
That is obviously, but you got to get them into passing situations before you can go to the dime. Especially against a team like the Giants with Saquon Barkley and the Eagles who can pound the rock. You got to get them into those spots.
Yes, you do.
But if you do, then you have the personnel to get there, which I like a lot. All right, Rod's rant and some Chiefs coverage. It says, haven't you seen Gracie Hunt on the internet? That's the granddaughter of.
Oh yeah, she's smoking, isn't she?
Between the clothes, the travel, she needs to keep up with that look. That's where the Chiefs' money is going.
I also think the Chiefs are anticipating paying Patrick Mahomes the biggest contract in North American team sports history.
At some point. Lee Steinberg's already rattled the cage.
Yeah, so I think they're like, man, this is coming. And right now, they're just kind of stashing away
and we have no argument
money for
against it.
Yeah, well, you can't argue against it.
We have Michael Jordan.
And
we're going to
remember,
have to pay him.
The Chiefs, behind the scenes, just recently, actually, a couple of months ago, I brought this up on the show. They, along with NFL owners, unanimously passed a new NFL rule that players and non-family members of ownership, they cannot get ownership stake. Like Lionel Messi. Yes, basically a Lionel Messi rule. But the ownership group that actually signed and the ones who actually created the memo, it was the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, because they're anticipating Lee Steinberg. And
yes, they want to avoid
they'd like to be cut in on the ownership stake.
They know Mahomes. And Mahomes, he should ask for it, by the way, because the reports are that Aaron Rodgers asked for it from the Jets, and it didn't happen. Tom Brady asked for it, too. That Caleb Williams' agent actually has been asking around NFL circles about it.
So that's why the rule was put in place ahead of all this coming.
Too many guys asking about it.
We've seen what happened with Messi, without a doubt.
Pandora's box.
No question. Hey, coming back, it is the Setlist ATX, all the great live music, and that big autograph signing that's coming up for your favorite Longhorn players. Details on that with our man Mark Higgins on the other side. Plus, who said that?
Who said that?
Before the end of the hour. Oh, man. Lionel Richie, the crooner, was bringing it last night at 74 years young out at the Moody Center. Thanks to our friends over at Brown Distributing that helped out with some tickets so I could be there last night. Wife's birthday is this week, so she was excited. Lionel Richie, she's a huge fan of Lionel Richie's music, but also American Idol. Sounds like we're hearing the video, the MTV video of that song. Lionel Richie, he played the hits last night, opened with Hello, and ended with Dancing on the Ceiling and did everything in between. It was great. Thanks to Brown Distributing. Also, I want to thank Nick Shuley for hooking us up with Rick Lopez over at La Condesa, because he is the executive chef at La Condesa, and had some dinner over there. That's right by the Moody Theater, where ACL Live in the Moody Theater is right behind it. Awesome restaurant, and highly recommend La Condesa if you're looking for a interior Mexican place with a great ambiance. And Rick does an amazing job. How about this, Rod? We got the queso flambeado last night.
Oh, yeah. Is that the really thick queso?
And it had pork ribs in it.
Yeah.
And we shared that. That was it. I couldn't eat anymore. I was done. That was it. I mean, we want me to order more food?
Oh, yeah, it's thick, man.
Oh, man.
It's like a whole meal.
And you put it on these little tortillas, and I'm like, okay, well, that was dinner. It was an appetizer. We shared it. And I was like, all right, done.
Mm-hmm. I've had some. My wife is into that. She's real big into that thick cheese. I'm like, man, I can't eat that stuff. I'll be like, that'll mess me up, man.
It's not going to let you get your day plan with your number 2.
I'll be off schedule with that thing, man.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Well, we got to guess what happened. That hadn't happened over here. Too much information. But, yeah, it was La Condesa was awesome, and Lionel Richie was great, and that was a great night. But cool night for sure. And I didn't know what to expect from Lionel Rod, but he brought it.
74 years old. That's amazing. That's why I admire. That's why being a rapper is tough, because you can't tour like that at 74 when you're a rapper. You ain't gonna
you're done at 40.
You're done about 40, 45. But if you're in R&B and you're in, rock and roll, these guys are touring when they're 70s, 80s. They're making money forever.
Who opened for him was Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Exactly. R&B.
They've been doing it 50 years like he has.
You're a rapper, you got a 20-year window, 20, 30 years. After that, nobody wants to hear a 60-year-old rap about, going to the club and getting with women and philandering and drugs. Nobody wants to hear about that when you're 60 and 70,
But cool night. And then appreciate Rick over there at La Condesa. And look who's here, because Nick Shuley is in Nashville doing some musical business. He is our Setlist ATX leader, but he has sent a pinch hitter, and dang, it's a good one, which is pretty cool. He is our man Mark Higgins, who is a UT grad.
Hey.
Worked at Texas Athletics back in the day. He used to work with Lance Armstrong quite closely in Clark Field Collective in the NIL space the last couple of years. How are you doing, Higgs?
I'm doing well. This is my Lou Gehrig moment. I think Nick is the Wally Pipp today.
He's out.
So, Nick is out. This is the last one.
Could be the Tom Brady moment, too.
Yeah,
he had one of those moments, too. Yeah.
Bledsoe just took a hit on the sideline. I'm in.
Yeah. It'll never be the same.
Nick comes back, and it'll be like, hey, bring your playbook. Bring your playbook, Nick.
Coach wants to see you.
Coach wants to see you. All right, so Setlist ATX. Let's start with this because we teased it, but there's a cool event if you love Longhorn football, because we know coming up for music at LCL, Rod, Longhorn City Limits, Pat Green this weekend. Pat Green.
Nice. Yeah, forget all about Longhorn City Limits, right?
Pat Green will be there. But
when's the last time Pat played at 12:30? It's been a while.
Been a bit. Maybe at a festival somewhere.
There'll still be a lot of inebriated folks, so he'll be used to it.
12:30 with the great Pat Green did it this week on LCL stage. That's a good way to launch your football season in the Rice game. But even better than that would be tomorrow night over at the Co-op, right?
That's right. Yep, right there on the drag, right across from the tower. We got a bunch of the guys coming out for a autograph session. It's a suggested donation that goes to a textbook, donation that gets people scholarships for textbooks. But we've got some of the hitters out there: Jalai Barron, Kelvin Banks, JT Sanders, Tavondre Sweat, Jordan Whittington, Jalen Ford, Terrence Brooks, Bert Auburn. Come on out.
Nice. How
about
good
that?
Star power right there.
I think doors open for that or start lining up about 5:30. The guys will be down there from 6 to 7. Do a couple autographs. I think there's a limit of 2 per person, but come on out, check it out. Meet our horns before they get ready for battle.
Sweat,
fantastic.
JT Sanders and Kelvin Banks will take up the whole damn table.
Yeah, we got. Yeah. I think Bert's going to be alone in the corner there.
And you worked with a lot of these guys closely on collective events and things. And give me a quick thought. Byron Murphy, intense.
He's got that dog, as they say, but super sweet. Same thing with Sweat. Like, I wouldn't want to get into a brawl with him, but super nice guy. All these guys. Jordan Whittington is just the nicest guy he can be. But I think they turn it on when they hit the field. Rod,
Oh yeah,
different kind of guy. We had our new transfer, Jalen Catalan, who could be the nicest guy of the whole group, and you see some of these film of him just knocking the daylights out of guys, and you're like, God, that's a different person when you see him in person.
Yeah, and you get to work with him behind the scenes and kind of
cool.
off hours.
That's really cool.
That's what teams are looking for, Rod, is that guy that can flip the switch and go become a maniac on game day, but then be normal during the week.
I think it happens in music too. I bet. Higgs, you probably are familiar with this, just knowing a lot of artists. There is an alter ego that you have when you're considered an entertainer, even as an athlete. There's an alter ego. Mine was Black Caesar.
Black Caesar.
Yeah, you don't want to meet
What's
Black
Beyonce's?
Caesar. I forget. She does
Sasha
have
Fierce or something?
Yes,
Sasha Fierce,
exactly. Like I think entertainers have one, and this is not the person you're going to be when you're hanging out with your kids and your family.
Say this, Rod.
But when I'm on the field, Black Caesar was like, you didn't want to be around that guy. That guy was a bit sadistic, and he was a sick mofo, man. But he was a competitor, and nothing mattered more than competing to him. And
and you put him in the third person. I love it.
Oh yeah, no, because that was I wanted to be a wrestler before I was a football player. Before I wanted to be a football player, so that was going to be our wrestling alter ego. So Black Caesar.
You're in shape. There's still time.
No, I'm too old now. And I got the injuries mounting up.
Come on, man.
For it. But no, I think you're right though. With the alter ego, I think a lot. Snoop Dogg has like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, that's why he's still doing concerts at 60.
Exactly. Snoop Lion, whatever it may be. So I think that's part of the mystique. That's why artists and athletes, they do have this kind of random connection. They all want to beat each other. Athletes want to be artists, and artists want to be athletes.
Yeah,
well, like you said, Lionel Richie, maybe Snoop will be the 70-year-old rapper still
yeah,
kicking.
Snoop Dogg.
He might be the one, man. He's trying his best, ain't he?
Because he hang out with Martha Stewart and things like that.
Hey, there you
I would
go.
also say that I think if you see me off the show, I don't talk a lot. I'm kind of a quiet guy that just watches things and observe. Mostly people would be surprised by that, but you talk it up for 5 hours, Rod.
Hey man,
got to shut it down sometime.
I'm bound to say something stupid.
All right, so on top of the event, that's 5:30 to 7 down there at the University Co-op. Our friends, check out that 40 Acres collection of gear while you're there as well.
It's great stuff.
But then get some autographs from some of the best Longhorns you're going to see, and that's pretty cool. All right, so we start with tonight. Lionel Richie was last night with Earth, Wind, and Fire. What are the best shows you've got, Higgs, for tonight?
I mean, I've been here about 28 years, and one of the first guys I saw when I first came down to Austin was James McMurtry, and he's playing over at the Continental Club, the gallery upstairs, and
That's
just
a cool
phenomenal songwriter. I mean, one of the best in the country. He's playing at 8:30, and then one I think some of the listeners may have seen, but if you're new to the scene or maybe just getting into town, the Spasmatics are playing at the Speakeasy tonight.
Still put on a great show.
Still just a great live performance and just people really getting into it. And I know we got starting the long weekends coming up, so if you can get out, maybe sneak out a little bit early tonight. The Speakeasy, Spasmatics at 9:30.
Love that, and then that takes us to Thursday. In addition to the NIL signing over at Co-op, you've got a hard rock show at Coda.
Yeah, this was a Nick Shuley request or Nick Shuley special. Probably not my cup of tea, but he's all about Godsmack and Stained down at the Coda Amphitheater. They're going to be out there tomorrow night on a Thursday. And then something a little bit more laid back. Maybe your parents have come in. You're trying to impress them that you're actually going to school for a little bit and doing things. The Copa Kings are down at the Parker Club. It's a jazz venue down there in the 4th Street
Parker
Warehouse
Jazz
District.
Lounge, Rod? You got to go downstairs. What's the steakhouse above it?
That's the Driftwood is up there. That's Driftwood.
Yeah, the Driftwood's there. Somebody will tell me that there's a steakhouse.
There's raw sushi's right there. Right?
Raw sushi, and then you go down the steps into the Parker Jazz Club, and it's a cool scene.
I love jazz clubs.
So the Copa Kings, they do kind of
it's on 4th Street right there.
Ella Fitzgerald type thing, and kind of check that out. And that'll get us into the weekend. Friday, long weekend, Labor Day coming up. I know a lot of locals probably have seen there, done it and all that. But if you have not been to Don's Depot, go check out Don and the Station Masters.
Ty will be there.
I'll be there.
It is. You'll see, guys like Ty in their mid-20s to people in their 80s, and the cross section of it really does.
How old is this band? How long they been around?
Oh, they're old.
Yeah, Don's probably in his 70s, right?
Lionel Richie will be proud.
Yeah, Lionel Richie could sit in. He might be the youngest.
Nice.
So he's there at Don's Depot at 8:30 tomorrow, Friday night. Little bit of comedy, throw a little curveball here. Bill Maher, I know controversial. He maybe where you land on side of politics, but he kind of usually. He makes fun of everybody, so he might be a good one to check out. He's at ACL Live on Friday evening at 8 o'clock.
I love comedians. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, this next one, no one's really probably heard of these bands, but if you've been in the area, West Campus, there's a little convenience store right on 29th and Rio Grande. It's called the Rio Market. It's kind of catty corner from Cabo Bob's.
Yeah, okay.
Right by Texas French Bread. And these guys, probably about 6 months ago, they've this little convenience store. They move the shelves out, move all the stuff out, and then they just open it up and they have hard rock shows and poetry slams and, just
cool.
And it's amazing. You got like 150 kids just sitting outside buying stuff in the store and hanging out. It's the Rio Market at West Campus.
Okay.
And you're probably not going to see the best of talent, but maybe some kids on the come up. High school kids played in their bands. That's out there at the Rio
Market. That's at 7:00, and that's not far down from the Mockingbird Saloon where Rod and I will be hanging out.
You can walk right there
before the game. The game on Saturday, noon to 2 at the Mockingbird, not far from 29th.
We're thankful for Brian and the guys there. Open up that space for us. That's
indeed.
Real good.
Thankful indeed.
Continue with kind of the hard rock thing is kind of legends of punk rock. Black Flag is at the Mohawk on Friday night at 8:30.
Cool.
That's a ticketed event. I think there's a few tickets left for that. And that brings us to our ticket giveaway over at Saxon Pub, the blues legend W.C. Clark. And I know Nick's got a couple set aside, and Ty's going to give that.
We're giving away tickets to see W.C.?
Yep, that's right. That's right.
An Austin blues legend. Actually, not even an Austin blues legend, but he is an Austin, but a blues legend in general. The godfather of Austin blues, Wesley Curly Clark.
That's right.
W.C. Clark. And you know what I found out recently? I was talking to, this is a name drop, Rod, 100%.
Do it.
I was talking to Gary Clark Jr., and it's been uncovered that at some level he and W.C. Clark are cousins. They're related.
Get out of here.
They're related.
Oh,
what?
Yeah. And Gary never knew it. And I don't think W.C. ever knew it. And
they do one of those ancestry.com
yeah,
things?
Yeah. I don't know. I was just ran into Gary.
That's a cool story.
And he was, W.C. Clark was playing at Hayes City Store. And Gary was there. And I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm watching my cousin. And I was like, I didn't know he was your cousin. He goes, oh, yeah, we just found out. And so, cool story there.
Wow.
Gary Clark, W.C. Clark. Well, and the fact they didn't know it, and of course, one's a blues legend and one is becoming a blues legend in Austin, Texas, is pretty cool.
Genetics are a strong thing.
Well, and the fulcrum to that is Stevie Ray Vaughan, right? Because Stevie Ray Vaughan, W.C. was in Stevie Ray Vaughan's first band when he broke away from his brother.
Oh, that's a nice
W.C.
nugget.
was in the band.
Oh.
And then, of course, Gary Clark would tell you he began taking up the guitar seeing Stevie Ray Vaughan on Austin City Limits. And that's when he became Gary Clark. So
nice.
Stevie Ray Vaughan kind of right there in the pivot of the whole thing, which is pretty cool. But that W.C. Clark is at Saxon, the W.C. Clark show at Saxon Pub on Saturday. We'll give away a pair of tickets to that here coming up.
Well,
Friday. Sorry.
Yep. And you mentioned his brother, Jimmy Vaughn. He's going to be playing with the Mike Flanagan Trio down there at Seaboys at 10:30 on Saturday night. So
Mike Flanagan's daughter is one of my good friends.
There you go.
It's funny.
So Ty can get you on the guest list.
Yeah, small world.
Also, another blues group out of Austin, Texas, playing Antones on Saturday night.
Yeah, the Peterson brothers. I don't know if you've had the chance to see them. I saw them a couple years ago back at the Continental Club, and
they're actual brothers. They are brothers.
They are. Halfway through the set, they just kind of playing their guitars, long chords, and walked out out of the Continental Club, right onto the street, and we're still playing. It was kind of an interesting thing to see. Pretty cool. So
they're out of Bastrop, Texas.
That's right. Check those guys out. And you guys mentioned earlier, Pat Green is going to kick off the first game of the year at the Longhorn City Limits down there in the LBJ Lawn. That's a free show, 12:30.
Nice.
Come out, get a little tune-up, pregame, and get ready for the Horns.
All right, Sunday we have an extended weekend, Labor Day weekend, so you can get out and see some stuff and do some stuff Sunday, knowing you're not working Monday. Rod and I will be here.
We work,
but you won't. You'll be listening though.
Exactly.
While you're doing what on Sunday there, Mark Higgins?
I had to even put the little asterisk on here so I don't say the S word, but there's Ginny's Chicken S Bingo with the Derailers.
Chicken-ish bingo.
Yeah. So if you've been to,
you ever done that, Rod? That's high stakes gambling.
I've not. I've heard of it though.
With chicken poop.
I've had friends who actually have done that. Yeah.
Kind of you play the bingo game and where the chicken goes and does his business is where you can find some winners. But they're going to be down there at Seaboys as well at 3:30. No cover. The Derailers. If you've not seen them, great band to check out. They don't get around here as much anymore. So be cool to check those guys out. This was keeping with Nick's theme of going to see shows with 14-year-old girls. This is the Jonas Brothers. Will be at the Moody Center on 7 o'clock Sunday night.
You got the concert for 14-year-old girls coming up on Sunday. I was there for the concert for 60 plus.
I want to say 60, 70-year-olds.
Yeah, Nick's skewed a little younger.
Something for everybody out there at the Moody Center. They're booking a great room. There's no doubt about that. And what a great arena to see any concert in. Also, Green Hall Sunday.
Yeah, going a little outside of town, going a little south. Charlie Roberson, who did have some health complications back in, I think, 2018 and kind of abruptly retired. He's kind of back on the scene and doing his thing, and he's going to be down there at Green Hall. So if you guys want to check out, you got the Monday off, go down, head to Green Hall, a historic venue, and go check out Charlie.
Charlie Robeson, of course, part of that Robeson brother clan. Monday, it's Labor Day, so if
why
you're
not?
looking for something to do, then Continental Club is always hopping.
Hey,
always hopping. And you got Dale Watson, who longtime Austin resident for a bit, and he's moved out of town, but he comes back, every once in a while, and he's going to be doing a set on Monday evening at the Continental Club, and always a treat. And maybe you still have some folks in town for Labor Day and hanging out. Maybe a last ditch effort before they head out of town on Tuesday. Maybe head out there on Monday night.
Love that.
Nice.
And then Tuesday to wrap up our Setlist ATX for the week, Wednesday to Tuesday.
Yeah, another big show at the Moody Center. Sam Smith, who's global superstar, he'll be out
Sam
there.
Smith.
Yeah, he'll be out there
His
belting
voice
them
is
out.
amazing.
Yeah.
Did he just have like voice surgery like a year or so?
I believe that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
That's
a
right.
thought that he may not have the same singing ability because of his voice surgery.
He can still hit it.
Oh no, no doubt.
Yeah. Then this last one, this was also a Nick pick. I'm not super familiar. It's a rock brand out of Sacramento, California called Dance Gavin Dance. They're going to be at ACL Live. I don't know. Maybe Ty. Maybe you got some background on them. I'm not sure.
Not familiar.
Okay.
A Nick pick. I like that.
Oh, my man, Mark Henry wanted to weigh in. You said the Peterson brothers is having the show.
That's right.
He said his cousin is opening for the Peterson brothers.
There you go.
So Mark Henry's he's gonna be there.
There you go.
Matthias Latham, I believe is his name. So
Perfect.
Mark Henry's he's listed. He say he's gonna be hanging out too. So
Come
there
out
you
and say
go.
hello to Mark.
Yeah, got some star power working.
Oh, okay. Somebody just texted us and said that Charlie Robinson concert been canceled. He's sick. They canceled the Saturday show. I had tickets.
Oh.
So there you go. Well, you didn't know that. So
Looks like my list is just
what do Green Hall do? Hey, if anybody wants to play Green Hall, it's available Saturday night. To put in your request now. All right, let's give away those tickets. Thank you, Mark Higgins.
Of course.
For coming on by.
Guys.
Thank you.
Nice
brother.
job. Great pinch hit. That's a pinch hit home run right there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a pair of tickets to see W.C. Clark at Saxon Pub on Friday night. You and a guest will be on the guest list on our Setlist ATX if you are caller 5 at 447-3776. Pick those up and enjoy the show, courtesy of Joe Abels and the great team at Saxon Pub. Rod and I are coming back with Who Said That? Who said it, Rod Babers? Who said it? By the way, I will tell you that our female listener number 7 on the text line said that the the Charlie Robinson concert on Saturday and Sunday have been canceled at Green Hall.
Oh, man.
And he's got an illness, and so the Derailers have stepped in. The Derailers will be playing at Green Hall. So thank you to Mark Higgins with Setlist ATX. And did we give away our tickets, T.Y.?
Yes, Adam won those
Nice
tickets.
job, Adam.
Hey, shout out to Adam.
You'll be checking out The Godfather of the
Congrats.
Austin Blues, W.C. Clark, on Friday night at
Kinfolk of Gary Clark.
Kinfolk. I like that.
Mhm.
At Saxon Pub. Okay, Rod, what do you have? What do you have for me? We play audio here in this segment, and you and I try to guess who said that.
Who said that? All right, this is a coach. This is a coach in college who is talking about the quarterback competition. Some teams are still dealing with a quarterback competition. Hell, Texas actually at the backup quarterback position, still dealing with a quarterback competition there. Let's see if you can identify this coach talking about his competition on his campus.
I think that's significant that we have two guys that we feel confident playing in a game. This is something that's a little uncharted territory for me, but you just go on what you see every day in practice. And I think that Kyle's consistency the last couple of weeks has allowed him to be the starter. He deserves that. But I also think Devin deserves to play in the game as well. So how much, all that's still to be determined, but we've at least come up with that conclusion here.
All right, that's going to be Ryan Day, the head coach of our 4th-ranked team in our countdown yesterday. By the way, we'll get our 3rd-ranked team coming up
That's who
in
said
our
that.
next hour. But that's who said that. Ryan Day, Jr., Kyle McCord, and we had our man Steve Hellwagon yesterday, Rod.
Hellwagon.
And he told us to expect Kyle McCord to be named because that press conference, he was headed to it after he talked to us. And Kyle McCord, he said he's the junior, but he also played with Marvin Harrison Jr. in high school.
Yeah, that's what I thought was interesting.
So there's a connection.
Mm-hmm.
But he made it clear yesterday, Ryan Day, that the redshirt freshman Devin Brown, who's a hotshot kid himself, it's one of those, if they're even.
To go with the younger guy.
You go with the younger guy.
They shouldn't be even if one's a veteran and one's a youngster.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be even.
Yeah, Devin Brown's right there with him. So that'll be – then they open with there's a couple of Big Ten conference games to start Big Ten, and that's one of them, Ohio State, Indiana. I think maybe the All are players opening with a conference game.
And I can't see whoever winning that job losing that job because you're throwing to two of the top, 5 or 10 best wide receivers in the country.
2 preseason All-Americans for wide receiver.
Exactly.
And they got good backfield, too.
So you just got to win the job. You win the job, you're good. You're pretty much going to have a great year.
Put up numbers. It's like Quinn Ewers, right? How are you not putting up numbers in that offense?
Amen, brother. Amen.
All right, who said this, Rod? He's a Longhorn and was asked about expectations. Okay. And I've called it, and we've glossed it, the all gas, no excuses season. Mm-hmm. Sky's the limit, Big 12 championship or bust. But there's a Longhorn player who is back for maybe his final season who's saying, no, I'm taking it a game at a time. That's the only way I know how to operate. Who said this?
Definitely at first I would say yes, I had that feeling, but not too long ago I talked to my dad, and he's just as excited as the season is as me. And he said that he is going to cherish every single game, and he's going to, at the end of every single game, look around the stadium one last time, one hard look, and just be appreciative of the opportunity. And that's definitely what I'm going to do this season, take that role and just look at it like that. So I feel like the all or nothing type thing would just cause stress and strain. And I mean, I'm playing a game that I love, and I'm playing it with teammates that I love in the city that I love, at the school that I love. So there should be no pressure, and just go out there and enjoy it. That's going to be my goal.
All right. What Longhorn player had that poignant comment about his final season at Texas?
That is one of the 5 returning offensive linemen for Texas, Mr. Christian Jones.
Yes.
Who actually, people don't know this about Christian Jones. He's only been playing football for 6 years.
He took up football late. And he's a massive
soccer player early, and it's like his 7th year, I believe, playing football.
Which is why he had a great year last year, his best year by far under the tutelage of Kyle Flood. And I think the NFL looked at him and said, "Man, go back one more year. I mean, we like what we're seeing here. We like what we're seeing. You got long arms. You're 6'6". You're a big guy, good feet, but you're just raw and
really raw." So basically, this is his 7th year playing offensive line, 8th year playing organized football.
Yeah, well, in the NFL, they don't grow. They can't coach the growth. They can't coach the size. He's a big human,
and he just got that body because he didn't have it forever. He was a smaller. He got the size and the height
came late.
But the girth And the mask came late. I'm sorry, that's a weird
Don't
word
say
to
girth.
use. But yeah, but you get my point. Like,
I get your point.
Bigger, you got
well,
bigger.
and I think he's got a chance at a professional career if he has another really good year and takes a step forward on this Longhorn offensive line. But
totally agree
But
with
a very
you.
eloquent speaker and a good way to put that. You know, the fans want all gas, no excuses. But he's saying, I'm going to relish every second of this. And if I do that and play to the best of my ability, things will work out.
And he's very charismatic. He does. You can tell like he's one of those types of personalities, the joking kind. No matter if he does play football or not, I think he's gonna learn how to monetize his brand.
There we go. You got another Who Said That for me, Rob?
I do not have a.
I have one for you. I wanted to play this for you. Who said this? You're probably gonna know it pretty quick, and it starts with a moderator asking him a question. But who said this earlier yesterday?
On a Tuesday practice in the morning before we meet for.
All right, sorry about that. I didn't communicate properly to our guy Ty. Ty, we want number 6 on that.
Number 6.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
All right, so some shade towards your guy Shano right there, Rod.
A lot of shade towards Shano, but they deserve it. The 49ers deserve all this shade. They deserve all the smoke that's coming their way. Talk about mishandling. This may have been, guys, the worst trade for a top 5 pick in NFL history. You have never had a player play fewer games for the team that drafted him, who drafted a player in the top 5. Never. You got to go back to 1967 before you had a top 5 player play so few games for the team that drafted them. This is a disaster of a trade.
Oh, man.
It is. But they got Brock Purdy, so they're looking Purdy.
Hey, coming back, it's the fabulous 5th hour, our 5th quarter. Overtime sometimes turns into like cooking oil on a water slide. We never really know what's going to happen.
That's what makes it so much fun.
But we are going to talk about the 3rd-ranked team in our Horn Top 20 countdown. We are going to go behind the burnt orange curtain. We will get some what's popping in there and, drown our sorrows in Ty's failed parlay from last night. Lot to do. Still to go. The fabulous 5th quarter coming next. Was that the new one, Ty?
Yeah.
Ty has put the new Black Pumas song into the rotation. We like that. That's coming out. That's out now. New single off their new album. Love the Black Pumas.
The new album's out too?
Not until October.
Oh, okay.
October, late October.
Need to get on that. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a big October then.
It is.
I got a baby coming in October. Texas OU.
Yeah.
New Black Pumas.
New Black Pumas.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a good
Also,
sign.
we had talked some music last hour, and the new Zach Bryan album is out, and it's setting records. I also saw where Zach Bryan has announced a stadium tour for next year, and it's pretty darn cool. I mean, Zach Bryan is on such a heater right now in the music industry.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it.
So you can figure this. He is so popular, and a new album is out. He's doing a stadium tour next year, and he's taking some heavy hitters with him on the road. Like the Turnpike Troubadours are going to open up for him.
Yeah, what?
That's
Jason
crazy.
Isbell and the 400 Unit are going to open up for him on some shows. One of them including a Cowboy Stadium. Up at AT&T Stadium.
It's going to be a mega tour then.
Well, I mean, guys like Jason Isbell and Turnpike, they fill up arenas. They don't fill up stadiums.
On their own.
They don't fill up stadiums.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, if Jason Isbell comes, the Moody Center will be packed, right, if he does. He normally plays ACL at the Moody Theater, but he likes to play the smaller ones. But, Turnpike and those guys, they can play, they'll fill. But arenas, like stadiums, like AT&T Stadium,
yeah,
that is reserved for the Rolling Stones and Taylor Swift and, huge concerts. And that's kind of what Zach Bryan's becoming, which is pretty cool. And those artists aren't dumb. I mean, yeah, I'll go play in front of 100,000 when we know it's going to be packed, and we'll get our full bill. I mean, it was like last night with that I went to the Moody Center to see Lionel Richie and
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, and they both did a full set, which was cool. Like, it wasn't like one got an hour and one got 3 hours. The Earth, Wind, and Fire played from 7 there, because I told you earlier, the first note was at 7:30. They said it was starting at 7:30. Earth, Wind, and Fire said we are going, and they got their full hour and a half, and then Lionel Richie did his full almost 2 hours till 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
it's a great show.
When your audience is that old, you got to start on time. When your audience is young, like when they like Ty's age, you can start 45 minutes late, hour. It's all good. When your audience is like 60 in their 60s and 70s, you're like, you better start on time.
But that's right. And they're old.
And they're old.
Exactly. Well, and I also think it's smart for Zach Bryan saying, look, I mean, there's a lot of Jason Isbell fans that probably don't know me. So if they come to see Jason Isbell at a full set,
crossover,
and Turnpike,
yep,
and then they're going to stay for my show, I got new fans. And that's smart because he's a comet right now in the country music scene. But that's pretty cool. Then that's not just those two. There's a bunch of big acts, and it sounds like it's going to be double bill essentially, where both, like last night, both the acts get a full.
Yeah,
it's so crazy for me because with Zach Bryan, when I was in college, early college, I'd found him.
He was doing
YouTube videos.
Well, that's the story of Zach Bryan, right? He came out of the military, and he had written a bunch of songs while he was serving.
In the military, yeah.
And he had written, and he had a YouTube channel where he would just sit around a campfire and sing with a guitar.
Not the highest quality. It's just like him on his phone recording himself, and
it was awesome.
It was fire.
And it took off. And now here he is with stadiums. I mean, those are great stories. And
it's one of those where my friends are like, "Thank you." I remember when you showed me him back.
It's the American dream, man.
You were ahead of times. So
yeah,
and he's about my music taste.
That's legit. No, people are thankful. I always thank E for introducing me to the Black Pumas. You're thankful to somebody that expands your horizons with art in that way, whether it be art of a great TV show, because it brings you joy. Something that brought you joy, somebody else suggests that for you. That matters.
Yeah, and personally, it brings me joy.
Yeah.
Showing someone else something and them liking it.
That's the beauty of that's the beauty of music, man. That's the beauty of music and art in its form.
It's art, right?
In its many forms.
Well, and it's cool because Zach Bryan has taken his humble beginnings and he's become a big star now. But he still is giving back. Like, I don't say he's giving back to have Turnpike Troubadours open for him, but I think it's smart business. But on his new album, as I said, he's got a bunch of duets that he does, and some of them are with people you really haven't heard of yet that are getting their name out there because his album's going to sell all these copies. And, the guy from War and Treaty is on that. They're a great band out of Nashville, husband-wife group, and now he does one with Casey Musgraves, which is really good too.
Oh yeah, I heard people love that one. That track on there. I've heard people talking about it.
The one with the Lumineers is my favorite.
Lumineers, yeah, no, it's big. Cool stuff. All right, enough music. Let's talk some football. One thing I wanted to say, Rod, about a little bit of an e-blast before we talk some college football. I played you that sound with Christian Jones.
Yes.
And you gave us the stat, and he said, I thought it was a very poignant thing to say that, sure, we can put pressure on ourselves and say we have to win the Big 12 championship. Or, as he said, in my final season, I can just enjoy every moment.
Enjoy, brother.
Do my job. And if everybody does that, we're going to be fine. Well, you also pointed out something I didn't know. I guess I knew it and then forgot it. That Christian Jones, coming out of Houston and the Cypress area, he was 215 pounds as a freshman in high school and was a soccer player.
He was 6'3", 215 his freshman year at Houston Cy Woods.
Cy Woods, yep.
Yeah.
Which, having gone to Cypress Creek, I don't even know where that school is.
They got a bunch of sides. They had like one or two sides back in the day. Now they got like 8 of them.
I went to school when it was Cy Creek and Cy Fair.
And
that was it.
We played Cy Creek when I was there, and that was like them and Cy Fair were the only Cy schools. Now there's like a bunch of them.
And I grew up, growing up, running around riding bikes at Cypress Creek, on Cypress Creek, in Cypress Creek.
Before they built like housing and subdivisions.
Yeah, compact
everywhere.
computer and highways and everything that's come since then. But yes, there is an actual Cypress Creek, but which has spawned all the other Cypress schools. But Rod, so there he is. He's playing soccer. He takes up football.
Mm-hmm.
And my E-blast point is going to be this, that when he got to Texas, he was so raw, yet he was playing early at Texas, which to me, if you want a symptom or an example or an illustration of what's been wrong with Texas, and I've heard your guy Jeff Howe over at Horns 24/7 document this so many times, they were having to bring in offensive linemen who weren't ready to play, weren't strong enough to play, and had to get on the field. And I remember when Christian Jones was a young player, and you're like, what's he doing out there? That guy has no chance. There was, you know what I mean, to the point that, and yeah, they had to play freshmen last year, and that's still, so it's an ongoing problem. But it does feel like for me, if you're looking, and there's a number of reasons for optimism for Texas as a program, to me that's one of the strongest, is that they're starting to develop the offensive line to where guys can come in and they can be projects. They can, develop for a few years, get in the weight room, learn before you have to put them on the field to take the baptism by fire. That's never good for a program, Rob, when guys like Christian Jones are playing early snaps when they're not ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who, at this point in his career, now that he is the most tenured member of that offensive line and the most experienced member of the offensive line, this is only his 7th year playing offensive line and only his 8th year playing football. And he's is he going to be a 5th-year senior this year?
He's a four-time letterman, redshirted his first year.
Exactly.
But, I mean,
think about it, guys. He's been playing organized football on the offensive line for 7 years. And as E just mentioned, he started for Texas 2 years ago in the midst of this developmental track where he should have been just a project. He had only played offensive line at that point for like 4 years.
Yeah.
And he'd even gotten used. He'd only been 300 pounds, guys, for like 3 years.
Yeah.
He was 215 when he was a freshman in high school. He probably got up to 300, junior year maybe?
Yeah.
So he had been 300-something pounds at that point for 4 years. He didn't even know how to carry his own weight.
Well, and Sark was not outside of it. He put Christian Jones on the field when they went to Arkansas. And that's when he had a terrible game there.
He did.
But that you pointed out to me that's when Sark couldn't even have a spring game because they didn't have any offensive linemen.
Yeah, they didn't. Remember, he came in. He was complaining that Tom Herman had recruited so many wide receivers, but not enough offensive linemen.
Looking at the roster, why do you have so many slow wide receivers and not enough offensive linemen? We got to flip this.
Yep.
And then you look at the depth chart now, and again, it's not saying it's all fixed, but it's on its way to getting fixed.
Oh, yeah.
And this year, with 5 returning offensive linemen, 3 guys in the rotation who have played. And as we said yesterday, there's a outside of Christian Jones, the other 4 starters could be back next year.
Yes,
because Kelvin Banks has to come back and play a junior season. All the others will still have eligibility, and they're being pushed from behind. And that's a huge credit to Kyle Flood, the Pancake Factory, Steve Sarkisian. They've made it a priority. And it's flipping. I mean, because you've got that class of beef that came in with Kelvin Banks and DJ Campbell and that group.
That was the highest rated offensive line haul in recruiting in the last 5 years. The only schools that were also in the top 5 were Bama and Georgia.
Well, and think about this.
In terms of offensive line hauls.
And maybe they all stay or maybe they don't. But this year, as freshmen, they brought in Andre Kojo out of Mansfield Timberview, 6'6", 355. Jaden Chapman, who's come in from Harker Heights. He was on our all-flex team last year, 6'4", 308. Trevor Gooseby out of Melissa, Texas. I mean, these are all guys who – Peyton Kirkland, the big kid out of Orlando, Florida.
Umeo Zulu
is there. He's a redshirt freshman. I'm just about this freshman class.
Oh, you're talking about the freshman class, yeah.
Well, guess what? You're not going to need them to play for 3 years. You know what I mean? Now, if they perform and they can, then you do. But you don't need them this year or next year to play, arguably. Which is well, then Peyton Kirkland steps in as he probably redshirts this year. He's 6'6", 350. Love the mountain of a guy. but next year he competes for some snaps, and the next year he probably walks in as a starting player. That's what, if you want to ask what Georgia does to reload and they stay as good as they were, if Alabama reloads when they lose guys to the draft, that's how you do it, Rod. You got guys ready to play who have developed properly in your system and aren't forced onto the field to get overwhelmed when they're not ready to play.
Yeah, and the truth is, all the things that, you're mentioning and that we brought up even yesterday, that this is the first time since at least 1993 that you return all 5 of your starting offensive linemen from the previous season. Even Kyle Flood remarked that was rare for him, that he can't remember a time returning all 5 starters. My man Jeff Howe went deep into a great stat, and he said there have only been 5 times since 1992 where Texas started all the same offensive linemen in every game. All right, talking about the season for basically to start of season to the season's end. You start at the same group of 5 offensive linemen the entire season. He said that's only happened 5 times since 1992. So you're talking about an unprecedented amount of a level of continuity on this offensive line that we haven't seen in close to 30-some years potentially on the 40 acres. Last time we had this time of continuity, potentially E. Hogan was partying on East Riverside.
That's right.
In the party house.
London Square, baby.
With some of these Texas offensive linemen. So I'm expecting this group really to be able to dominate at times on the line of scrimmage, to really be able to impose their will and reset the lines of scrimmage. Because, like I said, we just haven't had this much continuity, this much talent, and this much consistency with the same group in close to 25,
right,
30, 25 years or so?
Yeah, been
a long time.
It was 30 years since I've been partying on East Riverside
right?
in the 4-bedroom apartment. But yes, and that's but it's been a priority, and it really is. If you want to ask what's going to flip this, sure, quarterback is one thing. But look, Georgia has won 2 national championships with Stetson Bennett, right? I mean, because their lines of scrimmage are so dominant. And they're so physical on defense. I mean, that's what has separated them. And again, the Longhorns are not there yet, but they're getting there. And that would be my excitement, is you got really good players at the top end, but you also have this young class that's going to get to develop properly, not be forced onto the football field as in years past.
Hey, did you know Brooks Kieschnick Jr. is on the roster?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Brooks Kieschnick Jr.
Shout out to Brooks Kieschnick Jr.
Brooks K. Yeah,
Brooksy.
So Keish, his son is an offensive lineman himself, but he's
light, of course.
He's a preferred walk-on out of Alamo Heights.
I just didn't even know he was on the roster until you just kind of went down it there, and I saw. I was like, okay.
Well, you also have Coach Sarkisian's son.
Oh,
he's a linebacker.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Sark's got his kid on there too. Huh?
He's on the roster.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So.
He didn't cut him like Doug Peterson.
Like Doug Peterson did.
Had to cut his son today. They get you a lot of respect in the locker room though.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, he cut his son. It's like, yeah, good. Because you don't want that nepotism to got to seep in there.
That was one of Rod's off the record comment. Yeah, Doug Peterson cut his kid. See ya.
He had to.
Sometimes you have to.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Hey, can we, real quick, because during our Horn Top 20 Countdown conversation, we had the live music update, the Setlist ATX, but wanted to give a quick mention to the third-ranked team in our countdown, and we'll do a much deeper dive here in a little bit, and I'll tell you why. But first, let's hit number 3. Uh-oh. We've gotten to know this song quite a bit in the last decade or so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we've heard it a lot in the last 10 years.
Dun, 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 dun. Roll Tide, duh.
I don't like the fight song that much, though. It's not a great fight song.
I feel like Dixieland Delight.
Have I ever told you my Roll Tide? Have I ever told you, Rod, my Roll Tide, duh story?
No.
So there was a time, what was the year where Quan Cosby, by the way, Quan Cosby just texted me and said, hey, I was at the concert last night. Wasn't it great? Yeah, he was at the
he was there too?
Lionel Richie concert.
Age range, a little younger there then.
Yeah, so we did a great thing. We had Captain Jim at the time, so we knew we knew a rich guy with a private plane, Rod.
Ooh,
so we decided it'd be cool
those
to
are the
do.
Best rich guys.
Those are the best rich guys. Captain Jim. I think he lives in Puerto Rico now, trying to pay less taxes or something.
Smart man. That's why he's rich.
That's why he's rich.
That's why he's rich.
So we came up with this plan. Our friend Ashley Camerath had the idea, and
I
remember
and I went,
this.
I remember
Bucky
this.
And
you
went
went to different games.
Well,
in the state?
The way the calendar worked out, and it was this coming weekend. It was Labor Day weekend. We went to 4 games in 2 days, or at least parts of 4 games, and because we had the private plane, we got to go to on one day on a Saturday. We flew to Houston in the morning and went to the U of H Oklahoma game.
That was nice
at NRG Stadium, and then got to see that into the third quarter, and then took the driver service over to Hobby Airport, got back on the plane, and flew to College Station.
Oh yeah,
where we watched UCLA, quarterbacked by Josh Rosen.
I remember this.
Play A&M. And it was a blazing hot day. That was brutal. But we were on the sidelines for that, and for, again, about 3 quarters. I saw Myles Garrett hit Josh Rosen so hard one time coming off the edge. It was brutal. I thought he was going to quit football. And based on his pro career, probably should have.
Hey, no, he wouldn't have got that payday, though.
Yeah, he got that payday.
He got that payday.
Yeah, but Myles Garrett decked him. I got to see it sideline view. So then we got back in the jet and flew up to Dallas, where USC was playing Alabama that night.
Man, I'm worn out just listening to you talk about
the trip ended back here in Austin the night that Texas played Notre Dame.
Man.
With the swoops package, right?
Oh,
swoops
it's right there, yeah. 18-wheeler, baby.
And so that's how the Labor Day weekend. So 4 games in 2 days. We made a little movie about it, the documentary kind of thing. It was really cool. It was a fun experience. Cool. And Quan Cosby was with me. And it's nice to have a plane ride.
It does. It is. It's nice to have
I wouldn't buy one. I'd rent one. But because if it flies, floats, or rent it. But so we had a good time. But the point of the Roll Tide Duh story is that as we were leaving Cowboy Stadium, AT&T Stadium, USC and Alabama played, and it was billed, and these are the big all-time blue blood heavyweights, and Alabama beat them so badly. Like so badly.
Like they stole something?
Oh, it was a crushing.
Yeah.
And so we're walking out to be done for the day. It's been a long day. And we walk by these drunken, backwards Alabama fans. Nice ladies. And I looked over at them, and they gave me this glare. And I go, hey, good game. And she looked at me in her drunken buzz and said, Roll Tide. Duh.
Roll Tide. Duh.
And I was like, amen, brother. Amen, sister. That's awesome. And she was like offended. She was offended that I said good game. Hey, nice game. Because I wasn't rooting for either side. And she's like, Roll Tide. Duh.
She's like, we don't need your compliments. We're Alabama, Dad.
You know who you're talking to?
Yeah.
Hey, those people last year were scared. I could see the fear in their eyes.
Here. Oh, yeah. Same people.
They were like, oh.
That's why this game. So
that's true. That's a good point. They probably were.
And because that's the thing.
They were 3 touchdown favorites, weren't they?
Right.
Something like that.
20 points. And I can say this, that Texas, look, Alabama fans will say, and it's accurate, that we lost 2 games last year on the last play of the game on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're a number 3 team in our countdown. But they also should have lost A&M. If A&M could have executed a red zone situation, they beat them. They couldn't. If Texas had a couple of breaks or made a couple more plays, and Ryan Watts makes a tackle, Texas may have beat them.
Oh, that safety, that bad call.
The bad call. Yeah. So, yes, they were 2 plays away from being undefeated, but they're also a couple plays away from being a 4-loss team, which has people questioning where Alabama is. We're going to find out. And the reason I didn't book an insider guest today, Rod, for being number 3 is because we're going to talk about them deep dive next week.
No doubt.
When Texas comes off the Rice game, and we'll save all of our ammo for the guests next week to get the 4-1-1 on Alabama. But what is your overall thought? Is the case that they're sliding held any water, or are you concerned if you're an Alabama fan that Kirby Smart is taking control? And the run is not going to be like it was. It's going to slide a little bit.
Yeah, that's inevitable, right? I mean, you can only dominate the space for so long, and they've been dominating for almost a decade plus. And so I think a slide, a regression is expected. I actually think, from all the different data points that I've gathered and the data points that have been pointed out by yourself and other people, I think, a slide for Alabama would be 3 or 4 losses. But, I mean, to me, this Alabama squad right now, they don't have that Bryce Young presence, that Will Anderson presence. That's somebody that can make up. They can make up for ground that you may be lacking in other areas. I mean, Bryce Young, you just said it. Bryce Young basically won that game at Texas last season. If he doesn't make that play to keep the play alive and scramble out of the Ryan Watts sack, the game's over. And he did that like 3 times in that game. Remember the play where he keeps alive and throws to Jahmyr Gibbs in the back of the end zone? Remember that play?
I do.
It was like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
He basically won that game on 3-4 plays he made last season. Not Will Anderson. Will Anderson actually had a bad game against
he
Texas.
bailed them out. You know what that game reminded me of? Having been there on that blazing hot day. What a crowd it was. What a scene. remember we talk about our Houston Oilers when Joe Montana told Paul Hackett to stick it, and he pretty much called the plays at the second half and beat the Oilers. It felt to me like Bryce Young said, "Hey, Bill O'Brien, I'll take over.
Yes.
Your game plan has sucked. Texas has us figured out. You're not doing anything to fix it. So let me just go make plays." And, of course, they started attacking them. And O'Brien would tell you we started attacking the middle of the field.
They went empty formation a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe that was O'Brien to say, look, we're going to go empty. You just go win this game, Bryce.
Basically. That's what he did.
And he did. And he did. Now, your point is they don't have that this year.
They don't have that, man. They need it, too. Because last year, he made up for a lot of missteps and mistakes and miscalculations by that team. And they got a new offense, new defense. I see the regression. I do. Now, it's Alabama.
They
so
also
you're
had
talking
a lot
about
of penalties last year. They were not a disciplined team.
Yeah, I can see it. Now, does that mean they're just a 10-win team instead of a 12-win team? Probably. But does that mean Texas can win one at Alabama in non-conference on the road? If Texas wins that game, in my opinion, it'll be because their quarterback outperforms the Bama quarterback. And the Bama quarterback right now is a question mark. Could be Jalen Milroe, could be Ty Simpson, could be Tyler Buchner. I have Texas right now losing the game 28-26.
Ooh.
Only because I think Jalen Milroe is going to end up being the starting quarterback for them. And I think both of my losses this year for Texas, I got them at 10-2, are to dual threat quarterbach, and they don't face a lot of them. They only face really two. They face Will Howard, and then they face Jalen Milroe. Donovan Smith at U of H could end up being that. But when you think about it, and I was talking to Bobby actually about this and Jerry Hamilton about this last night. You know, I remarked that Trey Lance for the Cowboys could help them immediately as an impact guy, providing the scout team looks to simulate the dual threat quarterbacks they'll play in practice. Sorry, they'll play in the games in practice, like Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones and Josh Allen. That's 5 games right there. And you need a quarterback that can simulate that dual threat element in practice so you can prepare for it. The Texas Longhorns don't have that. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't get to see that. When that defense sees a dual threat quarterback in a game, it'll probably be the first true one they see, whether it be practice or a game.
But I would argue that the question is Jalen Milroe dual threat yet? Can he throw? Can he throw? Because he got to be able to beat you with his arm, and he hasn't shown that yet.
That's true.
And I do know this, and we're going to learn this more next week when we have our Alabama insiders, and maybe we'll have some more clarity on the quarterback position. We do know this, that to your point, now Tommy Rees has come in from Notre Dame, but he's going to use Nick Saban's playbook. Like this is one of those deals. They're not blowing up the playbook that they had. They're going to keep it, and Tommy Rees will run it. But it is expected to be a more run-heavy.
Yes. Because
Nick Saban hired this guy for a reason. He had a run-heavy, mindset at Notre Dame. They don't have the other thing they don't have, Rod, like they did when Steve Sarkisian was there, is the weaponry on the outside.
Receivers, baby.
I mean, those game-breaking receivers, they've got good players. I mean, that's the whole thing. They just recruit great players, but they don't have Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle on this team. And last year, gosh, without Jahmyr Gibbs he was a transfer.
Yep.
He came in from Georgia Tech.
Yep.
And he bailed them out of some, even the Texas game, bailed them out of a lot of situations. So I'm real interested to see who their best playmakers are. We also know this on the defensive side. If there's Bryce Young on the offensive side, defense, it was Will Anderson Jr. who leaves that program with 34.5 sacks, Rod, 58.5 tackles for loss.
Yeah, he was talk about a havoc-minded player.
He was as disruptive a player as Alabama's ever had.
And a leader. Nick Saban said his best leader potentially on defense that he's ever had.
Now, they still have the top-end corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry. He's a havoc player in the back end.
Yeah, but I think he can, like a lot of corners, he can be had.
And he can only take one of your receivers, right? You can only, lock him up. Well, Texas has weaponry.
Yeah, and I think Texas, I know it's strange to say, last year you can make the argument Texas had better wide receivers than Alabama did.
Yeah.
And you probably can make that case again. Probably you can make that case again this year. Just getting back to what Kool-Aid McKinstry sees every day in practice, it ain't the old Alabama squad when he was working against first-round wide receivers every day. Well, he ain't seeing that. Texas DBs actually get to see better talent than every week, and our receivers see. I think they'll give Kool-Aid McKinstry all that he can handle. He's a good player, but like you said, they don't even have to target him. They can stay away from him. That's how many weapons Texas has.
Yeah, and obviously it'll be a well-coached team. It'll be a talented team. But as you said, are they a 13 or 14-win team, or are they a 10, 11, 12-win team?
It sounds like a 10-win team to me in Alabama. When's the last time Nick Saban just won 10 games?
Well, we'll see.
How many win last year?
Look who it is. Our buddy Bruce from Vallejo. The great man Vallejo. He's also got a new project. He texted. He's a big Alabama fan. Roll Tide.
Roll damn
Duh. He said instead of having a few standouts, I think Alabama has more of a team thing going on this year. Everybody works together instead of relying on one or two hot shots.
Okay.
Their defense should be elite. I've never seen Darling Nicky smile more. He's got something up his sleeve. Nick Saban, Darling Nicky, he called him.
That's true. He has been in a jovial mood lately at press conferences, and people can't figure out why because his quarterback situation isn't settled. So he should be anxious, but he's not. Some people believe that Alabama's about to go old school Alabama, hard-nosed defense as their identity, run game to control the game, and then quarterback manages the game. Don't screw it up.
Let's also remember Nick Saban. I mean, it's for the number 3 team in the country. It's for more than just the Texas game, but we're going to dive into it big time next week. But, Nick Saban knows a lot about Steve Sarkisian. And he knows a lot of tendencies. So does Sark knows a lot about Nick Saban. That's much like last year. It made it a 1-point game, and it was a nail-biter, and it was one of the best games of the year in college football. That was marred by some bad penalty calls, but hey, or non-penalty calls. But either way, Texas and Alabama, but Alabama number 3. Next week, you can anticipate we'll talk to all of our Bama insiders and get the 4-1-1. Because, at Ohio State yesterday, Ryan Day announced who the starting quarterback would be, but made it clear that both guys would play. Nick Saban hadn't announced that yet. He has not said a word, and it's probably going to go to the first snap against Middle Tennessee State this weekend. And as you said, they're going to play all 3 quarterbacks this weekend.
I would be shocked and flabbergasted if Nick Saban didn't play all 3 quarterbacks. And I'm not talking about play them all, as the game goes on. I'm talking about initially, first quarter, see all 3 quarterbacks in the first quarter at one point. Just to try to keep Texas from being able to single in and zero in on any one quarterback to game plan on. Now you got to waste all your practice time devoted to multiple quarterback preparation, and you're only going to see really one of those guys. Nick Saban knows who it is, but nobody else does.
Yeah, and that's some of the cloak and dagger stuff leading into that game in 2 weeks. Number 3 in our countdown, Alabama. Obviously, a lot more on them and where they stand next week as Texas gears up to play them. We'll be back. When we do, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod's got some good stuff on Texas, as always. Also, the more on the E-Blast, and it's the 5th quarter, so you never know what's going to happen. The wheels can come off at any moment 5 hours into this show.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
I'm doing it right now. Fun times on a Wednesday. We're closing in on football season. That's a good thing. High school got it going last weekend. Too early, by the way. Too hot, but it did. Earliest start for the high school football in the state of Texas in nearly 50 years. But tomorrow on the show, for you Vandergrift Viper fans out there and high school football fans, we'll re-engage our weekly visit with Vandergrift Vipers head coach Drew Sanders.
Nice.
Drew and his team walloped Dripping Springs in game one, down in Dripping 27-7. And you had Mark Henry texting the show. Mark Henry's son plays for Vandergrift now.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in the state title game a year ago, and they think they're pretty darn good this year. So we'll talk to Drew Sanders. Of course, we carry Vandergrift football here on the Horn on Friday nights. So look to talk some football with Drew tomorrow on the show.
Has Vandergrift solidified itself as the number 2 program in Central Texas?
Well,
area?
it's going to be close. I mean, it's like Lake Travis, Vandergrift, Westlake. Westlake's number 1.
Bold statement there, sir.
And Lake Travis got a big win last week. They played at Arlington, or were they
Arlington
Martin? Or were they home or away?
I'm not sure. They play Arlington Martin almost every year, though.
And Arlington Martin is a great program. That's where DJ Campbell, the Texas guard, came out of that program. There's great talent out of that program. They beat them 13-6, and so it tells you their defense is pretty good at Lake Travis. But yeah, Vandergrift, we'll learn more about them with Drew Sanders tomorrow. Westlake's got a kicker that can make 60-yard field goals, and they had a tough one last week, 31-21. Beat a team out of the Houston area.
H-Town.
Right. A dub's a dub. I wonder what the goal board looked like after that one.
The goal board we learned from Todd Dodge is awesome. But yes, that's going to be part of our show tomorrow. Also tomorrow, obviously, Rod will go deep on these college football games because they start tomorrow night. There's a great slate of Thursday night football. And great's maybe over the skis, but really good slate of Thursday games because this week doesn't. Next Thursday there'll be NFL. There'll be the Lions and the Chiefs opening up the NFL season. But this week it's all college football, and there's some good ones including Florida and Utah.
That Florida-Utah one, that's a sexy matchup. No Cameron Rising for Utah. That's at Utah, too, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. It was at the Swamp last year.
Yeah, Utah plays well at home, though. I mean, Utah, with or without Cameron Rising, you can expect them to still have kind of that physical brand, the physical style of football, and we'll see where Florida is. A lot of people think this is one of those make-or-break years for Florida, that Billy Napier's got to show something.
Well, and how about
progress?
How about the Big Ten? You've got the debut of Matt Rule.
Yeah, I've been a big Matt Rule fan.
Against Minnesota. P.J. Fleck and the gang. That'll be a Fox game tomorrow night with P.J. Fleck against Matt Rule, Minnesota and Nebraska. Big one in the – because remember, the Big Ten is going – they got some conference games early, including Ohio State and Indiana and that one.
I'm not even sure who's the starting quarterback in Nebraska because Casey Thompson left to go to be with Tom Herman. Right?
We'll learn more about those teams tomorrow. I think those are the only 2 Big 12 games that are conference game to start the year. Everything else, Michigan plays East Carolina. Penn State's playing West Virginia.
Indiana, Ohio State?
Yeah, those 2. Indiana, Ohio State, and then Nebraska, Minnesota.
Okay.
Those are your 2 in the Big Ten. But, Sunday, Labor Day, Northwestern, what an offseason they've had.
No.
They're going to play Greg Schiano and Rutgers.
Yeah, Northwestern.
Well, and you can see the Big Ten working there with their TV partners, Rod, because it's all about TV partners. They've got nationally televised games to start the year. So Nebraska, Minnesota, Fox tomorrow night.
The projected starting quarterback for Nebraska is Jeff Sims, who transferred from Georgia Tech after 3 years.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that, Ty. There you go.
So they got the Fox game tomorrow night, while ESPN will have the Florida-Utah game. And then Saturday, they've got the Ohio State-Indiana game as the main window CBS game.
That's not.
Remember, CBS is taking over the Big Ten this year.
Yeah, that's not a great game to be in that window.
That 2:30 CBS game.
Nothing sexy about that.
And then the night game, Sunday at noon on CBS is Northwestern and Rutgers. That do anything for you?
No,
not me either.
No, sorry,
me.
Big Ten.
No.
I need something a little bit more to wet the palate.
Wet the palate, because then you get to Saturday and your TV marquee games are TCU, Colorado at 11.
I can't wait to watch that. Even, that might end up being a blow. I think TCU's favored by 3 touchdowns?
21 and a half.
21 and a half?
20 and a half.
I still can't wait to watch it. Even Deion being blown out is entertaining.
Yeah.
It's going to be entertaining somehow.
Well, middle of the day, you've got Washington and Boise State. That could be a decent game.
That could actually be a
up
big
in
game.
Seattle. That's worth watching. And then, of course, the game we like a lot is Houston and UTSA.
And UTSA, I wouldn't be surprised if UTSA comes out and puts it on U of H.
Agreed.
Because they got, they returned the quarterback again, Frank Harris, coming from back of his 6th year, and Jeff Traylor. His teams they get better.
They get better.
Even when they lose talent, usually at that level, of play where UTSA is playing, you lose a lot of NFL caliber talent, talent like that. It is just debilitating. It decimates your roster. Not with Jeff Traylor. He's bringing in guys from that San Antonio area because he wants to instill a lot of pride in that area, and he's developing a ton of talent. Hell, they gave Texas all they can handle when they came here to play Texas. And by the way, he was down like 3 starting offensive linemen in that game.
He can coach, man.
He can coach.
He's still putting dudes in the league, too.
Yes, he is, man.
He can coach.
Yeah, U of H better watch out because if he beats U of H really bad, those big money boosters and donors down there in Houston, was it Tillman Fertitta, one of them? He probably will be there. They'll start looking at Jeff Traylor like, you know what, man? Why don't you just bring your formula right on here to H-Town?
That's one of my top 5 picks for the weekend, for the opening weekend.
Oh,
you got UTSA winning?
UTSA minus 1.5.
I'm with you. That seems like easy money to me, too. Because that UTSA, man, they're impressive. They really are.
Hey, we got what's popping before the top of the hour, what we're going to be popping on today and tonight, including some big baseball games. One other note, Baylor plays Texas State. That'll be worth watching because on ESPN+, but you get to see the debut of G.J. Kinney, and you get to see Baylor. And then Texas Tech on CBS on Saturday nights playing Wyoming. So, you
common
get to
opponent
see Tech.
with Texas,
yeah,
too.
And
So
the Longhorns will see
yeah.
Wyoming in week 3.
That's a good one to watch because you'll see how Tech handles them. And by the way, people not going to agree with this. Wyoming's defense is no pushover.
Well,
they actually have one of the better defenses, if not the best defense in that conference.
Ooh.
So they got a decent defense. I know. Crazy to say that. They got a pretty good defense.
Well, can I say to the Big 12 TV partners, Fox and CBS, could we have flipped that? Could the Wyoming game with Tech be middle of the day? Because it's going to be like 75 degrees in Laramie, Wyoming. And then the Texas game with Rice could have been a night game, maybe?
Wyoming has a linebacker, Eastern Gibbs.
Oh, name.
He was the Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year. And they also have another one, Shu Suanoa. And they basically their linebacking crew is probably the best linebacking crew in that conference. I've been already doing Wyoming prep. I'm ready for the damn season. Let's go.
Eastern what?
Eastern Gibbs.
Gibbs, I love this.
Eastern Gibbs.
Probably from the Dutton Ranch.
And what's the other guy's first name? Shu?
Huh?
The other guy you mentioned?
It's actually spelled S-H-O-E, but then his last name is S-U-I-A-U-N-O-A. So I think he's like Samoan.
Awesome.
Yeah, but he's a beast. Well, I'd say if he's Samoan, he's usually a beast.
Hey, let's get to the burnt orange curtain time. Let's talk some Texas football in our final chance here in this program. Plenty tomorrow.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, I know I'm a sick mofo because I watched 3 Rice games last night, and basically I'm a masochist. I don't mind it. I watched that USC game, start of the 2022 season. I watched the Louisiana Tech game, and I also watched that bowl game against Southern Miss. And I come away thinking to myself that Rice is going to try to throw the ball more than you think early on. Not vertically downfield because they just don't have the resources and the personnel to do it. But they can complete quick game, which are hitches and slants and quick outs, screen game, bootlegs, rollouts, and waggles to try to move the pocket away from the pass rush. RPO game. Tuiasosopo said the reason he was brought in was to, quote, a deeper exploration of the RPO concept for Rice. So they want to run more of that with the highest rated signee in the history of the Rice program, JT Daniels. I think they're going to come out early on and try to take Texas by surprise by throwing the football a little bit. And by the way, that matches up with Texas's weakness last year, 90th and 100th in pass defense and completion percentage allowed. And last year, the Rice passing game was 65th in the country. Actually had their best passing offense since 2008, and that was without JT Daniels and the upgraded quarterback. So I think you're going to throw it a little bit early on. They could try to run it against Texas. They got no shot at running the football against Texas. They could try. They lined up against USC in 22 personnel at times, at 23 personnel sometimes, just to try to pound the rock. They could do that, but to me, that would be them waving the right flag against Texas. And I think early on, Mike Blooming wants to inspire his players a little bit. Try to get them excited about playing against Texas, compete against Texas. So early on, I'm talking about first quarter, I wouldn't doubt if Rice is throwing the ball more than you think. Because they did it against USC more than I thought they would do. They threw the ball more against Southern Miss than I thought they would throw it against Southern Miss. And you're going to look at it. I went and looked at the Southern Miss game. They threw it 39 times. I went and looked at the UTEP game. They threw it 31 times. We'll go back and look at that UTS game. Now, UTS, they couldn't run the ball to save their lives, so they would just dominate on the ground. But they threw it 42 times. I think they're going to throw it early on more than you think. And Luke McCaffrey is his favorite target.
Remember, Bloomgren came in from the David Shaw program at Stanford.
Yes.
And so I think you're going to see that basic, in their conference games and other games, they'll probably like to be a little more of a power team. But I think you're right. Against Texas, that's barking up a bad tree.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
But you have to find your matchups. And, JT Daniels is a veteran quarterback who's seen a lot of different defensive schemes. He's played Texas a couple of times.
In DKR twice.
So, that's going to be your best chance to move the football early. And maybe that can loosen up some run game for you.
That's kind of what I think, too. Yeah. I think they'll use a pass to open up the run. Like I said, not vertically, deep downfield. They can't do that. That's more high risk than reward.
They want to dink and dunk it.
They want to keep the ball away. Keep away from Texas. Long drives. What did UTSA do against Texas first half? Remember that, E? Texas barely saw the damn football in the first half.
Well,
they
as you pointed out in Rod's rant earlier this week, the games are going to be shorter.
Yes, they will be.
Because of the new rule, the clock does not stop after every first down. It only stops inside of 2 minutes on a first down, which games last weekend were shorter. And so possessions per team go down. So, if you're an underdog in a big way like Rice, obviously your plan would be to give Texas fewer possessions by keeping it yourself.
Luke McCaffrey is really good at working the middle of the field. We're talking about in between the numbers. This is important to keep in mind because last year, one of the places that Texas defense was vulnerable was in between the numbers. Remember, K-State, if you looked at 0 to 19-yard throws in between the numbers, they had an 80% completion percentage. Iowa State, same criteria, 88% completion percentage. Texas Tech, same criteria, 84% completion percentage. Where you wanted to attack Texas was in between the numbers from 0 to 19 yards. That was the sweet spot. And I think Rice is really good at working that sweet spot. As a matter of fact, their best player, Luke McCaffrey, that's the only place he works is the middle of the field in between the numbers. Pro Football Focus grades for him when he's targeted in between the numbers, 92, 91, and 90.
Wow.
We talk about short, intermediate, and deep. So watch him in that short, intermediate area where Texas is really weak. Also, they're going to use a lot of bunch formations and empty formations. Just in the games I've watched, I've seen a ton of empty formation. Texas struggled last year versus empty formation, not against really good teams like UTSA and Bama, but Bama, K-State averaged 12.7 yards per attempt. Out of empty. Bama was at 7.6. UTSA was at 9.2. That's something to watch. They're going to run empty, and also they're going to run a lot of bunch formations, compressed condensed sets. Compressed and condensed sets is when the wide receivers are close to the line of scrimmage, and the bunch formations are clusters of wide receivers together. They do this so they can avoid having the wide receivers rerouted. So they want to disallow DBs to reroute their wide receivers, so now DBs are forced to read and react instead of reroute. This is also something, that Texas had issues with last season. You look at completion percentage when targeting bunch formation, Bama, 80+%. Iowa State, 80+%. Texas Tech, 70+%. That is an issue they had last season too, and I guarantee you Rice saw the same film that I did.
Yeah, this guy says Jeff Traylor at Texas A&M would be a problem for Texas in the future. Please hire him, Houston. Please hire him.
Oh, that's CB. And CB, you're right. I agree with you, CB.
You'd like to keep Jimbo Fisher right where he is.
He's gonna be a problem at Houston because think about it, there's so much talent in H-Town behind DFW and the Atlanta metro area and maybe the Miami-Dade area. The Houston Metroplex is probably still in the top 6 or 7 best Metroplexes for producing NFL talent in the country.
Which is why. Dana Holgerson's on a bit of a hot seat because Jeff Traylor has built that program mostly on San Antonio talent, which isn't Houston talent.
Yeah, don't give him that.
But you see the comment this week from Dana Holgerson when asked about Texas and Texas A&M leaving the Big 12 and joining the SEC. He said, "Screw them. They can go wherever they want. They don't want us. We don't want them."
I do like Dana Holgerson, though. What do you think of his coach or not? Screw them.
Well, Jeff Traylor in that matchup on Saturday might be trying out for a job he could have eventually.
Yes, I think you're right, brother.
And Texas fans would just assume he'd take that job.
I think Jeff Traylor has his eyes set a little bit higher in Houston.
Oh, I know.
I agree with you. I think he does. I think
that would be A&M or Texas.
He might think it's a sideways step for him. You're like, you know what? I'm doing what I could be doing in Houston right now in San Antonio. Why would I do it? But that Houston talent, what he could do with Houston talent.
Now in the Big 12?
Ooh,
now in the Big 12, yeah.
Watch out.
And Tillman Fertitta's deep pockets.
Oh, a sugar daddy?
Sugar daddy like that.
Man.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Hey, we'll be back. Kind of like, Phil Knight at Oregon.
Exactly. You need a sugar daddy. Mike Gundy had one for a long time and was killing it, but now Mike Gundy doesn't have his sugar daddy anymore, and he doesn't like NIL.
Sugar daddy died.
Sugar daddy died.
We'll come back. What's popping today and tonight in the sports world and things we're doing? It's Ian Rod B coming back. Because Petrie. What's popping? What's popping? I'm waiting to see what pops on Colt McCoy. Is he going to land in New England? New England, as of yesterday's waiver deadline to get to 53, had one quarterback on their roster. Just one. That's Mac Jones. They don't have a backup. They don't have a third stringer.
That's wild, man. You're talking about a team that's drafted 14 quarterbacks since like 1998.
They don't have one.
And now they only got one on the roster?
Yeah, they say goodbye to Bailey Zappi, the pride of Victoria, Texas.
I thought they liked him.
Well, I wonder if it's one of those roster navigation moves where they bring
him on practice squad.
They said if he clears waivers, to bring him back.
Yeah, release him
squad?
To bring him back,
Okay.
and they like Bailey Zappi, but they, it's all Bill Belichick and roster construction.
They like Zappi. I know. I've read too much about how much they like Zappi. So yeah, I'd be shocked if they don't bring him back.
Well, you wonder
in
if he
some
gets
capacity.
picked up, and then they're kind of
maybe somebody else likes him too.
Yeah,
Earlier last year, when I was collecting football cards, I got a Bailey Zappi signed rookie card, and I sold it for $700.
Ooh.
The value
What?
on that has definitely
And where
plummeted
did
since
and
then.
where did he go to college? Is it
He went to Western
Kentucky?
Yeah.
But he's from
Victoria, the Victoria
Yeah.
East.
And was that Zach Kidley up there? Who's that? Who's that with his offensive
I think it was Zach
coordinator?
Kidley when
I
he was
think
there.
it was Kidley, right?
I think it was.
I'll go check it out.
Yeah,
but I think
Zach Kidley was the OC when he was there.
Yeah. No, that
Because
offense
remember,
was
Zach
prolific,
Kidley
man.
was at Houston Baptist.
Mm-hmm. Just lighting teams up too.
Right.
He was
Kind of
killing
like G.J. Kinney was. And then he went to Western Kentucky, and that's where, Bailey
He blew
Zappi
up.
put up all the numbers, and now he's with the Patriots. But we'll see if he gets back. Will Greer, who the Cowboys released to make the trade for Trey Lance.
He's going to get on somewhere.
He signed with the Bengals.
Yeah, that wouldn't take long.
Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes, he looked too good. He just looked too good in the preseason, and he's been trending the right way. It's not like he's been inconsistent and regressing. No, most of his career he's been kind of trending to be a reliable serviceable backup.
All right. Also, Rod, what's popping for you today and tonight, my friend?
Man, film is popping for me.
More
I'm
film?
I'm gonna go on my way. I gotta watch the Rice defense. I'm gonna go watch the Rice defense. I focused on the offense. I'm gonna focus on the defense a little bit. Speaking of good friends at On Texas, me and my man Ian Boyd, who's a fellow football theorist, we're probably gonna record our football theory game plan breakdown today too for Texas and Rice. Probably do that, and I believe we got a live stream coming up later on tonight.
Featuring
E. Hogan's gonna be a part of it, baby.
Yeah.
Live stream on Texas football. E. Hogan's gonna be a part of it. Myself, Jerry Hamilton. It's gonna be all things
Jerry's gonna be on?
Texas. Yeah, all things Texas football, wall to wall, baby.
Well, and that's what that'll be, and that's what we're excited about. We had Bobby Burton earlier this morning on his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday
happy
to Bobby.
B-Day,
He's
Bobby.
popping. And, I'm going to we announced, and I know Inside Texas and Bobby announced it earlier in the week, but I've agreed that during games, for Texas football games all season long, I'll do my part on the pregame with you, Rod, for a couple of hours here on the Horn before each game. But during the game, I'm going to be in my home studio watching the game with Inside Texas, fans and Texas Longhorn fans on their YouTube channel. It's called On Texas Football.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to do essentially the Manning cast. That's going to be me and then rotating people in like yourself, Bobby Burton, Jerry Hamilton, Jeff Wells, all the insiders there at Inside Texas. I'm watching the game with you. So while you watch the game, you fire up your laptop on the YouTube channel. We'll be interacting. You can ask questions. You can comment. And we'll have fun. And, having done that with you during COVID.
Yeah, we did. Me, you, and BK.
It was fun.
Yeah.
And it's really, there's a lot of downtime in a football game, obviously, where you can chat and talk about things and strategies. And, boy, I remember doing the show with you, and that was the crazy Oklahoma game that went 3 overtimes, if memory serves.
Oh, you're right.
That was the game in which Bijan Robinson against Texas Tech, we thought he was paralyzed because he his neck went backwards.
Thought he broke his neck and
so
he just jogged off the field like an alien.
Yeah, we were just sitting there talking to our listeners like, what the heck? How did he get up from that? He's the Matrix. And then we didn't hardly know Bijan Robinson at that point. We do now that he's not human.
Yeah.
But we knew right then. So I'll be popping on that tonight. So tonight, my first chance to be a part of one of the live streams on their YouTube channel called On Texas Football. Fire it up at 7 o'clock tonight.
I love it.
Provided I can work the equipment properly, Rod.
You'll figure that out. That's not a big deal.
Is this working?
Once you get into it, it's all fun because it's just a community of Longhorn fans talking, interacting, and that's
you'll
the
be
best
on
part
there
of it.
today recording with Ian Boyd. I'll be on there tonight with you and Jerry. And remember, during the game, all game long, 4 quarters, halftime, the whole bit. We'll be talking Texas football in real time, like the Manning Bros do.
Yeah,
and I'm looking forward to doing that tonight. And remember, if you want to watch that you don't even have to be a subscriber to Inside Texas to watch the YouTube channel. So
we suggest you do subscribe, but you don't have to.
Yeah, well, hopefully you learn a lot from their insiders and you want to subscribe. That would be a
right.
goal. But we expect to have a large audience for that every single week. Because only 100,000 will be at the stadium, but millions will be watching that game that are Longhorn fans.
And we talk about the Horn app all the time, and we get people hitting us up from all over the world. As a matter of fact, this morning we had somebody hit us up from a very exotic place, and I can't remember where it's from.
Budapest
right?
or something.
It was that. Yeah, it was right. We got to go find that. I was like, whoa, that's wild. But yeah, same thing with the Longhorn community. You got thousands of Longhorn fans all over the world, and they want to be a part of the community. They want to socialize with Longhorn fans on game days.
That's right.
And this is another way for you to do it. You can watch the game, hang out with E. Hogan and friends. There's gonna be E and friends around there, and then everybody's just a community of Longhorn fans talking about Texas football and the brand.
Texas football at YouTube. Also on our YouTube page, that's the Horn Austin. So you've got that so you can watch our show and pay attention. All right, Astros Red Sox this afternoon as well. Astros Red Sox. You got Oakland and Seattle this afternoon too. Those are both day games. Rangers play tonight. They're going to play the New York Mets at 5:40 our time. And yeah, right now with 30 games to play, essentially, it's a flat-footed tie atop the American League West. 3-way tie with a sprint to the finish line. Ty, do you have a pick for tonight? Last night you got the first 2 legs of the parlay.
Well, you made me do the parlay.
I made you do the parlay. But you got to rescind it because George Kirby, the ace pitcher, didn't start.
Yes.
That's why I gave that to you.
Yes, exactly. Tonight we're going with the Tigers against the Yankees. Garrett Cole's on the mound, but
you're fading the Yankees.
Yep, that's pretty easy money these days.
With Garrett Cole on the mound against Wentz.
He's not the same Garrett Cole.
11-4 against 2-10. Well, I mean, Garrett Cole's 11-4 with a 2.95 ERA. It's not like he's been terrible this year.
Yeah,
that team's been terrible.
The bats have been terrible. Is the big thing.
That's right. The guy
only need 1 run. Let's go Tigers.
Joey Wentz for the Tigers tie is 2-10 on the year.
That's all right.
Struggling. That's why it's an outsider pick. That's why it's off the nose. That's why it's the Sex Panther pick of the night. 60% of the time, or maybe less. It works all the time. Rod, have a great Wednesday, my friend. Tomorrow to be one day closer. We'll be talking football on a Thursday. Missed any part of today's show, including Bobby Burton, our talk on Alabama, all the Texas talk and the Cowboys is podcast at hornfm.com. Ty says take the Tigers.